Baldwin. I know I disappointed him a little bit not taking his bike to the championship, but next year, Mark, we'll get it. You watch. And Nick Janusa for pushing me at my house. That's why we came out so strong at Texas. My mom, my dad, my little brother who lost a championship because of a bike mechanical. He had the lead and just the bike broke. It sucked. And just everyone I forgot to thank. Jamie, Shane, JB, everyone. Thank you.
All right, good job, Cody. Congratulations.
And the foreman topping off a win here at Loretta Lynn's. We call that the Production B class and the Dirt Days champion. He's crowned first here today as we are looking to crown another Dirt Days champion in the Production C class. Josh Hawley grabbing the early lead in this one. Austin Ducato and Logan Trimble running second and third. Ryan Smittle back in the number 4 spot. Devin Kendrick was 5th. Zach Collar in 6th. Chance Nicola in 7th. Mason Hunt 8th. 9th is Briley Harris. Ty Campbell rounds out your top 10. And, you know, you look and you think, wow, this is a whole different look to this race than what we saw yesterday. And the reason is we've got all these guys together now, and the cream of the crop are making it happen. And speaking of making it happen, look back there. Trimble and Ducato and Smittle and Kendrick and the boys all back there, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th places. We got some heated things going on right now. It looks like, I believe, that we're still running pretty much the same order. Let's double check this. Oh, we're about ready to see a change. Here coming on the outside is the number 1 of Ryan Smittle. He's moved up a spot or 2 already. So as they come into the finish line region, it is Josh Hawley out front on board the 7/ in the number 2 spot under all kinds of fire and pressure. Logan Trimble with the number 1. Ryan Smittle in the 4th place. 3rd place. 4th place is Devin Kendrick. That is, I believe, Zach Collar still back in the number 6 spot. Or Austin Ducato in 5th, and then Chance Nicola is 6th. We see, wow, there are some changes going on there. Kendrick is up to 4th. Ducato is 5th now. Nicola is 6th. Collar in 7th. Hunt, Harris, and Trimble still rounding out your top 10. But we're seeing a lot of position jockeying going on from about 3rd to 6th, or 2nd to 6th right now.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I believe Smittle going to the inside of Trimble on the 10 Commandments. Kendrick has pulled a nice gap over Ducato now, but definitely can't count Smittle out. I know he'll be charging towards the end, and I think.
Wow, they're going back and forth right now. As a matter of fact, he and Trimble for that number 2 position. That's giving Josh Hawley a lot more breathing room, but he'd already established a pretty good gap. 4.7 seconds, nearly 5 seconds after that second lap of racing complete. We see Hawley exiting the we're going through the waterworks, and coming out of Storyland right now is the battle for the 2nd place position. And looks like
Smittle got Trimble out back in Storyland.
I believe that he may have as well. Yes, and here's the odd thing, man. I'm used to seeing Smittle in a white helmet. He's throwing me off here today by wearing that orange helmet, and we see that Trimble is also wearing a white helmet out there. So that Root River Racing rider still back, back in the number 3 spot. What do you see there?
Trimble had a hard hit coming off the Dragons back there.
Well, Trimble trying to fire back on the number 1 of Smittle right now as we make the drive toward the finish line. This will be for lap 3 complete. We're taking the white flag. 1 more lap to go. Back behind there is Kendrick and Ducato. Ducato moving up a spot, and actually that's not Kendrick anymore back there. I believe that we see a big change going on there as we reset the field and the stage. It's Hawley, Smittle, Trimble in 1, 2, and 3. Kendrick is the number 4 ride. Ducato is 5th. I guess I did see him. Chance Nicola in 6th. Zach Collar 7th. Mason Hunt 8th. Jordan Trimble is 9th as he moves up. It looks like Briley Harris has dropped down to the number 10 spot. If he finishes up this way right now, Josh Hawley will take the win with a 1-1. Smittle at 2-2 will be 2nd, and a 2-3 for Logan Trimble will be 3rd overall. Bragging rights again will go to Josh Hawley. And I got to tell you, man, Josh has always been a formidable opponent, but this last half of the season, we've seen a whole different ride out of this Media's All-Stars rider.
Yeah, for sure. I know he's took I think it's a pretty small break from racing, actually, from making the step to the 450. So it was good to see him come back this year and make a big difference for sure. He definitely stepped up his game a lot, and it's showing out there right now.
Yeah.
He's pulled a pretty big lead on Smittle.
Yeah, a great smooth transition, I think, from the youth ranks into the big bike ranks. And again, quite a bit of a surprise here late in the season, but a pleasant surprise to say the least. And we're seeing a lot of these guys that are adapting well, moving up, like Brandon Hogue yesterday, an amazing ride by him, moving up from the minis into the big quads.
I believe Hawley actually just had mechanical issues.
Oh, was that him?
Yes, so Smittle will now get into the #1 spot.
Wow, what a heartbreaker there for Josh Hawley. He had this one all but in the bag, and unfortunately he finds himself now off to the side of the racetrack down here by the CST beach. You might as well stick your toes in the sand, Josh, and enjoy the nice sunshine here in Tennessee. Okay, it's not so much sunshine, but I was trying to make it sound like a decent vacation for him. Anyway, Smith will take the win. Logan Trimble will take second here in this moto, with Devin Kendrick in third. Fourth will be Austin Nakatu. Chance Nicola rounding out the top 5. As far as the overall goes, Ryan Smittle will get the overall win with a 2-1. A 2-2 for Logan Trimble and scores him second. Devin Kendrick takes a 1-3 for third. Austin Nakatu's 3-4 is fourth place, and Chance Nicola goes 3-5 for fifth. But your 2016 Dirt Days champion will be the #1 of Ryan Smittle, and he'll be heading up to talk to Luke Shepard here in just a couple moments and get the celebrations underway for this final round of amateur racing here in 2016. And again, Luke, whenever you guys get ready, just pop in there, and we'll switch you out here in just a few moments and let Brogan come down and do a podium or two and see how he likes it down there. Really appreciate the extra help and the stepping up of Luke this weekend, and you too as well, Brogan Geyer, because coming into this one, things were a little short. We did had a few ideas and said, well, let's do it this way. Let's do TV on both Saturday and Sunday, and we can utilize a couple of good minds from the ATV racing world and not have to worry about bringing in an odd announcer. So we bring in a couple of well-known people in the ATV racing nation.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's cool to be live both days. I know a lot of amateurs were excited about that today as well as yesterday. So,
well, I hope they get excited and start tweeting that out, man. We need to get the viewer and sponsorship. If we want to see this continue and happen in the future, they're going to need to make sure we get the viewers. So make sure everybody knows that we are live out there, and I believe we're heading down to the podium right now where Luke Shepard stands by with the #1, Ryan Smittle, ATV Dirt Days champion.
I'm down here with Ryan Smittle on the podium, and just talking to him while you guys were chit-chatting up there, and comes to find out that race between him and Logan Trimble was for the championship. So not only do we have Loretta Lynn's Dirt Days champion, but we have a national champion down here with Ryan Smittle. How's that feel, man?
Feels awesome.
I see there at the end, Hawley had some bad luck and put him out when he was had a shot at the overall, but that's too bad for him, but it looked like it turned out great for you.
Yeah, everything turned out great. I mean, me and Logan were battling back and forth there for a little while, and I saw my opening and went for the pass and just put my head down and pushed to the finish. And on the like I said, the last corner, Hawley broke down. He was off the track, and that gave me the overall. That's great.
Winning a national championship, and not only winning a national championship, but winning Dirt Days Loretta Lynn's is a great feeling. Who would you like to thank for helping you succeed your goals this year?
My mom, my dad, Rath Racing, Walsh Racecraft, FTR Power Sports, Forworks Carbon, Fly Racing, Morgantown Power Sports, Dominic with the program, the whole SSR race team, Qualified Racing Engines. I mean, getting me great starts all year. Max's Tires, my friends that always come to the races to support me, and my brother Colton, Jeremy and Shane, my friends at the track that are here supporting me. I mean, just everybody. I couldn't do it without you.
All right, that was Ryan Smittle down here, your Loretta Lynn's Dirt Days Production C champion and national champion.
All right, thanks a lot, and congratulations to not only a Dirt Days champion, but also a national champion, Ryan Smittle, as the revs are up and the gate is down now in pro sport racing, and we're watching for Parker Weworka in this one as he took the Moto 1 win. But look at that. I believe that's the 940 of Dylan Tremelin snagging the lead here, and the pro sport Moto #2. And welcoming everyone along the World Wide Web at RacerTV.com as we globecast live here now from Loretta Lynn's Ranch in Hurricane Mills, Tennessee for the final round of the amateur racing. And, of course, this will be a big day for a lot of riders, no doubt about it, as they have a chance to seal the deal on some championships. We just wrapped one up just a moment ago between Ryan Smittle and Logan Trimble. Smittle was able to capture that one with that win in the Production C class. Right now, here we are in the Pro Sport class, back in Storyland, the famed Storyland as far as ATV and motocross is concerned across the globe. And both 2 and 4 wheels. Trimble still holding on to the lead. That looks like Parker Weworka moving up and trying to put on some pressure back there from about a 3rd place position. Is that where we're looking at him right now? And he's got so Kaczmarzyk, I believe, is your 2nd place ride. He finished 2nd in Moto 1, and Weworka's trying to get around him right now, and he has. So now Weworka's up to the number 2 spot. And Trimble is going to try to take his 2nd place finish in Moto 1 in his division race and turn it into an overall win right now. But Weworka might have a little bit to say about that as these riders make their way down around the last turn for the first lap complete now. Trimble out front, Parker Weworka in 2nd. Kaczmarzyk is in the number 3 spot. As we check back to 4th, it's the 41. Actually, I might have had that flip-flop there. Let's double-check this. 37. I thought I saw that, but it was Theodore in the number 3 spot, and Kaczmarzyk was the 4th place ride. Sorry about that, Zach. Ryan Carodi was in 5th. Wesley Wolf in the number 6 spot. Michael Allred is 7th. Hayden Mickelson, and look at this. We have a pass for the lead now as Parker Weworka makes his way past Dylan Trimble, and now Trimble under even more pressure as we see that 3rd place ride of Theodore, and we see also Zach Kaczmarzyk back there trying to knock on the door to move into the number 2 position. So a great battle already ensuing here in the Pro Sport class. Pass for 3rd taking place right here now. And so a new 3rd place ride, and I believe that'll put Kaczmarzyk into the number 3 spot. And Theodore back to 4th. Now we see Trimble under more pressure here. And this one is far from over. A lap and a half into this one, working on lap number 2 of what I believe is 6 laps for these riders, or 5 anyway. And, man, what a intensity we will be going through if this thing stays at this level right to the checkers. Dylan Trimble under all kinds of fire now from that 41 machine of Kaczmarzyk for the number 2 spot. Parker Weworka, on the other hand, is trying to stretch things out. He was nearly side by side with a 940 when they came into this section a lap ago. Now Trimble is still under pressure, but from a different rider into the last turn, and here comes the push by Kaczmarzyk, and not able to make it happen yet as Dylan Trimble will hold on to the spot. Theodore still back in the number 4 spot. And look at the battle that's shaping up in 5th right now as Carodi feeling pressure from Wesley Wolf. We've got battles all over the place, and this right here we're watching on Racer TV is the battle for the number 2 spot through the SSI Decals Whole Shot Forest. Down the Amsoil Short Chutes we go. Now Trimble still under the pressure. He is amazing right now being able to rise to the occasion like this. Those short chutes and what used to be actual straightaways, now a nice little whoop field or mogul section itself out through there, and looking like a totally different Loretta Lynn's course, but these guys are manipulating it quite handily. Man, Dylan Trimble has been under fire like this from the drop of the gate. First it was Parker Weworka for first. Now it is Kaczmarzyk for the number 2 spot, and we've seen those wheels in there a lap ago, but somehow or another, Dylan Trimble and Luke has been able to keep him at bay.
Yeah, it looks like Kaczmarzyk. He's going to have to put it in there, and I have a feeling it's going to have to be an aggressive pass because Dylan Trimble is not going to give that position up. He works too hard, he trains too hard to just let someone go by. So Kaczmarzyk's going to have to work for it if he wants it.
Well, I'll tell you, I know that Dylan has not seen the season and the results that he had hoped and that he had wanted. So late in the season, he is really starting to rise to about where he wanted to start the year at. So these are some good notes and some good tunes. And seeing him be able to rise to the occasion and ride with the pressure that he's under right now, and not a lot of mistakes being made. Even whenever Worker was putting the pressure on, didn't see a lot of mistakes made. Not seeing it happen right now with Kaczmarzyk behind him now as well.
No, and what this is doing is this is allowing Parker to walk away a little bit. He's got a 2.5-second lead, it looks like, and that's exactly what Parker wants. He's like, let those guys keep battling. I'm going to go out here and win a moto.
Well, I'm curious as to what's happening behind him right now. It's Alex Theodore in 4th place. Ryan Carodi is still 5th. Wesley Wolf is 6th. Hayden Mickelson is 7th. Michael Allred 8th. Zach Gill up to 9th. And now we see Sebastian Moline rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, that's a good ride for Carodi. I think yesterday he was struggling back in like 10th or 11th. Though. Top 5 ride would be really, really huge for him.
Mr. Furches, Tim Furches, if you would, please report to sign up. And those of you on RacerTV.com, do not take your eyes off this battle for the number 2 spot. Parker Weworka is looking at the overall win right now with that, but this battle that we're watching is actually not only a battle for second on the track right now, but this is second overall these two are battling for.
Yeah, it looks like Dylan's got taken all the fast lines, and Kaczmarzyk just can't find a way to take a slower line and make it faster than the fast line.
Well, yeah, I mean, right now, I mean, it's a matter of he has to either follow the leader or really push the envelope out there and hang it out in some of those unfamiliar territories. But there he is switching up those lines. You see it if Dylan goes outside, he tries to go to the inside. The great thing about it is Dylan isn't, I mean, he's protecting those lines, but he's not so concerned about it being an inside line. Right now, he's just looking at keeping that momentum and the speed up as he'll go to the outside off this dragon back now.
Yeah, he's not blocking or worried about what the guy behind him's doing. He's just riding his race and holding his line, and whatever happens, happens. But we're coming in here to I believe, the final or the white flag.
Yeah, should be seeing a white flag this time around, and we see Weworka is in. He's opened up a lead now to just over about 3.5 seconds. Tremelin, Kaczmarzyk, Theodore is still 4th. There's Hayden Mickelson now up to the number 5 spot. He's gotten around both Wesley Wolf and we see that former 5th place ride back there. So changes taking place, and we're going to continue to see that happen, I think, on this final lap. These guys are really pushing hard back through there.
Yeah, Mickelson is flying. He just caught Theodore here in the back right before the 10 Commandments, and Wesley, well, he's dragging Wesley Wolf along with him. So we'll see. We'll see if he can keep him there. Looks like something happened to Kaczmarzyk. I don't know if he got tired or what, but
and it just either the machine hit a wall or he hit a wall. Not really sure, but whatever. Maybe you never know. Could have jammed a wrist or anything. But he's trying to get back up to speed. But he's got company coming in now from Hayden Mickelson. Look at Mickelson. Is that Mickelson we're watching right now?
Yeah, that's hauling Hayden Mickelson right there.
He is hauling right now.
Smoking and everything. I think that boy rides the wheels off that quad. I'm really good friends with Hayden, and he, oh man, we always chit-chatting back and forth how he can get faster, and he's willing to work for it, and I'm glad to see him putting on the charts here.
That's exactly what he's done this season is work for it. He put himself in amongst the wolves, if you will, out here, I think, in this pro sport class this year. But he has done a great job of, I think, rising to the occasion, and we're getting a small glimpse of what we're going to be looking at next year. Side by side with Mickelson right now, trying to get around Theodore for that 4th place position, and he does it. Coming off the dragon back now, and we got this is going to be down to the wire. The push is going. There's Weworka. He heads by. He takes the moto win, and that will give Parker the overall with a 1-1. Tremelin will finish up second and second overall with a 2-2. Kaczmarzyk will go 2-3 for 3rd. Wesley Wolf, look at that, will get a 1-5 for 4th place. And 5th place will be Hayden Mickelson with a 3-4. So, man, got to hand it to Hayden Mickelson, really putting the push on there late in the moto. That's a good thing. Seen a great push there out of the 940 of Dylan Tremelin. So those guys really starting to come into their stride here late in the season. And the last half of the season, we've seen them really picking up the momentum. But your moto winner and overall winner will be the number 9, Parker Weworka, as he'll be making his way down to talk to Brogan Geyer on the podium. We got the 50 semi-stock 4 to 8-year-old class off and rolling right now. Jake Miller, the number 12, is the rider that we'll be watching out for up front as he took the Moto 1 win. Cash Harsh, the 08, the champion of this class, took 2nd. 3rd place went to the 46 of Maxwell Home. 4th place to Jaden Grant, the 607. And rounding out the top 5 was Lillian Plaza the number 41 machine. As we check down onto the podium and victory lane, we see that Brogan Geyer stands by with Parker Weworka.
Down here on the podium with Parker Weworka, your pro sport champion here at Loretta's. Tell us a little about yesterday's motos and today.
Oh, geez. Started off yesterday, a little rough start, and made some quick passes within the first couple laps to get to that first place position. Held that and just rode some clean laps, and then today kind of basically did the same thing. Got out to a little rough start, got kind of bumped around a little bit, and then got those positions quick and got to the front, and then just started clicking the laps off and finished.
All right, good job. What's your plans for next year as far as pro sport or your plans?
I guess try and step it up even more, maybe move up a class, and then just keep training hard down in Florida and riding with all my friends and my cousin and just keep ripping.
All right, guys, that's Parker Weworka, your pro sport Loretta Lynn's champion. Back up to you, Rodney.
Yeah, he's got a good crowd down there, it sounds like, right now, Luke, and the championship is being celebrated here at Dirt Days. And what does that do for him as far as the Pro Sport Championship title is concerned? I know, looking at that, Cole Sepisi actually took the win in that one, so I don't know how it's going to, might boost him up around maybe a 4th overall or whatever the case may be. But regardless, Parker really showing some major strides this season as well.
Yeah, in that class, even winning a moto is a big deal. But winning the overall, even at Dirt Days, Loretta Lynn's is awesome. And you gotta feel pumped for the guy. He works hard, Walsh-backed rider, and I know Mike puts a lot of pressure on him to do good because Mike wants a winner, and that's what Parker's been doing, is trying to become a winner, and he's getting there day by day. And I'm sure next year, if he takes all the mistakes he made this year and thinks about them and learns how to fix them, we might see a 2-time national champion next year.
Yeah, you never know, but I know that Mike will probably take him down in the Walsh compound, beat him up a little bit this winter, trying to tough him up, and you know, you got to be tough to work with Mike Walsh, man. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, Mike's not going to baby you. I mean, he's had awesome riders underneath his tent, like Cody Gibson, and now he's working with Chad, and you know, he's used to winning. And if he's supporting you, he wants you to win. Mm-hmm. And you can't support him. He's not one of the best in the industry for just because people say he is. He is. So
exactly. And I say that jokingly that he's going to beat you up, but in reality, I mean, he's a great positive influence. I mean, he really helps build those riders up. So there'll be a lot of work. Parker, we've seen a lot of progress out of him. I know last season he spent some time injured. This year, getting up to speed. I can't wait to see what the number 9 has to bring. But right now on the racetrack, Jake Miller continues to lead Maxwell Holm here in the second moto. The 46 in second, the number 12 out front. It is the 607 to Jaden Grant in third. 41 Lillian Plaza in fourth. We see Madeline Rose in fifth. Aubrey, how do you say that? McClincy, or wait a minute, or is it Aubrey McKissick? I'm sorry. Aubrey McKissick in the number 6 spot. Remington Smith is seventh, and Cash Harsh, the 08, who finished second yesterday, and if I'm not mistaken, won the championship in this class, is back in the number 8 spot. One thing I can say about Cash, he has not had the best Loretta Lynn's racing experience so far, I don't think.
Yeah, well, sometimes you just got to keep your head up, you know, and that's at this age it's hard to tell a kid why it broke or what happened or why all the bad luck's happening. But most of the time these kids have such a positive attitude, and they just want to ride their four-wheeler, so it doesn't really matter to them. They just ride the wheels off of it, send it back to mom and dad to fix, and get back on it when it's time.
You know, it also amazes me, though, and that is true, but how quickly they learn how good winning feels.
Yeah, I mean, it's once you get a taste of winning, you never leaves your system. Whether you're 4, 40, I know a bunch of guys that started racing the 40-plus class and won, and they got their first taste of it, and now they spend every dime and time and everything they have on it. And these guys are getting to 4, so or 4 or 5 or 8, or how old is this class? This is the 4 to 8 class, so it can be 4 to 8. So it's, if you start them young, it just builds more of a passion and more of a true love for the sport.
Well, coming around now for, I believe, lap 2 complete for the rest of the field. We see that the number 12 has made his way through, Jake Miller. 2:35 lap time. He had a 5-second lead over the field there a lap ago, but a lot of fun to watch these little fellers go. That's Maxwell at home that we're watching right now. He's out of Sarasota, Florida. He took a third-place finish there in Moto number 1. And these guys right here, I mean, really are kind of the future of what the sport is. I know that it's not a big class. I mean, you think, wow, the future doesn't look real bright and promising for the 50cc class if you gauge it on the 50cc class. But in reality, I think a lot of the kids really start coming in their own. We start seeing more kids out at the Nationals in the 70s and 90s. But this 50 class is actually kind of growing, and we're seeing more and more rules implemented on it, so we know that it's becoming a rather successful class.
Yeah, whenever Series steps in and starts putting restrictions on what carburetor or what belt or what axle or what width you can run, you know that people are getting bigger into it because they're trying to find ways to be competitive and faster at it.
Exactly. And this 50 semi-stock is right there with them.
Yeah, that's for sure. But this is just a handful of the 50 classes that we have here, and this is probably the smallest one, I think.
Yeah, we had one yesterday. We actually had to have division races and qualifiers to qualify for the 50 class.
That might be one of the few times I've ever seen that. I don't think I've.
I honestly, I can't recall ever seeing that happen, at least in recent days, and that, to me, was pretty exciting to see that we had to do that.
Yeah, I love watching these little kids, and sometimes it's even more entertaining to watch the parents in the pits because the mom's stressed out, the dad's yelling, and you don't know what's going to happen. This class is very competitive, and I mean it's just competitive as any other class out here. It may not show up because the kids are 48 years old and they look all cute and innocent, but
they aren't so innocent. They're cute, but they aren't so innocent. I promise you that. Hey, that's Jaden Grant we're watching right now. Now, he might be an innocent one.
Yeah, right.
Jaden, Mama and Papa watching back home or something. He's an innocent one. He's a good boy. He don't go out and tear up the pit bikes or anything like that.
Nope.
No, none of these kids. But Jaden's actually running in the number 3 spot right now. If it finishes this way, he'll get 3rd overall on his 607 machine. Not a lot of competition in this class today, though. These guys have pretty much spread out in this 50cc semi-stock class. So it gives us an opportunity to actually watch some of these little youngsters ride out there. Let's pick up on another one. I think this may be our leader we're looking at right there again, Jake Miller. Miller coming in out of Westport, Tennessee. Finished first yesterday and looking to make another first-place position finish here to take the overall in the Dirt Days Championship. Another rider out there on the track. She's back in 4th place right now. She finished in 5th yesterday. And talking about Lillian Plaza, 5.5 actually will score her 5th overall on the weekend. Coming around right now, we've got 3 laps complete for 1st and 2nd place. And this is our leader heading through here on the final lap, it looks like, through the 10 Commandments and into Storyland.
Yeah, back in Storyland. Anything can happen back there. You might go in and never come back out.
It seems to have happened a time or two. Yeah. And that's no kidding. I've seen bikes break down back then. You're like, where'd he go? Where'd he go? And they push it out the back. You not even see them leave, and they do disappear back there.
I remember one of my first years racing, there was an inside roller in the back there. It's still there. There was a huge hole, and that thing would swallow you up, especially these mini bikes. So little turns like that, little bumps, little holes, and on a place on the track that you can't see without the television camera pointing on it, then that's why they call it Storyland.
Yeah, exactly. You can make it up as it goes along. And you can tell your own story. You can write your own story back there. That's the beauty of it. I love the nostalgia of what the soils of Loretta Lynn brings here, and the work that has gone into this place to create the facility, the race surface that it is. I don't know if you noticed, but a majority of the race surface around here is raised now in comparison to the infield. The infield has been raised over the years, even since I started doing it over the course of the last 20 years, and just building the perfect national facility racetrack. And, you know, the hard thing to swallow, the hard pill to swallow about all this is we only get a ride on this stuff once a year. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah. once a year, but I believe that once a year still makes it more special. If you got to race here more than once a year, it would just become another track. It would just become another venue. With it only being once a year, with it being the last race, with having all the awesome things around, the Loretta Lynn's ranch up there, the house, the Coal Miner's Daughter Museum, the restaurants all around, the river to go soak in, it just makes it that more of a special place. And it's, you know, it's one of those places. I chose to propose to my wife here. So
oh, that's right, on the podium.
On the podium, yeah. You announced it for me, and it's just one of those things that it's a special place, and you don't want to ever leave the memories behind here, because you never know. 1 year we might not ever come back. So when you're here, enjoy it. Go see everything. Go enjoy it with your friends. And if you are there watching on TV, come down next year. Come enjoy us. Come watch some racing. And even if you don't want to come watch some racing, come and just walk around the pits and go see everything there is to offer around here, because it really is an awesome time, and it's a great place to make memories with your family and friends.
It most certainly is. And Loretta Lynn's is open year-round, too. They offer horseback riding and a lot of other great things that you can check out here. So I do want to say thanks to Loretta Lynn and as well the family for, again, rolling out the red carpet for now what is the 34th annual Dirt Days here at the Dude Ranch. And the dude right now at this ranch is Jake Miller, because he just took the win, the number 12 there in the 50 semi-stock 4 to 8-year-old class. Maxwell Holm will take second place position. Is that Holm or Horn? Horn. It's Horn. I'm sorry. My glasses got a little spot on them right there. So Maxwell Horn out of Sarasota, Florida, with second. Jaden Grant, the number 3 position aboard the 607. We see Cash Harse up to 4th place there. Lillian Plaza rounding out the top 5. With a 1-1 on the weekend, the win will go to the number 12 of Jake Miller from out of Westport, Tennessee. That's race number 4. We're checking in with him and Brogan Geyer down on the podium here in just a couple moments. We'll be watching for that. We'll let you know whenever that happens. Right now, Schoolgirl 13 to 17 getting ready to roll. This is going to be a good one right here. I always enjoy this one, because a lot of these girls we'll see as well in the WMX out there, but we get to see these girls on these machines here in the schoolgirl class go after it. The 53 of Neve Shaw, who is not in the WMX class, but is in this one, took the Moto 1 win yesterday. Aubrey King took second aboard the number 5. Kirsten Keene, the 367, took third. Fourth went to Johanna Bossman, and Rachel Trent was your 5th place ride.
Yeah, it looks like Keene's going to pull the whole shot here. That's awesome, because yesterday, talking with her parents, she was a little nervous this weekend, and she just had some problems overcoming the nerves and really wasn't happy with how she rode. But I'm glad to see her pull the whole shot. Let's see if she can put down some heaters here. I know she's picking up the pace a lot, and been really proud of how she's been riding.
Aubrey King to the inside, heading into the 10 Commandments, will take over the lead. The question is, where's Neve Shaw right now?
No, that is Neve Shaw.
Oh, is that Neve? I thought that was the number 5. You're
Nope,
right.
that's Neve. Yep.
Yep, you're right. I see it now. Neve Shaw takes to the inside, takes the pass. There we see Kirsten Keene. Is that Johanna back there in the number 3 spot?
I believe it is. It looks like Aubrey King's back there in the 4th number, or the number 4 position.
Yeah.
She's always had problems starting on that 250, but she always finds a way up front. So I'm sure she'll push up there and start battling with maybe Kirsten or Neve or Johanna.
Well, I tell you, Neve is an amazing rider. This young lady, I know she had some struggles. I think it was in the early part of this year. Maybe it was the early part of last year. But I can remember she was really just kind of like, you'd see her as a totally different person out there, and she has really come a long way with, I think, her confidence and everything. Moving up through the ranks was kind of taking its toll on her. You know, she was used to winning as a little girl, and she had to really step it up a little bit. And once she did that, you can see that things have worked out beautifully. Right now, we have got an awesome battle shaping up for second place. And poor Mama Keene right there. She is about
She might be stroking out right here on the
podium.
podium.
Might be stroking out. Somebody get some nitro pills up here for Mama Keene, because she's about to go down on us right now, I think. But she is she's still on her feet, so she's going to make it. Kirsten is still in that number 2 spot right now. Johanna and also Aubrey King now up to the number 3 spot. We got Johanna back to the number 4 spot, and here comes Aubrey King as she tries to put the pressure on the 367 of Kirsten Keene.
Are you going to go down the podium?
Yes, we're going to go down to the podium. I believe Brogan Geyer standing by with our winner.
Actually, Josh Miller didn't make his way down to the
podium. So he did make his way down. But good thinking there. Thanks a lot for pointing that out. I want to keep an eye on this race right now.
Yeah, this is some good racing right here.
Boy, Kirsten has really got the pressure being applied, and I like to see her rise to the occasion like this as she's trying to fire back. There goes King to the inside, same place that she was passed a lap ago by the 53 Messina. And now Kirsten finds herself back in the number 3 spot, but she's trying to fight back and fire back. Johanna Vossman might have a line on her as well heading into Storyland, so we'll be watching to see how it unfolds. Nope, Kirsten is right back on the rear wheels of the number 5 machine now, so we got a battle coming out of Storyland.
Yeah, Kirsten's been really struggling through those 10 Commandments. She keeps going wide, and you only need to go wide when you're needing to carry momentum to double through them, and she's not doing that, so she needs to stay on the inside, and that's what's been losing time, and that's where King got her. So hopefully she learns her lesson and doesn't do the same thing and let Johanna buy her.
Poetry in motion. These young ladies are working these machines. Look at that track, already starting to take that race face that we saw yesterday. Still got a nice bit of roughness to it. Really good separation for the riders out there.
Yeah, I guess I didn't realize how rough the track got yesterday. I mean, it looked rough on camera, but after talking to my wife, I was telling her she needs to do this and then do that, and kind of getting on her, and she's like, you don't realize how rough it is. And I said, oh, I realize how rough it is. And she's like, no, you don't. And I kind of looked at it last night a little bit before it got dark, and I realized, wow, this track's rougher than I've ever seen it.
Right, and the thing is, as rough as it looks on TV, it's very deceiving, because if it looks rough on this monitor, it's going to be a lot rougher than what it looks. I mean, it's visually deceiving until you go out there and see it firsthand, I think.
Oh, absolutely. The bike's moving up and down and beating you to death. It's a lot more difficult than it looks just watching it on TV.
And suspension becomes very critical, having your suspension properly set up, and it really makes the riders work. It makes the machines work. It makes the components work to their best of their abilities. That's where you find out whether or not your sponsors are really doing their work.
Yeah, or mom and dad.
Yeah,
putting in the effort on building it. But yeah, these girls are putting in the work and putting in the effort, and they know how their machines work. And
well, right there, Kirsten did the same thing as she did a lap ago. Johanna, though, not able to take advantage of it. It looked like that Vossman was pulling up side by side of the 367, but Kirsten was able to maintain the position. So we head through Storyland, and it looks like Aubrey's starting to stretch that second place spot out a little bit. Now Kirsten is feeling more pressure from Johanna, it looks like, from 4th.
Yeah, Johanna's coming up. She's improved a lot the last few years. She's really stepped up and been able to handle that 250 a little bit better, and might be ready to make the step up for a 450 in the women's class, and might be able to compete a little bit better in that class with the 450.
That'll be interesting to see. Is that some talk that's going on?
I don't know. I think they were talking about putting her on a 450 this year, but they thought better of it and decided that she needed another year on a 250 to be able to control her riding and not be so wild, keep her a little bit safer. And I think that she's mastered that, and I think that they are talking about putting her on a 450. I'm not sure. I haven't heard exactly, but I'm guessing that's what's going to happen.
Well, it's the natural progression for sure. And we know that Kirsten has done well in the progression. We know that Aubrey has done well, so expect to see possibly the same thing there for Vossman. Look at that. They're still battling for that number 3 spot. As we wrap up lap number 3, we're going into the white flag lap. Neve Shaw looking at the overall win with a 1-1, a 2-2 for Aubrey King for second. But this battle we're watching right now is for third overall right now between Keene and Vossman.
Yeah, Neve is running away with it. It's she got almost a 7-second lead, and a second back from her.
Oh, look at that!
Oh,
man, Johanna really trying to push it in there from the outside as Keene used that inside bump there and down through. I tell you, this section of the racetrack just blows me away. A whoop section, or a roller section, basically, that developed itself throughout the course of the weekend in this racing.
Yeah, man, look at them just beating the bikes up and beating themselves up going through those single man. Those things are brutal.
Well, I can see that Kirsten did hug a little closer to the middle and inside of that 10 Commandment that time, so she obviously has picked up on where those riders are starting to advance on her, it looks like.
Yeah, that's what racing's all about, trial and error. A lot more error than there is trial, but you know, you figure it out and you find out the things you're doing wrong, and then you go home the next week and you improve on them, and that's what she's going to learn here in this moto, and hopefully in the women's moto she can keep it on the inside and learn from that and improve.
Wow, look how aggressive we're starting to see the 24 of Vossman. She's really trying to get in there and get around now. Now, no bumping or anything crazy like that, but just the riding style of the 24 machine has really gotten a little more aggressive over the last lap or so. As you can tell she's really fighting and wants that third place position and the third place overall today.
Yeah, they're bumper to bumper right now. Looks like she's pulling up beside her, coming over the middle triple, and they're coming over the dragon tail now.
Here we go. The outside goes Keene, to the inside goes Vossman. The drag race to the final turn for the third place position. Vossman's got the edge on the outside, and the drive to the checkers, and Johanna Vossman has made the pass for third, and that should secure, I believe, third place overall for her. So Neve Shaw goes 1-1 to take the win. King in second. Aubrey King, Johanna Vossman in third, Kirsten Keene in the number 4 spot, and Rachel Tennant will take the number 5 spot. So a good battle right down to the wire. You got to give it to Johanna. You got to give it as well to Kirsten, because she rose to the occasion, no doubt, and again, setting the stage for some good stuff coming up in the future. I only hate to say this is the last round of 2016 for these girls in this championship battle, and looks like it's only starting to warm up. Looks like Neve Shaw has made her way down to the podium right now, and we have got on the racetrack our next class, which is race number 6. This is the 90 Open Junior class, and Parker Rohrig is going to be the one to watch in this one, as he took a Moto 1 win, and he is the national champion there. Let's head on down to our schoolgirl national champion and our Dirt Days champion, Neve Shaw, standing by with Brogan Geyer.
All right, Ronnie, down here on the podium with your schoolgirl champion, Neve Shaw. Tell us a little bit about how yesterday and today went as far as your motos. Oh, we're going to wait on Dad real quick.
All righty, Brogan, whenever you're ready, just let us know. I know that Dad wants to be down here for the Dirt Days celebration. There's Parker Rohrig. He is your leader. He is your champion. The number 5 behind him right now, Mason Jackson, who took second in Moto number 1 yesterday. He's holding in steadily right now in the number 2 spot here for Moto 2, and that would put him in contention for the second place position as well overall. And right now, ooh, look at that. Neve Shaw and Kirsten Keene were 1 point apart. I'm not sure how that's going to work with all the drops and stuff, or whether or not Kirsten actually had that schoolgirl championship locked up, but I'm sure that we'll know whenever we head down to the podium here in just a few moments to talk with her. And I know that they've got it all sorted out down there.
Yeah, Brogan, make sure we clear that up while you're down there, because I'm kind of anxious to know myself. Looks like we have the 90 Open Junior class out here now.
Now, look at the battle back there for second right now. We see Mason Jackson holding on to that, but look right behind him. It's the 15 of Justin Messina.
That boy is impressive. That is a big boy for that quad.
It is, and he, again, all the way out of Kingwood, Texas. He finished 4th yesterday, but Messina, a big boy, just like you say, but, man, what about his progression this year, man? I mean, he started out good, but he's gotten so much better as the season wore on, I think.
mean, yeah, him and his dad, Joe and Dee Manchak, have an awesome program. They all travel together to the races, and Dee built him an awesome motor for that thing to be able to pull him around, and his dad kind of just, like, kept telling him what he needed to do, and I would help him look over his bike every once in a while. We were at the races, and he wanted to win, and I could tell the kid wanted to win, and that's why so many people put the efforts they do into kids like that. And he's the last couple rounds he's had some problems, and the motor he has in that bike actually is not his race motor. It blew up in practice. He is running a less horsepower motor, which it runs good still, but it's not what he's used to racing on. So he's trying to do his best out there, and I think his championship hopes in this class is gone, but he still wants to finish strong, and looks like he's doing just that, sitting in third.
No doubt about that. And right now we're going to head down to the podium where Brogan Geyer stands by with Neve Shaw.
All right, guys, down here on the podium with Neve Shaw, your schoolgirl Loretta Lynn's champion, and also 2016 CST Tires schoolgirl national champion. Tell us a little bit about this weekend as far as your motos went.
Well, yesterday I didn't get the start, but I passed early and got out front and just rode my race. Tried to get the championship. I mean, it feels so good. Today I didn't get the whole shot again, but I passed early again and just rode my race, and things turned out that I got the championship. I came into here just wanting a 1-1 to do my best because I didn't know if I would get it or not. It was a real tight battle, but it played out in my favor, and I'm just lost for words for how grateful it is to be a 4-time national champion. It's just a dream come true.
All right. 4-time national champion. I believe you also won schoolgirl last year, right?
Yeah, back-to-back schoolgirl championships too.
That's got to be pretty exciting. So as far as next year, what are your plans as maybe possibly stepping up to women's or schoolgirl again?
Well, I think we're going to take the year off next year and come back in when I'm 16 to run the women's class because I'm still not old enough to run it. So that's probably what our plans are going to be.
I know you got a lot of people helping you up here. Who do you like to thank?
I can't thank my dad enough. He makes sure the bike's running great. He supports me with everything he's got. He makes sure everything's right. My mom, Jeremiah Jones, he helps out a lot. I wouldn't be up here without him. Baldwin Motorsports, making sure the shocks are working great, and he's a huge help. Anything I need, he's always right there for me. Walsh Racecraft, Fly Racing, Western Power Sports, Dasa Racing with this awesome motor, ripping it out there. Gold Speed Wheels, best wheels out there. Hinson Racing. Megan for making my jerseys look cool. My trainer, Erin, back in Bowling Green, she makes sure I'm ready to go for the weekend, make sure I got everything ready myself, just everybody. I mean, JPMX, James, he's always giving me good talks on the starting line, making sure I focused so I can go out there and win these races. And I mean, just everybody, my grandparents for coming out, just everybody, it means a lot.
All right, guys, that's Neem Shaw, your girls or schoolgirl 2016 national champion.
The word has it on the street down there that Neve might be in the GNCC Racing Nation next year. Can we confirm that down there, Brogan?
Yeah, we will probably be going to some GNCCs next year, try it out and see how it is.
All right, well, you come to the GNCC Racing fanatics over here at Wesley Wolf, Megan Manchak, and myself, and we'll get you hooked up and get you out there hitting trees in no time.
Congratulations to you, Neve. It's been a joy watching you race again this year, and congratulations on your championship. And speaking of championships, here's another run right now. Well, it's already been locked up for Parker Rohrig, but he is motoring his way to a Dirt Days championship here in 2016. And Moto 1 win, and Moto 2 win. Mason Jackson back in second. Messina still back in third. Those guys were 0.6 of a second apart, and that's the way they've been. I think they've been hooked up like that since pretty much the drop of the gate. Jaden Launderville back in third. We got Chance Kimmey in fifth. Chase Richards, the number 409 in sixth, and Dresden Grimes in seventh. He's the 321.39 of Bryce Krajewski is eighth. Ninth is the 2700 Reynolds. Logan Peters, Lolo, the 440 rounding out top 10. And here's the battle for that number 2 spot. Mason Jackson still feeling that pressure. And you got to hand it to Mason for being able to ride under that kind of pressure right now. I mean, that's pretty much what he's ridden under since the drop of the gate.
Yeah, he's reminding me a lot of how pro riders ride. He's not looking back. He's riding on his line he needs to ride, and he knows what the fast lines are. And then we got Messina behind him, and he's trying to take the opposite lines, which some aren't as fast, but that's how you do. You never follow. You never know what's going to happen to the rider in front of you. But Mason Jackson's looking smooth, and he looks like he almost has to stand up to sit down on that quad. He looks like he's half the size of the boy behind him, but I bet he has just as big a heart to win this or to get second in this race.
Yeah, and I think that's what he's going to do. As Parker Rohrig took the moto win and the overall win for Dirt Days. Second place will go to Mason Jackson. Justin Messina will finish up in third. And that is what we'll see for the overall for those riders as well, as Jaden Launderville looking at fourth and fourth overall, Chance Kimmey fifth and fifth overall. But there's your winner, Parker Rohrig, as he rolls his way over to the Willow, where he'll find Brogan Geyer and the podium and celebrations for Dirt Days win. And Junior 25 plus class is what we got coming up next. It's going to be a barn burner. I like these ones right here. Got the 33 of Dalton Hicks. He took the Moto 1 win. Lucas Lehman's the number 30, one of the Tennessee natives, and an older brother, not much older, but an older brother of one of our pro riders, Silas Lehman's. He took second there in Moto 1. Third place went to the 419 of Media All-Stars and Moorhead Motorsports' own Chase Cunningham. Fourth place to Philip Oppen, the number 121, and Andrew Taylor, the 427, rounded out the top 5. That was the Junior 25 plus class. Two-card is up on this one. 90 Open Junior class winner Parker Rohrig making his way down to visit with Mr. Brogan Geyer. We'll check in with those riders in a moment. Right now, Silas Lehman's nearly grabbing, or excuse me, yeah, one of the Lehmans, Lucas Lehman's, that was it. We'll call him Lucas Le Mans because he's so fast, man, like a race car himself. But he opens up in second. Is that Chase Cunningham out front in this one?
No, it looks like it's Bubba Hicks from Motor 1 winner. Chase Cunningham that got third. He's in third.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
Well, he just got tangled up. Looks like he got spun out in the second corner. Someone ran into him. So, yep, yeah, that is him tangled up.
Wow. So I'm not far off. I keep trying to visualize these guys. That's a little fuzzy on the numbers for me. But if you look at the outfits they got on, they're pretty identical. So I'm in the neighborhood there. So Bubba Hicks, good job, buddy. And we've seen a lot of these here recently in this Junior 25 plus class. Actually, he just graduated to this Junior 25 plus class a few rounds ago.
Yeah, he stepped up. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to make a points battle out of this, but I think Lucas Lehman's is going to be your 25 plus champion, if I'm correct. I'm trying to look at the paperwork here, but I'll get back to you on that.
All righty. So right now, watching it all sorted out. So right there he is, Lucas Lehman's it is, and I think he is looking at a national title in this Junior 25 plus class, and if nothing else, hoping to be able to pull out a Dirt Days championship. And looking at the points, oh yeah, he's got that one locked up. Chase Cunningham second in the championship points battle.
All right, Rodney, down here on the podium with your 90 Open Junior champion, Parker Rohrig. Tell us a little bit about how your motos went yesterday and today.
Yesterday, me and Messina were battling and got around him and just rode my race, and then got third out of the whole shot today and doubled through the 10 Commandments and passed Messina and Mason.
All right. What are your plans for next year as far as racing goes?
What's that?
What are your plans for next year as far as racing goes?
Youth All-Star, Super Mini, and 90 Senior.
All right, making a step up to the obviously the bigger classes. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here today?
My mom, my dad, my sister, Grandma's Potato Salad, the whole Richmond family, Bronson Door Company, Maxis, Baldwin, Barry from home.
All right, guys, down here with Parker Rohrig, your 90 Open Junior Loretta Lynn's champion and also national champion.
All righty, a Dirt Days champion and a national championship all in one for Parker Rohrig. Congratulations to you, buddy. And right now we watch as Junior 25 plus class riders Dalton Hicks out front. It is Lucas Lehman's in second, Greg Meeks in third, Gray Parker in fourth, Derek Fesmeyer in fifth, Judd Skubal sixth, Philip Oppen in seventh, Ethan Keffer was eighth, Chase Cunningham dropped all the way back to ninth, and Federico Palacios rounding out the top 10. So tough break there for Chase Cunningham. He could have been, I think, a force or a factor in this top 3 battle, maybe even pushing the number 30 up to challenge your leader there a little more than what he is right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're separating out a little bit. In the front, we have Bubba Hicks out front, and then Lucas Lehman's, and then we have the number 66 of Greg Meeks. I remember racing him in A-Class 3 or 4 years ago, so he's putting on a charge too. So, and the rest of the pack is still battling hard. Looks like we have a group of 4 riders back here that are just beating each other up, including Chase Cunningham, who's trying to make a charge back up here towards the front.
So Gray Parker in 4th place, Derek Fesmeyer in 5th. The way it was, actually Judd Skubal, the number 20, is up to 5th now, and Skubal's on the move. Fesmeyer drops to 6th, Oppen is 7th, and Chase Cunningham is now up to 8th, and he is a part of this 4-man pack that we're watching wage war right now, heading out of the SSI decals whole shot for us into the Amsoil short shoots. And wow, that new rhythm section here at Loretta Lynn's.
Yeah, that rhythm section or braking bumps is us racers call it, are, man, they're brutal. I mean, I'm glad I'm hurt.
They're doubling through there. That's the cool thing about those. Right now, watching, is that Philip Oppen now getting up into the mix of things there? I'm not real sure. He wasn't. Yeah, he was right there with him in 7th place. So he and Cunningham, actually, he might have distanced himself from Cunningham. Yeah, Cunningham's dropped back a little bit in this battle. So we still see Gray Parker in that number 4 spot, and that is that the Scooball, the number 20. And actually, he's dropped back. The 121 of Oppen now has gotten around Scooball, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like he's moved up to the 5th position now. Might be 6th, I'm not sure, on the gap there in the camera shot. But, yeah, that group's moving. That just shows you that what a good start can get for you for Bubba. He's out front, and he's just riding his own race, and he's just putting them down.
Lucas Lehman's enjoying a comfort zone in the 2nd place position after 2 laps of racing, and working on 3 for him. But it's Greg Meeks in 3rd, and only 4 seconds behind them is this battle that we're watching wage right now. So any mistakes just ahead of them could be costly, likely for some of these. And what's it look like now? Looks like Meeks is 3rd. Philip Oppen did take over the 4th place position as Scooball moved into 5th. Gray Parker dropped back to 6th. But Chase Cunningham moves up another spot into 7th. So the 419 Moorhead Motorsports Media All-Star Ride is making some gains here. Derek Fassmeyer in 8th, Ethan Keffer 9th, and Alex Titzer rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, Chase Cunningham's probably really frustrated right now and just trying to put down some hot ones just to prove that he's still got it. And looks like through the 10 Commandments right here, he might get both these guys. He's got some crazy momentum going through here.
He did have, and not able to capitalize completely on it. He got a really good start, but those guys found some speed through there as well.
Yeah, Oppen's putting on a charge right now. It looks like he's your 3rd fastest one in the moto. It looks like Lucas Lamons is your 2nd fastest, and Dalton Hicks is running away with about 2.5 seconds faster a lap. So he's putting in a smooth moto here.
Well, Chase Cunningham, I don't think is done in this moto, as he is all over the rear wheels right now. That's 7th place that we're watching him ride in, so he's working on 6th place away from Gray Parker, and working he is, and it's taken a lot of it. I mean, it's amazing, even in mid-pack like this, how hard these guys are having to work to either A, hold on to position or gain position.
Yeah, it looks like Dalton Bubba Hicks is coming towards the finish line here, and it looks like he's going to be your 25-plus champion.
He's going to be your champion, but we're going to see what happens here with these guys as Cunningham does get around the 42 of Gray Parker, so that should put him up to 6th. But like you say, Luke, Bubba Hicks, Dalton Hicks, the number 33, taking the moto win. That is a 1-1 for the 33 on the Fast City Brownells SSI decals Moto Waz Jansen back machine. Lucas Lamons, who is your junior 25-plus class champion, the Bulls Gap, Tennessee native, not far from here. Well, I guess maybe a little far from here. He's over on the eastern side. But Lucas Lamons taking 2nd. 3rd place going to Greg Meeks, the 66. He took 7th in Moto 1 in his Meeks Racing machine. Now, again, your Dirt Days champion will be the 1-1 of Dalton Bubba Hicks.
Yeah, it looks like Sky Volcamer here with the whole shot in the College 24 class. Cody Ford coming out 2nd, Drake Colling coming out 3rd. Man, that was a Sky Volcamer snuck right in there.
Yeah,
Drake Colling, man, came from 3rd or from 5th all the way up to 3rd. And
wow, look at this. Is that Ford? I believe that's Ford now trying to put the pressure on the 14 of Volcamer. Volcamer taking a Moto 1 win in his division race, as did the 243 of Brandon Cesaroni. Cody Ford, who's back in 2nd right now, he took a 2nd in his division race, so he's got his work cut out for him right now. And these riders, man, we got a lot of work cut out. I mean, there's a lot of position jockeying going on. I think we're going to be surprised to see how this all unfolds as this race wears on.
Yeah, and guess who has most work to do? Grayson Eller. Never good starts, but he always somehow ends up towards the front. So, Grayson, put on a charge. Let's go, buddy.
He finished 4th in Moto 1 yesterday in his division race, and I believe, if memory serves me correct, he started outside a qualifying position just to get to there. So we watching for the teammate of Davey Hogsman, of course, Kid Dynamite Joel Hetrick on that Elka Liquid Wrench Maxxis back machine, the Maxxis Liquid Wrench Elka. I get that backwards all the time. But regardless, good to have those kind of support and sponsors. And great to see this kind of battling going on because Cody Ford is not relinquishing any whatsoever on Volcamer. And I can expect to think that this is what's going to happen the entire 4 laps or so, 4 laps of racing that we got going on here.
Yeah, we'll have to see what unfolds here while Brogan's down here on the podium with Dalton Hicks.
All right, guys, down here with our junior 25-plus champion, Dalton Hicks, number 33. Tell us a little bit how your motos went yesterday and today.
I got the whole shot in both motos and just kind of ran my own race. Could pick my lines and everything went good. The second start was a little close. I had to battle with Cunningham and Lamons, but I got the start and guess I'm up here.
I know the track was getting a little rough out there. What was your favorite part of the track this weekend?
I really like the new triple that they got going on here because normally the jumps out here at Loretta's aren't very big, so that Camelback triple is pretty sweet. But the track's a lot better today than it was yesterday, so I'm excited for the rest of the motos.
All right, well, good job, Dave. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here?
I got a ton of people to thank. My parents, my girlfriend, her parents, her brother, just all my family that supports me. Root River Racing, I couldn't do it without Rich. Jansen Motorsports, SSI Decals, 4Works Carbon, Fly, Wrath, Maxxis Tires, getting me the starts. Brownells Incorporated, Fast City where I work, they put up with a lot of stuff when you leave it and parts and everything. So there's a ton of sponsors I really got to thank, but I hit the main ones. I appreciate everything that you guys do for me. Thanks.
All right, guys, that's Dalton Hicks, your junior 25-plus Loretta Lynn's champion.
And congratulations again there to another Dirt Days champion. And, wow, watching this one, we'll say later to Thomas Brown, thanks for all your help this weekend. Safe journeys on the way back to Texas, brother. Sky Volcamer still leading at a minute and 46-second lap time after 2. A 147.5 for Cody Ford puts him now almost 2 seconds back. Brandon Cesaroni 3 seconds behind him in the number 3 spot. Jaron Cochran's on the move, though. We'll see where he gets to after he's up to 4th place right now. Sebastian Molina in 5th aboard the 151. Drake Coling, the 798 and 6th. Michael Perkins in 7th. Grayson Eller in 8th. Corey Powers 9th. And Brandon Smitley rounds out the top 10. It's amazing the names that you say in that, and you think that each and every one of them, any one of them could be a top 3 or top 5 rider or even a winner in this class. But that's how deep the field is.
Yeah, this class is stacked, man. There's 10 riders, 10, 11 riders almost that can win this class at any time. Heck, actually, I'm cutting it short. It could be any of the 20, honestly.
Yeah.
But you see the same 10 riders up front all the time, and they're really getting after it today. And Sky is trying to put down some heaters here and get away, but Cody Ford's keeping him honest.
For sure, and behind him, a lot of things going on with Cesaroni and Cochran and Molina right now. It looks like they're jockeying around right now, and I believe that Cochran might be trying to reel in the 3rd place ride, the 243, as we speak. So we'll see what's happening as they get a little bit closer here to the finish line. There's your leaders over the first big jump there. Man, Cody Ford just about jumped and landed right beside Sky Volcamer there as he really made some big air and a little bit of time up over the jump over that dragon back tail through that big turner. It's like a big dragon's tail through there. And
yep.
You know what? Look at that. If you look at it, that first jump almost looks like the head of a dragon. Then you got the dragon's back and the dragon's tail.
We call that the dragon section.
The dragon section. There you go.
Yep, we might have just started a trend for next year.
Yes, sir. Sky Volcamer through with 3. Cody Ford, Brandon Cesaroni, Jaron Cochran, Sebastian Molina, Drake Coling. They are all nose to tail coming by the finish line right now. But it is Sebastian Molina now all over Cochran. As Cochran has got, well, Cesaroni got around Cochran. And the gap there is 5 seconds. But look here for this battle that we are watching wage to the 10 Commandments. Cody Ford is not let up any. And I got to think right now that the foreman may be actually picking up and putting a little bit more pressure on the 14 at this time.
Yeah, not to get off subject, but we had a crash over here, Rodney, right by the mechanics area. I'm not sure who that is that got up, but it looks like he's up and walking around, shaking his head. Looked like he may be a little shaken up. Hopefully he's all right. I think that might be the number 94 of Michael Perkins, but I'm not sure. I can't see. That's pretty far away.
Well, Perkins was involved in that that top 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 man battle that was going on right there. So likelihood is possible for sure. And I tell you, as intense as they were riding, it's amazing that likely that only one went down because, man, those guys are pushing hard right now. That's the heart, the intensity that we talk about out here.
Yeah, looks like Drake Colling's coming under a little pressure now from Jaron Cochran, but still not as intense as this Ford Volcamer battle. Looks like Ford going on the inside. Oh, Ford makes a mistake and gives Volcamer a couple quad links here to settle in and ride these last lap out hard.
I believe we are looking at a white flag this time around, so one more lap to go. Like you said, yeah, exactly. I think that little bit of a mistake that that Ford made right there, and it was minute, might have been just that little bit of breathing room that Sky Volcamer was going to need to carry him through this final lap without much issue. Brandon Cesaroni checking in about 6 seconds down in third. A good ride for him. Drake Colling in fourth, Jaron Cochran in fifth, Michael Perkins is sixth. So that wasn't Perkins that went down.
No, that was Sebastian Molina. It looks like is the one that went down on the Yamaha.
Yeah, the 151. So he drops out of the top 5 now. And actually, Michael Perkins moves up to sixth. Grayson Eller is seventh. Sam Steckley in eighth. Brandon Smitley is ninth. Corey Powers rounds out your top 10. And I think that's the first time I've seen Powers in the top 10 here in this moto today.
Yeah, I think he missed the last few rounds. I'm not sure why, but yeah, it looks like this is a race back for him, so I'm sure he hasn't been training that much. He might have had an injury. I'm not sure on that situation, but glad to see him back out here racing, out here competing in the top 10.
Sky Volcamer looking at taking the Dirt Days Championship with a 1-1 here today. Cody Ford a 2-2 for second overall. Brandon Cesaroni is looking at a 1-3 for third overall, and Drake Collings 3-4 for fourth. Fifth place would be Jaron Cochran with a 2-5. It was a couple divisions, so that's why you're hearing 2 first places, 2 second places, and so forth. But this guy right here, 1-1. You don't get any better than that right there.
Nope, he's taking home the bacon this weekend.
No doubt about that, and he's doing it uncontestedly on that. Let's see, that one little mistake, that's how much of a window of opportunity and comfort zone it opened up for the 14. So congratulations to Sky Volcamer on his way to some great things in the ATV racing world, no doubt, as is the 52 of Cody Ford checking in. The foreman will settle up for second place for the overall and on the day. Cesaroni, Colin, Cochran. Now this is the one we're watching to see how it all pans out. We see that Cesaroni will take third. That'll give him third on the weekend with a 1-3. Drake Colling in fourth, Jaron Cochran in fifth. That is exactly the way they will finish for the overall also as they come through there in the top 5. 6 through 10 here in the second moto will be Perkins, Eller, Steckley, Pinella, and Brandon Smitley to round out the top 10.
Yeah, hopefully, shout out to Sebastian Molina. Hopefully he's all right down there, and hopefully he can get whatever he broke when he flipped. Looks like they're towing his bike off back for another moto if he has one. Shout out to him, and hopefully he's all right.
I think he's going to be all right. I think they're looking the machine over. They'll be getting that thing out of there. But right now we're looking at this next start, which is a 70 Open 6 to 11-year-old class. Mason Jackson taking the win for Moto number 1. And as far as the championship in this class is concerned for the season, Ian Juka is the champion in this class. And Mason Jackson finished up second. As far as the title is concerned, we come into this one looking at the Moto 1 scores. Do we have? Oh, that's their ages right there. Mason Jackson took the Moto 1 win. Second place went to Adam Ulrich, who rides the number 8, and third went to the number 3 of Jaden Launderville. As we open this one up, how's it looking out there, Luke?
Oh, it looks like Mason Jackson's got the start, and it looks like he's trying to get out and go here and have himself a second Loretta Lynn's championship this weekend. Well,
right now I know that Brogan Geyer is waiting, and I just seen him pull up, so we'll be heading down to the podium here in just a second to congratulate the winner of our last race there in the college 16 to 24 class, as Sky Volcamer taking it to the limits out there. No doubt about it. And Brogan, whenever you're ready, buddy, we'll throw things down to you. I think this guy might be trying to get a drink of water right now, trying to make sure he is quenched after a hard-fought battle that he went through there just a moment ago. All right, let's head it on down. Looks like Sky is ready. His hair's fixed, and he's got a big old smile on his face right now.
All right, guys, down here on the podium, your college 1624 plus Loretta Lynn's champion, Sky Volca. Sky, tell us a little about how yesterday's motos and how obviously we went out there today. How did you do?
Yesterday I got a pretty good start, second out of the whole shot, and I was just falling behind the leader, and he unfortunately made a mistake, and I capitalized, and then today just pulled the whole shot, hit my lines, and got me on top.
Sounds like a good race. What's your plans for next year as far as racing goes?
Right now we're not too sure. Hopefully if this winter goes good, maybe pro sport, pro-am, we're not sure yet.
All right, who'd you like to thank to get you up here? I know you got a lot of good sponsors.
First, Mom and Dad. None of this would be possible if it wasn't for them. Jansen family, Cody for sure. Joel built me this freaking rocket. Let's see. Max just for hooking up on the start. Walsh, Elka, Sunstar, SSI, OGO, FMF, Canvas. I think that's about it.
All right, guys, down here with Sky Volca, your college 1624 plus Dirt Days champion.
All righty, and talking with him, see that hair, man? That's some nice looking hair. He's like Samson out of the Bible, man. He can't cut the hair. That's where his speed lies in his hair.
Can we get like a rock on symbol with like whip your hair back and forth? Can we get it down there?
Come on, shake that
Come
head,
on, let's
Sky.
get the head shake. Yeah, there we go.
Sky Volca taking the win there, and congratulations to him on his Dirt Days championship. 70 Open 6-11 on the racetrack right now. Mason Jackson continues to lead Adam Ulrich, at least at last check, and Jaden Launderville was third. Ian Juka, who was the champion, was fourth. Let's see what's going on out there now.
Oh man, he was getting crazy there through the sand section. That was number I can't get the number on this bike, the orange bike here, number
I think that the 8, if I'm not mistaken,
yeah,
of Ulrich, and that
Ulrich.
would be Launderville right behind him on the number 3, if that's the case.
Yeah, he was feeling the pressure there through the sand, and got a little huckabuck through there, a little whiskey throttle, but he held on to her, and he's holding on to second. And Mason Jackson saying bye-bye to these boys. I want another Loretta Lynn's championship.
Wow, I tell you, man, he has certainly done that, has he not? Some good bragging rights for that young man. There's Ian Juka right behind the second, third, and place riders. He's back in the number 4 position. I got to wonder, looking at results, he finished 4th yesterday on the all-task construction-rated MX machine. Is he in the market to try and race these guys, or is he just letting them battle it out for their position in the championship? I'm not real sure what his mindset is on this one, but regardless, he's right there in the thick of things, and if one of them makes a mistake or both, he's certainly there to capitalize fast.
Yeah, the wild child, Ian Juka, he's really putting on a charge here, trying to come in. And Mason Jackson doesn't have as big of a lead as I thought he did, but he's still got a good, comfortable gap. But Ian Juka putting in the charge here, I bet you wants to get both by these guys. I have a feeling that he doesn't, at this age, these kids don't think I'm going to sit back and take 4th place. They're thinking I'm going to run it till it breaks or I crash. So hopefully neither one of those happen, and he just puts on a charge and rides smooth and can do what he can do. But I just like seeing all these young kids battle and the competitiveness in this class.
Well, that was Mason Jackson, who is only about 4 seconds ahead of this battle for second place of Ulrich, Launderville, and Juka right now. So you're right. For some reason, I had the impression that we were looking at about a 12-second gap, and I guess that's just due to some of the racing that we saw there yesterday. But that's not the case here today in the 70 Open 6-11. Ulrich, Launderville, and Juka are keeping I think Mason Jackson pretty doggone honest. Not that he gets dishonest or anything, but they're keeping him on his toes here in the second moto.
Yeah, and I mean, when you get a good start, that helps you so much. And unless you're Chad Weenan, you can just pass everybody when you want to.
That was amazing, wasn't it?
Oh man, I still was talking about that last night. Like, I can't believe he did that. And props to him, and shout out to Joel for a 1-1. I know he's been working hard for it, but.
You know, Joel won. He got the points that that he's been needing to get. That's obvious. There's no doubt about it. But yeah, the impressiveness I think yesterday was all Big Chad Weenan. Just that terror. from the back. I mean, that was crazy.
Yeah, and even on the podium, you could see the excitement in his eyes and in his face. He was more excited about coming back from the pack and getting a second overall than I've ever seen him winning. So I think he was pumped to know he could do that.
Yeah.
And that was like a big weight off his shoulders.
Yeah, that right there, it answered any naysayers, too, that would say that, if Chad didn't get a good start, he wouldn't be able to do it. Well, guess what?
Yeah, he showed them real quick.
Yes, he did.
And no reason. That's why he's a 4-time champion and
Exactly.
about to be a 5-time champion if everything goes correct.
Exactly. Taking nothing away from the competition at all by no stretch of the imagination, but you have to respect Chad Wayne and his consistency, and not only that, but his strength and his will and want and desire that he displayed yesterday in Moto 1 alone.
Yeah, it looks like we have Adam Ulrich out here. He's pulling a little bit of a gap on Launderville, but Launderville's got a huge pressure on him from Ian Juka. Ian Juka's trying all over he can the track to get by him here, but Launderville's holding his own.
Yeah, Launderville, I think, was wanting to try to get around Ulrich, but all of a sudden it becomes a totally different case scenario when Juka starts putting that pressure on. And I was beginning to wonder if Juka was going to start applying the pressure. It took a little longer than what I expected. I think he was just kind of back there feeling out the situation, trying to see where the best place to pass would be.
Yeah, well, he has the dragon section left to make something happen here in the final few turns to try to make something happen before the finish here. But it looks like Mason Jackson is going to be your 70 Open.
Yeah,
Loretta Lynn's national champion.
Yes, your Dirt Days national champion. And, again, when the camera pans back out, I want you to look at that jump section. That looks like the head. That looks like the back and the tail. You folks at home, we got to come up with a really, really cool name, the something dragon or something like that. That will be pretty cool. But there you go, man. Mason Jackson, Dirt Days champ. Adam Ulrich second. Jaden Launderville 30. And Juka fourth. He is your national champion, if I'm not mistaken. And there it is. There. See the head? See there on the left? That's the head of whatever the dragon. Look, it even has a hat on, man. He's even got the GNCC tint.
Oh, yeah.
So then you go over the back. Now pan over to the right a little bit right there and see that's the back, and then how it waves around through there, and that just goes off onto the tail right there, that big sweeper. So we got to come up with some cool name for that.
I'm going to go ahead and say that I like the dragon section going. I would say I like the dragon section going into the dragon tail. I really do. I think that's the bumps could be the scales of the dragon, and the sweeper could be the tail, and I'd say we roll with it.
Let's roll with it. We made the decision.
Yep.
And Mason Jackson's making his way over to the podium while we got a little bit of track maintenance going on right now. And looks like Mason's about ready as we head down with Brogan Geyers. We congratulate another ATV Dirt Days champion. Down to Brogan Geyer and Mason Jackson.
Pay attention down there, Brogan.
Hey, Roddy, he's actually got to watch his sister real quick, so we'll wait on him to do
Okay.
that.
All right. Well, his sister's, I thought there was some track maintenance going on out there. So we'll come back and get that podium real quick, and or whenever he decides it's okay to do it after he watches his sister.
Yeah, it looks like you have some time down there, Brogan. Looks like they're doing some track maintenance. You can probably get it in.
Yeah, let's see, that's number 80 coming. Yeah, that's Kaysen Van Fossen making his way up the track. Yeah, they're doing some track maintenance, so we can go ahead and do this podium.
All right, guys, down here on the podium with your 70 Open 6-11, not only Loretta Lynn's Dirt Days champion, but also national champion for the year, Mason Jackson. Tell us a little bit about how your weekend went.
It was good. First time I didn't get too good of a hole shot. I came fourth out of the hole shot. I almost stalled it. I don't know. Maybe it was me. But after that, I figured out the hole shot this round. I came back and got the win.
All right, what was your favorite part about Loretta's this weekend?
Huh?
What was your favorite part about Loretta's this weekend?
I don't know.
All right, well, who would you like to thank for getting you up here today?
My mom, my dad, my sister, Fierce Power Sports, Elka Suspension, Fly Racing, Specful, Jackson Concrete, 345 Motorsports,
All right, guys, Mason Jackson, your 70 Open 6-11 Dirt Days champion and also national champion.
That's right. Congratulations to you, Mason. We were looking at these points right here, but Ian's dad come up and said, no. He said Mason Jackson is the national championship in both these 70 classes. These points that we're looking at, it's kind of deceiving because it's a 30-point lead for Ian Juka, but with the drops, Mason Jackson actually took the win. So congratulations. Thumbs up there, buddy. Good job, Mason Jackson.
Yeah, and with we also forget that the youth class has another drop than the amateurs.
That's right.
So
yeah,
that can throw in a big wrench of our guesstimations of who your national champions are.
Yep, that's for sure. Good. They know what's going on. Race 10 out on the track right now. Girls 8-13, and Natalie Jackson is in that one. That is Mason's sister. She finished up 4th in Moto 1. The winner, though, was India Trimble, the number 99 Slash. Second went to Shaylee Larson, the number 23. Third to Alyssa Raines, the 113. Fourth place to, again, Natalie. Fifth place to Haley Goff, the number 5. Sixth place Moto 1 to Logan Mayfield out of Effingham, Illinois. Seventh place to Brooke Andrew out of Deltona, Florida. She was on the 88. Eighth place to Madison Whaley out of Knoxville, Tennessee on the 619. Ninth spot to Brianna James, the 05 out of New Richmond, Wisconsin. Is that Breezy?
Oh, that's Breezy. That's
Breezy.
The cutest little girl here.
She looks just like your wife. She's like a clone of your wife.
I've tried to kidnap her a couple times, take her home, but parents won't let me. They must love her or something.
Michaela Newell, the 99, rounding out the top 10. That's adorable. A ready-made family. You already got her out of diapers, and she's already knows how to ride a quad, man. You couldn't ask for anything.
I know, right? I already got the pre-training done for me. All the hard work got through the puppy stage, as they'd call it, right?
Exactly. Look at this right now. We got a great battle going on. This is in the 125 class. Brady Bogus is out there on the 33 machine. He took the Moto 1 win yesterday away from Braden Shimon, who ended up taking third. Shimon right now is in looks like the number 2 spot, I think, and out there. We got a good battle going on for the 125 8-15. The girls 8-13 are coming out here in just a moment. But Braden Shimon, Brady Bogus took the Moto 1 win. Braden Lawless took second, and Braden Shimon took third. You got your first 4 letters in your name to be eligible in this class for the top 3 must start with B-R-A-D, I think is the way it's looking right now. We got Braden, and Bradley, or Brady, Braden, and Braden. Man, that's
I can barely pronounce names regularly, let alone
get them like that.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll just go with last names. That might be the easiest way to work this one out for these guys.
Sounds good to me. Looks like we have coming through in the girls 8-13 class. We have Alyssa Raines leading. She has a almost 3-second lead coming in the first lap. We had in second Madison Whaley. Shaylee Larson will be your third place rider. India Trimble will be your fourth place rider, and Logan Mayfield will round out your top 5.
So we look at the 125 8-15, the battle we've been watching out here. Braden Lawless, the 58 machine, your leader, the number 1. Braden Shimon running second, and third place, the 33 of Brady Bogus, or is that Bogus? But Dresden Grimes is fourth aboard the 321. Trey Jacobs rounds out the top 5 on the 88 Slash.
Yeah, this 125 class is very, very competitive. Not many riders in it, but they make it happen. They make it interesting. It's kind of like that schoolgirl class from earlier. They doesn't take very many riders to put on a show, and that's what they're doing.
I think we got a change here. I just looked up and I saw, Brady Bogus has moved into the number 1 spot. I just looked up and saw that. That's Braden Lawless is second now. Braden Shimon is now in the number 3 spot. So Brady moves from third, if I'm not mistaken, on that lap all the way up into the number 1 spot. He's got a now 1 second lead over Lawless when they came by. Looks like no changes back and forth and 5th with Dresden Grimes and Shea Jacobs. Christian Clark, by the way, is 6th. He's the number 14. And Patrick Gordon is your 7th place rider. That's after 2 in the girls 8-13-year-old class, and after 2 in the 125 8-15 class. In the girls 8-13 class, they're working on their second lap, and we still got a very intense battle up front. And I think that it looks like that possibly Braden Lawless is not wanting to relinquish that number 1 spot to the 33 just yet.
Yeah, he these kids, man, they want to win. They don't care what it takes. They want to win. But he seems to be gapping out a little bit now.
That's what I was going to say. That gap really opened up a lot more over first and second, and also second and third. There's a gap opening there.
Yeah, so these guys are starting to get into their flow and find out the fast lines. And you know what section amazes me is that section that Brady Bogus just went through. There's 5-6 different lines that go through there, and it's amazing how the different speeds that you can carry through them and how fast of it's just a little bit of a turn. It's nothing sharp. It's just sand, and you can tell people that's ridden in it before and the people who have it, and it's a big separator and something that you wouldn't really expect by just walking or looking at the track.
Yeah, I think that that particular section of the racetrack is not only deceiving but surprising because of its deception as to the number of things that take place out there, from the passes and the time made up and the mistakes as well that happen out there to riders, and they open the door of opportunity for other riders to check up on.
Yeah, it looked like Brady Bogus just came through with a just under 3.5 second lead. So
he's on it right now. I mean, this kid has found a rail here at Loretta Lynn's, and like you said, 3.3 seconds now, and the way he's riding, I have to tend to think he's about a little more than 2 seconds faster a lap. He'll have that and more. I think maybe 6 seconds or better at the checker flag, because he is not slowing down any. Alyssa Raines still leading the girls 8-13. Shaylee Larson second. India Trimble is third. Madison Whaley fourth. Natalie Jackson in the number 5 spot. Logan Mayfield is 6th. Haley Goff in 7th. Breezy James in 8th place position. Brooke Andrew in 9th, and looks like Maria Webb rounds out your top 10.
Yeah, it looks like that's one spot up for Breezy. I believe she finished 9th yesterday. So one spot improved for her. That's good to see. And I might have to have Megan teach her some of her skills to get her up there in
the center of the box.
Yeah.
There you go.
Right.
Where's Breezy from anyway?
She used to be from Texas. They actually just recently moved to Minnesota for her dad's new job, where they're originally from. So, but they're a Texas family, and that's actually where I met them. And good family, and hopefully they can continue to make all the races being from a different state.
No doubt. Speaking of Texas, don't forget, coming up in Texas is the big ATV Pro Challenge in memory of Caleb Moore, coming up in Oak Hill Motocross in Decatur, Texas, September 16th through the 18th. In memory again of Caleb Moore. A $50,000 payout is going to be Alrighty, for those of you folks that need your first place plaques, those will be back over at sign up. We kind of accidentally brought those up to the tower there a few minutes ago. But anyway, they're going back, and there's a fist pump in the air right now. And that is going to be the 33 of Brady Bogus taking the win in the 125 8 to 15-year-old class. That'll be 1-1 for that rider for the Dirt Days Championship here at the Dude Ranch. Braden Lawless, the number 58 machine, will finish up in second place on the Precision Motorworks Fly Racing back machine. And he's a Tennessee native out of Bell Buckle. But 2-2 goes 2 for the overall and Dirt Days here this weekend. Third place, the number 1, Braden Shimon. He goes 3-3.
Parents running over to the podium.
Well, rightfully so. They got some great celebrations. Also, looks like Alyssa Raines will be looking at the win in the girls 8-13 class in this Dirt Days Championship. Shaylee Larson in second, India Trimble in third. Fourth place, Madison Whaley, and rounding out the top 5, Natalie Jackson with Haley Goff, Brianna James, Brooke Andrew, Maya Webb, and Michaela Newell to round out the top 10. Your overall win will go to the 113 of Alyssa Raines, as she's looking at a 3-1 for the win. And as long as she takes those checkers, which I believe she's going to do, she will take that Dirt Days Championship as well. Down to the podium right now, we head where we see Brogan Geyer stands by with this Dirt Days ATV National Champion, Brady Bogus.
All right, guys, down the podium with your 125 8-15 champion, Brady Bogus. Tell us a little bit about how your motos went this weekend.
Good. I think the only hard part was the sand section.
Yeah, I know the track was getting a little rough out there. What was your favorite part of the track this weekend?
The camelback.
Who would you like to thank for getting you up here this weekend?
My mom, my dad, my little brother, my two sisters, Elka Shocks, Tom Miller, Scott Kane, Grant, Denholm, JP, everybody else at the top of the hill.
All right, guys, down here with your 125 Loretta Lynn's champion, Brady Bogus.
All righty, good job, Brady. First thing I ask is when he started talking, where's he from? He's from Murray, Kentucky, man, and good job out of Murray, Kentucky down there, and good to see his face out here, and not only winning, but doing so well, and the battles that he put on the track at the same time, I thought that was pretty cool because, a win's one thing, but whenever you do it like he did in that second moto, passing up through, that's where it makes it impressive, I think.
Yeah, when you have to go through the pack and pass people and win, it's a very big accomplishment.
It is. Girls 8 to 13 class winner Alyssa Raines out of hometown West Virginia is going to be heading to the podium here next. And on the gate is the Vet 30 Plus C class. Race number 11. Couple divisions yesterday saw Jerry Turpay and Sebastian Foche both with moto wins. Seconds in that first moto for these class riders went to Todd England out of Dixon, Tennessee. He's a native, a local guy. Dixon's only about 20-30 miles from where we sit right now. And a second place position also to Fernando Atencio from Argentina, the 155. Third place is the Brandon Crone, the 73 out of Indiana, and also Lynn Plaza out of Union, Illinois. Fourth to Dunning Cole and Steve Bushinsky. And then we see fifth places to Tony Singleton out of Tennessee Ridge, Tennessee, and also a fifth place position to Jason Ray out of Des Moines, Iowa. So that was that, and I believe we may be ready for our next podium with the girls champion. Once again, the 113 Alyssa Raines. Or maybe not.
Oh, she's just pulling up there, Rodney.
Oh, okay, there she is. Okay.
Taking her gloves off.
She's taking her gloves off. She's ready to go back out and do it again.
Yeah, for sure.
Seen this little girl. I live in southeastern Ohio, the Jackson County Fair. She made it her way out to a fair race, and it was funny. I mean, she cleaned house in the youth ATV ranks. Nobody could hold a candle to her. She probably could have won the A class that day.
Yeah, I've been to that fair before. That's actually a pretty good sized fair race, and yeah, it's good to see her out racing some locals and winning.
No doubt. Let's head on down to the podium. Brogan Geyer standing by.
All right, guys, down here with your girls junior champion Alyssa Raines. Tell us a little about how your motos went this weekend.
Moto 1 did not go as planned.
What are we waiting on? Did your batteries die, Brogan? Did you not turn?
No, we're having a overall mix-up.
Oh, okay, I'm seeing. Yeah, there was a change on that last lap. I'm sorry. It's saying 1-2 now for India Trimble. So I apologize, Alyssa. At last check, I swear it said it had Alyssa, but evidently there was that change there, and congratulations to India. She had moved up into second. That kind of surprised me a little bit. I wasn't seeing that coming, so everything happened after that. So I see that is a change. So India Trimble is your Dirt Days champion. Sorry about that. While we reset the podium, we'll let folks know we got tear-offs, deals on wheel sets, 8-inch mud plugs, $60 fly helmets, deals on wheels for ATVs, women's clothing, 8, 9, and 10-inch mud plugs just came in on today. These are new items over at 7S Cycle Supply. A lot of folks were in asking for this stuff. It's available for you right now. So stop over, tear-offs, deals on wheels, 8-inch mud plugs, helmets, the women's clothing, and the 8, 9, and 10-inch mud plugs are all in over there. So stop on over at 7S Cycle Supply and see those folks. And India Trimble, congratulations to you, darling. You did exactly what you needed to do. You came in and fought right down to the wire to take that second place and the Dirt Days ATV Championship.
All right, Rodney, now we're down here on the podium with India Trimble Tell us a little bit about how your motos went this weekend.
Yesterday I got first overall, and then today it was really hard because I came off the starting gate a little bit late, and then I worked my way up to second.
What was your favorite part of the track here at Loretta's?
Probably the 10 Commandments.
All right, who would you like to thank for getting you up here this weekend?
Rebel Gears, my mom and my dad, the good Lord for keeping me safe, my friends and family, Lake Hill Trackside, Psych Graphics, Clots, DWT, Wrath, ATV On Demand, JB Racing, and anybody else who helped me out.
That's India Trimble, your girls 6'2", Loretta Lynn's Dirt Days champion.
All righty, congratulations to you, India. Sorry I overlooked that there at the very last, but wow, what a well-spoken young lady right there, huh?
Yeah, very proper, well brought up.
And I think a sponsor's dream right there, if you want to know the truth. Look at this. Here we got some battling going on, and we are looking for Sebastian Foce. I think that may be who is battling up there with that #1 plate on his bike right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I believe, if we're correct, he has this championship.
Pretty sure that is the case, and if not, he's got the #1 plate on his bike right now, I think, and he is moving into the #1 spot. And it says Foce 74 in second on the screen, on the scoring monitor, but we know that Sebastian is sporting the #1 today, so that is he in the #1 spot now as they wrap up lap #2 here in this Vet 30-plus class. Now, what does that do for the overall on the weekend? Foce looking for a 1-1 and a solid Dirt Days championship title. Lynn Plaza running in second aboard the 641 now. It's the 155 of Fernando Atencio running in third. Todd England in fourth, and Duran Cole, the #19 Slash, is fifth. BJ Soseby sixth aboard the #6. It's Stephen Brooks in seventh aboard the #3. Greg Kipper rounds out eighth place with Steve Bushinsky in ninth, and Jason Ray in 10th.
Yeah, it looks like Sebastian definitely does have the championship wrapped up, so congratulations to him. It looks like he's doing what he's been doing all year, and that's winning races.
Well, I tell you, like we said, some of those were a little bit deceiving. I thought that Ian Chuka had a 30-point lead, but I'm glad that they let us know. Mason Jackson, a two-time national champion this year, man.
Yeah, could be up for that that Youth Rider of the Year award.
Quite possibly. Certainly, there's a lot of great talent in that class that could be looking at that possibility, and yes, he is certainly one of those, I believe, that is a viable candidate.
All right, Rodney, we're going to do a quick little interview down here on the podium with your girls 8-13 champion, Alyssa Raines. What was your favorite part of the track this weekend?
The doubles, yeah, the step-up doubles.
What are your plans for next year as far as riding, racing again?
Same thing as this year.
All right, who'd you like to thank for getting you up here this weekend?
1118 Power Sports, SSI decals, my Grammy, my Poppy, my mom, my dad, my brothers, Mike, Kaylee, Ashley, Lisa, Harley, Max's Tires, West Virginia Highway Safety Program, Jaeger Insurance, Leslie Lumber Company. That's it.
All right, that's your girls 8-13 2016 national champion, Alyssa Raines.
All righty, congratulations to you, Alyssa. She gets to say thanks to everybody. Great year for her, and we've been watching some good battles. Back to our leader right here on the racetrack. We were watching the battle for 5th and 6th place. Now back to Sebastian Foce here on the final lap as Lynn Plaza running second, Fernando Atencio in third, Todd England in 4th place, and BJ Soseby now up to 5th. Now, look at this. Look at the gap that Foce has been able to amass over the course of the last couple of laps. He was finding himself in second and working on making the pass in lap #2 right there. He was able to move out front, and over the course of lap 3 and here on lap 4, he has really amassed quite a bit of real estate between himself and that second place position. Fernando Atencio, another 7 seconds back there in the #3 spot with Todd England in 4th. Soseby, as we said, rounding out the top 5. If we look at the overall right now, it looks like Sebastian Foce would be your overall winner with a 1-1. Lynn Plaza with a 3-2 would be second, and a 2-3 for Atencio would be a third place overall position. Fastest lap right now on the racetrack, turned by the leader of Sebastian Foce, once again with a 1:56.606. Fastest lap of the Vet 30 Plus Novice Class Moto. Race 12 on the racetrack right now. On 11 on the racetrack. Race 12 is in the gate at the starting line. Race 13 will be the WMX, and race 14, the 450A class. So we got some really good races coming up. I think if the rest of the season leading into this is any indication, this final round and final moto of 2016 should be pretty good in all three of those races that we see coming up. There's Foce taking the win now, as we'll see Plaza back there in the number 2 spot, Atencio in third. But how about it for Sebastian Foce, making his way here from Argentina to become a part of the ATV racing nation here in America, and he has, well, achieved his goals of winning that national title, and of course not only that, but the win here at Dirt Days. As we check it out, it looks like La Plaza, Atencio, England, Sotheby will be your top 5 as we expected. As far as the overall top 5, Foce will take the win, Plaza in second, Atencio in third, fourth is Todd England, and Durang Cole will round out your top 5 overall. So Sebastian on his way to the podium. We look ahead now to the Youth All-Star class. This is going to be a good one, as we said. Troy Hill, though, the 14 machine, is going to be one to beat. 721, Peyton Zimmerman is the rider that's been trying to do that all season long. He's done it a few times. Will he be able to do it here today as Troy Hill opens up in the number 1 spot? I believe that was Hill. Let's make sure. That might have been Roberts, but I think that happened yesterday. We see Troy with that number 1 plate, normally with the number 14. So that may be Hill out front, followed then by, of course, that second place ride back there, I believe, is 721, again, of Peyton Zimmerman. I know we got Eli Lingle to look out for. Brandon O'Neill should be one to be reckoned with down there also. So as they sort it out here, we'll be heading down to the podium in just a moment to check in with our Bet 30 Plus Novice champion here at Dirt Days. In the meantime, we'll continue to watch this one unfold, and that is, pretty sure I thought 721. Let me make sure it wasn't a 734 of Lingle, as I know that Lingle rides aboard his Honda and everything, but we'll be having this first lap wrapped up here in just a few moments. Pretty sure, though, that is the 721, though, of Peyton Zimmerman as they head over the Dragon's Head, now over the back and onto the Dragon's Tail here in the heart of Loretta Lynn's across the CST Beach now. And that is Lingle, the 721, back there in the number 2 spot behind Troy Hill as they make the drive now toward the finish line. Lap 1 complete here, and looks like another ATV's Dirt Days win is complete. We'll be heading down to the podium here in just a second. Lance Walker checking in this Youth All-Star in the number 3 spot. That was actually Brandon O'Neill. What happened there? I swear I seen somebody totally different in the number 1 spot. It was the number 1. I don't think Hill checked in, so it's Zimmerman in second, O'Neill in third, Lance Walker in fourth. We're going to say Eli Lingle in fifth right now unofficially, and officially on the podium. How about it for Argentina and Sebastian Foce, Dirt Days ATV National Champ.
All right, guys, down here on the podium with the Vet 30 Plus C, Loretta Lynn's, and National Champion Sebastian Foce. Tell us a little bit how your weekend went.
Really, I have today a very bad start. I have like 15 starts, so it was very hard to get it to the first place, but I can do it in the second lap.
What's the difference between racing here in Argentina and here?
Oh man, the tracks are so different. You know, we don't have these jumps, these turns so rough, and our tracks are smaller. So you know, it's very hard for us to get used to these tracks.
Well, it looks like you got the job done out there today. Who'd you like to thank for getting up here?
First of all, to my girlfriend, Carolina, and all my family. Then my friends from Argentina, that we are 5 that came all the season. I couldn't do this without them. And of course, Pro Motorsport, Lynn and Jesse Burns, they helped me all the season. They support me, and I learned a lot from them. So I appreciate the effort that they do for me all the races. And then our sponsors, Hardcans, BB Racing, Maxxis Tires, DASA, Pro Motorsport, Lone Star Racing, GTR, a lot of them help for all the season.
All right, down here with your Loretta Lynn's Dirt Days and also 2016 Vet 30+ C National Champion, Sebastian Fauché.
Congratulations to you, Sebastian, man. A job well done and well-deserved there with that national championship and the Dirt Days title. Look at that, man. He's got his championship shirt on right there. All right. Look at that, all the buddies from Argentina. And, man, glad to have you guys on board with us this year. That is Troy Hill out front still of Zimmerman. Brandon O'Neill is in third. Lance Walker fourth. Eli Lingle in fifth. Max Lenquist back in the number 6 spot. Dylan McClellan is seventh. Caleb Hunter is eighth. Ninth is Preston Fouch, and Jacob Lincoln rounds out your top 10 there aboard the number 95. So championship photos underway there for Sebastian. Man, really happy for those guys. And Sebastian actually, his English come a long way. The more time he spent on the podium this year, the better he got with those podium speeches. So it looks like first and second have really stretched it out here in the Youth All-Star class. And this one that we have seen oftentimes right down to the wire and several riders battling has turned into the Troy Hill show here in late 2016. And as well, Peyton Zimmerman, who was a contender for the championship in this class up until a round or two ago. Those two have basically raised the bar as far as Youth All-Star racing is concerned. Almost looking at that red number 1 going around through there. It kind of takes me back to, well, I'm going to tell you a couple of different things. Back to GNCC when Chris Borich was the champion on a Suzuki. And it also makes me think of days gone by when Josh Creamer and Dustin Wimmer were sporting the red number 1s out there. Of course, I know Josh never got a chance to defend his national championship title plate on his Suzuki, but nonetheless, kind of resembles an old Dustin Wimmer possibly out there. Troy Hill leading Peyton Zimmerman, Brandon O'Neill, Lance Walker, Eli Lingle. That is your top 5. And Troy Hill would be looking, at best I can see, wow, it's got him as a 13th place position in Moto 1. So we are looking at Peyton Zimmerman going 2-1 for the, or no, that'd be 2-2 for the win. So maybe they have things messed up from yesterday too. Maybe the Troy Hill machine didn't score yesterday and they got him scored in there wrong at 13th place. I'm not real sure, so we'll know more whenever they head over to the podium. What's cool is I'll let Luke and Brogan figure that out.
I believe he was the winner yesterday, Rodney. Troy did win yesterday.
Okay, thanks a lot. It says 13th here, but I was going, no, that was Brendan Roberts that got 13th. Troy Hill, yeah, he did get the win yesterday. So 1-1 will give him the win. And WMX rider Megan Shepard is looking for a 1-1 as well. And lo and behold, why would Luke Shepard be down there watching a WMX race? I just can't figure it out. So Troy Hill on his way to another day of greatness with an exclamation point on it and the season here at Loretta Lynn's Dirt Days 2016, the 34th running, and your Youth All-Star champion right there, Troy Hill, going 1-1. Look at him flex, showing those muscles across the finish line and down victory lane right there as he waits to give a congratulations to Peyton Zimmerman. You talk about a heated battle between those two on the track. Probably the two biggest mortal enemies you will find here in 2016. I got to commend both of them on riding great solid races this year and keeping their heads about themselves and producing us with a great opportunity to watch some good racing in the Youth All-Star class. Thanks again to all those Youth All-Star riders, and congratulations. Lance Walker will take third in the moto. That will be enough for third overall for him. Eli Lingle will take fourth. overall, and Dylan McClellan, I think, will take 5th overall. Race 13 is on the track, the WMX. Troy Hill is on the podium, and we'll be checking in with him here in a moment. Megan Shepard will be the one to watch here in the women's class of the WMX as she took a Moto 1 win. She is also a top Grand National cross-country women's racer. She's gotten a couple of podiums in 2nd and 3rd. She's still in search of the first elusive win there, though, for herself. 2nd place in this Moto 1 went to Aubrey King. 3rd place to Andrea Berger, the 75. 4th place to Johanna Vossman. And 5th place to Kirsten Keene, the 367. And this guy down here on the podium, your Dirt Days ATV National Champion, and if I'm not mistaken, also your Youth All-Star National Champion, Troy Hill. Wiping down with his T. Brown 84 towel down there, wiping that sweat off the face, and somebody's got to be down there. Is Brogan down there?
No, I'm down here. We're actually waiting on his brother, so I'll get back to you in a minute.
Okay, all right, that sounds real good. So let's check in what's going on out front. Well, Luke, just to let you know, your little lady has really amassed quite a bit of a lead out here as she motors her way around here on lap number 1, now making her way to the final turn and the stretch to the finish line. Lap 1 in the history books now for your 3-time women's champion, Megan Shepard. Back in the number 2 spot now as these riders make their way around and by. We'll see that I believe Aubrey King was back in the number 2 spot there at one point. Maybe we'll see in Johanna Vossman now looking there for the number 3 spot. Or 4 spot maybe. All right, let's see what's going on. That's King there, I think, in 2nd. Let's double check that and get a little bit closer on that. That should be the number 5. Andrea, Berger going down hard through the 10 Commandments as she gets off of that. I was just getting ready to say the Reidsville, Wisconsin native finishing up in 3rd place yesterday, and right there the 75 taking a tumble through the 10 Commandments, and we head down to talk to Troy Hill, your Dirt Days ATV champion.
All right, Rodney, we're down here with Troy Hill, your Walsh Racecraft, Jeremiah Jones, Hill Racing 250 All-Star winner and national champion. How's it feel?
Oh, it feels great. You know, I got so many great people behind me. I wouldn't be here without them, and it was a phenomenal season. You know, we put our work in, and I think hard work shows. And I just can't thank all those people enough that helped me, especially Thomas Brown let me come to his house, all the little pointers he gives me. And thanks for the good announcing yesterday, and hopefully today again. You know, he's a good friend of mine. He helps me a lot. And I thank Joel Hetrick for everything he does as well. He's a huge part of my program. Chad Weenan, and most of all my brother and Jeremiah, you know, they're with us the hard days in Florida and the good days on Sunday. And they're always with us, the good and bad. And the whole team, my mom, my dad, all my nephews, you know, Dozer, Pit Dog, you know, he's the coolest dude out there. And all like the great people Walsh, you know, this is the best bike out there. It's never lost, and Youth All-Star and Schoolboy Senior, and I made sure that I wasn't the one to break that streak. So I hope they can keep on winning because it's hands down the best bike. You know, the PP shocks were working great out there through the sand, through the rough yesterday. It's smooth as glass today, so, you know, you can probably run boards on it. But it's still cool. It's good. It's fast racetrack. And I've never liked Loretta's, and I like it this year. It's cool with the changes, and all that's great. I can't thank Fly that helps me. Scott Goggles always keep my vision good. Showy helmets keep my head safe. SSI decals, killing it with the kits. The number 1 plates look dope. I can't thank him enough for that. FSI, Baldwin, you know, tuning the shocks on the weekend. Track Sport, they're the best. If y'all need any PP needs, go see them. Wayne from PP, huge help this year, setting the bike up way better than our setup was last year, and it's good just to improve every year, and I think that's what I like to work on. And I just can't thank Dasser for ripping all my whole shots. Max's tires hooking up great, hits and clutches, just working awesome, and everybody helps me out. Can't thank y'all enough.
So the question is, what are you doing next year, Troy?
A-class, see what we can run with the men, and we got a lot of work to do in the off-season, and hopefully we can come out on top again. I'm willing to work hard and see what I can do for it.
You heard it, folks. Troy Hill, your schoolboy national champion And Loretta Lynn's running A-class next year, stepping up with the big boys, he said. I believe he can hang with them. He had a pretty phenomenal year, and I wish him the best of luck. Congratulations, Troy.
All right, congratulations, Troy, and thank you, Luke, as Megan Shepard continues to lead out here in the WMX for Aubrey King in second, Johanna Vossman in the number 3 spot. Those 3 ladies will go to the podium just like that. We do the top 3 overall in the WMX here on Sunday. So the battle for second is on right now and waging here as we pick up with the action on RacerTV.com, and that is Johanna Vossman reeling in Aubrey King. And I've really got to, I got to make a lot of, I'm pretty impressed, I guess I should say, about Johanna and what we've been able to see her accomplish. About mid-season, we really seen her break out of her shell and start to really ride a little more aggressively. We started seeing a little stronger position finishes and things like that for her. So I think it is a good time in the season for her, and can't wait to see what 26 or 17 actually brings for these ladies, and for Johanna in particular, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure. Johanna's really stepped it up this year as far as training and riding. I know she's been really hitting it good on the in-between races, so it'll be interesting to see how she does next year if she steps up to the big 450 in the women's class. She's already out there now, or doing pretty good, so definitely be interesting to see when she has the same horsepower as everybody else.
Right on, right on. I agree. And right now she is looking at 3rd place behind Aubrey King. King again a 2-2 yesterday, or a 2 from yesterday and a 2 today, takes second overall. Johanna is looking at a 4th from yesterday and a 3rd today. Our 3rd place finisher we saw go down in the 10 Commandments right there. I think it was on that first, maybe 2nd lap. But she went down pretty hard out in the 10 Commandments, and she's back up. I'm not sure if she's rolling. Yeah, she's got 3 laps in. She's up and rolling, but she's back in the number 9 position. So I got to tip my hat to Andrea Berger, because she took a heck of a spiel, and she got up and remounted that machine and got back into it. But there is our Dirt Days WMX champion, and there is your women's national champion for the 3rd time consecutively. That is Megan Shepard making her way through now, and 2nd place position will go to Aubrey King. Those ladies will be going to the podium as well. Also Johanna Vossman, as they sort it all out here. And our top 3 overall, again, Shepard, King, and Vossman. And Brogan Guy are back up here in the announcers' deck with us, as we'll be looking at the 450A class coming up next. Sky Volcamer and Alan Myers. Actually, there's one of the 969 Motorsports guys coming up that is looking for a championship, if I'm not mistaken. This is right down to the wire for these guys, right?
Yeah, Alan has, I think, about a 12-point gap coming in yesterday, so he'll have to really put his head down, charge today. He did yesterday, ended up getting the moto win, so I know he's been training hard. He's ready, so I'd like to see what he does here.
Yep, and this is going to be exciting. Sky Volcamer already on fire today. We've seen him on the podium once, so we know he's already in his winning ways out there. So I believe that Alan is certainly going to have his work cut out for him, and a lot of guys are going to be chomping at the bit to get down there. As we see Johanna taking that 3rd place position. I'm not sure. She's not gotten a lot of podiums this year, if memory serves me correct.
No, I think this is one of, I don't think she's been up there before, but I know she's had some bike issues this year, which has really put her back, but it's good to see her out here.
Alrighty, and Luke Shepard down on the podium right now as he gets set to congratulate these top 3 in the WMX.
Yeah, I'm down here with Johanna Vossman, your 3rd place women's rider. I was just talking with her. This is actually her 2nd podium. She got 3rd in women's at Underground, but this is her 1st time on the podium since they've been doing the top 3. So she's pretty pumped to be up here, and her brother and her boyfriend Peyton and her dad, everybody's pumped. So how's it feel to do it?
It feels awesome. You know, I've been struggling all year with kind of bike issues, and I didn't really get to ride much in the off season, but I had a goal coming into Loretta's, and I needed so many points to be able to keep my position in women's after having some bad races. And, you know, I made it happen. I achieved my goal here, and I couldn't be more proud of myself.
Awesome, awesome. I know you have a bunch of people behind you, and so what's the plan for next year?
Next year, well, it's going to be kind of bittersweet because I've been with Root River since I started racing nationals, but we're actually going to kind of branch off and kind of do our own thing and see how it turns out next season for us.
Okay. Who would you like to thank for helping you out here?
Of course, my mom and dad and brother, they support me through everything. My boyfriend Peyton, his whole family, they train me all the time and always take care of me. Root River Racing and all the mechanics, they always make sure my bike was okay all season. If I had an issue, they had it fixed in my next moto. Racing for Cancer, C&L powder coating, FTR, fiber wrap, Honda Trimble Cycle Center, Who's a Tire, Moto Wash Shocks, PR2 Racing, PT Welding, Power Mad, Flat Racing 100%, Yoshimura, Works Carbon, Works Connection, Race Day Picks, and all my friends and family. Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Johanna Vossman, third place in the WMX class. Good job. All right, we're down here with second place, Aubrey King. Aubrey, you've had a lot of second places this year. You've been riding pretty consistent, pretty solid. You're riding injured with both feet, right? Both ankles messed up. How's it feel to get another second place and continue your consistency of being on the podium?
Oh, it feels amazing just to be up here and the people that support me, and to be up here and see the smiles on their face is just amazing, and it makes it all worth it. But I had one goal this season. Since last season I got third in the championship, I told myself second or better. And if I would have gave up, I would have gave up second champion, and I would have been devastated. So that's why I'm up here. I just am proud to be up here, and thanks to everyone who support me. But both motos today was hard for me because the track was really rough, and today it was hard on my foot. So I just kind of pushed as hard as I could, and hopefully it was good enough. But I am still up here, and I'm proud to be up here.
That's right. Being up on the podium is always a good day. So what are your plans for next year? What do you have in store for us?
My plan is to be on SSR again and come back in the women's and maybe the B class, but we'll see what happens. It's still up in the air right now, but hoping for that.
Oh, running with the guys. Okay. All right. So who do you have to thank for putting you up here on the podium this weekend?
I need the paper. A&M Satellites, SSR, Fly, Wrath, DASA, Quadified, FTR, Forworks, Recluse, Zenpro Racing, Flasco, Handlebars, the program definitely, Campbell Racing Fabrications, Maxis, Wrecked Life Clothing, Walsh, PEP Shocks, Jorgensen Honda, Morgantown Power Sports, Corrosion Specialties, Hedrick Racing, and I just got a big shout out to SSR because if they didn't pick me up this year, I definitely wouldn't have made it to all the races, so I appreciate them so much.
All right, guys, our SSR backed Aubrey King was second place in the WMX class. Let's give her a round of applause. All right, we're over here with a three-time women's national championship, and my wife, she's slow, but she won today. So I saw the first moto, you had a little mistake, and you still won the first moto, and the second moto, how did it go? I didn't get to really watch it, sorry.
Well, thanks. First moto, made a mistake, was able to come back. Never really liked this track, but I always do well here. It's technical, so I'm just glad I was able to push through and salvage the first moto. Second moto, got a pretty good start. Aubrey beat me to the corner, and then I was able to make the pass and just try to hold the lead and not make any mistakes this time, which is a big thing. So a lot better second moto today. Just glad to end the season on a high note.
Right. So what are your plans for next year, Miss Manchak, Shepherd?
Well, I think you know I'm not sure what I'm doing next year, Mr. Smarty Pants, so.
That's how prepared we are.
you called her Manchak. I love it.
So who would you like to thank for putting you up on the podium again this year and wrapping up a fantastic national championship season?
A lot of great people to thank. Of course, my mom and dad. Of course, you, my husband, who carts me to all these races. I have a lot of great people behind me. I got to thank Rich Gillette and Rod, all the mechanics from Root River Racing, all the boys from Root River. Huge shout out to Dylan Tremelin and Jason Hughes for being at the gate with me yesterday when my dad couldn't make it. Just thank you to everyone. That whole team has supported me for all 3 championships, which I couldn't do it without them. So thank you so much to everyone at Root River Racing. Also got to thank Rage ATV, Hauser Racing, MotoWaz, Hyper Wheels, Maxxis Tires, Yoshimura, FTR Graphics, Chicks Gear, Fly Racing. They keep me looking good. ATV Riders, Carb Sports really turned my performance around this year. I'm so grateful to them. Also got to thank Wrath Racing, Wiseco Pistons, Ty Lube stepped it up huge for me this year. I know I'm missing a bunch of people. Moto Trim and also 4Works Carbon. Thank you so much, guys. As well as Recluse. I got them. Okay. Over here, he's telling me what to do. But just thank you so much, everybody, for keeping me going. I really appreciate it. Like I said, I'm not sure what the plans are for next year. I will for sure be racing something. I'm just not sure what yet. So thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate it.
All righty, that's Megan Shaq Shepard taking the national championship and the Dirt Days championship here this weekend. And we got a heated battle going on the racetrack right now as we see Sky Volcamer and Alan Myers battling it out here. Volcamer got a Moto1 win yesterday, and I believe that in the second place position was Alan Myers, the 24. Actually, he took a win in his division race, so it's the 2 division race winners that are going head-to-head right now, Brogan, and this has been pretty much the way it has been pretty much since they're on lap 1.
Yeah, Sky had pulled the whole shot, and Alan's back in about 4th. He made 2 quick passes and reeled in Sky, but Sky's been holding him off so far, so see if Alan can find a way around him or if Sky will hold him off.
Well, here in the closing lap of the 450A class, it's 1 more to go out of Storyland, and if the story is to be told that Alan Myers win this one, he's got to pull something out of his hat here in the next half a lap or so, but it looks like Sky Volcamer and the hair is going to make it happen again. Well, I tell you what, let's watch this one unfold and see whether or not Alan Myers is able to pull off the win. Oh, look at this.
Pull side by side. Side
by side as they head down to the checker. We're going to head to a quick little feature here that talks a little bit about Alan Myers and the 969 Motorsports team as they wrap this one up.
Travis Moore from McKenzie, Tennessee, age 29-year-old now. Started ATV motocross back in 2003. From the first race, I was pretty well hooked at it, and the third race I ever actually done was right here at Loretta Lynn's Dude Ranch. Me and my dad kind of built my own program that we felt that was really strong and took us into the pro ranks, and I'm a former ATV pro motocross racer. In 2015, I needed to step away, and when his dad actually sent me a message and approached me about it, I gave it some thought at first and kind of was about to turn it down. I didn't really want to bring in no little punk kids or anything. It's kind of my way of thinking. I didn't know if I wanted to even go that route. I wanted to be racing and was kind of mad that I wasn't out there at that point. I was being pretty greedy at that moment, and I sat back and thought about it. And, well, if I'm not going to be racing for the whole 15, why am I not out there helping somebody achieve their dream or their goals? So that's kind of when the different mindset come in for me. And some of the kids move in as early as February, some's March, April. It just kind of depends on their school and what they're able to do. And we train. It's a full-time job for the kids. We wake up and go to the gym, road bike, whatever's on the schedule for the day. We put motos in. We take care of all the ATVs for the guys, all their training, nutrition, whatever it is they need, or whatever I can do to help them move forward with their program is my goal, and that's kind of where I'm setting my sights toward now.
I definitely take this a lot more seriously than I used to. You know, I work a lot harder, and I just want to win a lot more.
It's definitely a lot of fun. We road bike, work out, ride about every day. Sometimes we have fun days and go to the lake and just relax, and that's about it.
Oh, it was a big change. When I messaged Travis, I didn't really know what I was getting into. Yeah, as soon as I met him and got here, it was a big change for me. In the first few weeks, I improved about 3 seconds a lap. He helped me out big time. My riding style was a little different to what it had to be over here, and as soon as I started, I was hitting corners harder, hitting bigger jumps, and moving forward.
Well, that was Chris Bosnakis. We also saw Logan Stanfield, and, of course, the winner of that 450A class that we're getting ready to go down and talk to here in just a moment, talking about that of Alan Myers. And right now on the racetrack, we got Moto 1 of the Pro-Am class. I don't have any Pro-Am sheets up here. We'll try to get those organized, but that's the Dylan Tremelin that has opened up with the early lead in this one, and we'll check back in with the podium and be back with more of the Pro-Am racing here in a moment. What's going on down there, Luke?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
I got absolutely nothing.
I thought we'd have Sky Volcamer down there to claim the Dirt Days National win here today. And, well, anyway, if Sky makes his way back on over, that'd be great. If not, we congratulate Sky and his hair.
We got something now.
We got something now.
We got him.
All right.
Yeah, long hair don't cares up here.
All right, when you're getting ready to let us know, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and head down to the podium. We'll update you on what's going on in the Pro-Am class here shortly.
Sky Volcamer, second time up here today. Loretta Lynn's must be your place, man.
Yeah, it feels just like home.
So someone's leaking a lot of oil. Hopefully that's not you, huh? All right. So I see good starts have been putting you out front. Who do you have to thank for building you that monster motor?
Oh, Jansen for sure. There's nothing better than them.
Yeah, I see you've had a lot of good luck with them, and I see you guys, you always talking about them on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, and good to see you got a good program together. So I heard that you're going to go to Pro Sport and Pro-Am maybe next year if you get the training in this winter?
Yeah, maybe, or Production A and Pro Sport. We're not sure yet.
Okay, I see a bright future for you, and I hope you have a good career, and hopefully put this number 14 up front in those classes. Who do you have to thank for being up here for the second time this weekend?
Mom and Dad for sure. Wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for them. Jansen building me this awesome machine. Cody for helping me down south in the winter. Jansen Motorsports, Maxis, Sunstar, Elka, Walsh, SSI, Rath, FMF Canvas, DP Brakes. I think that's about it.
All right. You hear it. Your champion, Sky Volcamer, second time today.
All righty, thanks a lot, Luke. Congratulations again to you, Sky. Rock on, brother. And Dylan Tremelin continuing to rock on out here on the racetrack right now as he holds down the lead. As Parker Weworka is right there. Alex Theodore is right there in the number 3 spot. Then it's Wes Lewis and Wesley Wolf rounding out the top 5. 6th place, Sammy Rose. 7th place, Hayden Mickelson. Chris Bosnakis, whom we saw in that piece a moment ago, is 8th. Zach Kasamarczyk is 9th, and 10th is Cody Jansen. As we check back here on the lead lap here with the 940 of Tremelin wrapping up lap number 2 now. Parker Weworka still sitting back there in the number 2 position, and you got to say, man, we've seen a lot of work being put forth by the 940 here so far this morning in this first couple laps or so of this Pro-Am class. He's had Parker Weworka all over his rear wheel.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Parker's been on a roll this weekend, but I know Dylan's been training hard these last few months. He's really been wanting to get up front there and battle it out, so he's out there proving it now that he can run up there, and we'll see what he can do.
Back there in the number 3 spot, seeing that green number plate. Looks like a GNCC XC2 Pro-Am guy out there, if you ask me. But he's got himself a 3rd place position right now. Wes Lewis, the 79, is 4th. Wesley Wolf still in 5th after 2 laps of racing complete. Excuse me. Got something in my throat there. Sammy Rose still back in 6th, so no change there. We got the 2 Root River guys. Actually, there's 3 Root River guys in this one. You got Tremelin up front. You got Sammy Rowe in 6th, and you got Hayden Mickelson in the number 7 spot out there. Be interesting to see if those guys could all hook up before the end of the season and get a podium sweep. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I know Hayden's been training pretty hard the last few weeks. He's definitely he's got the speed. He just hasn't been able to get the starts, and he's been working on those. But now we see Weworka actually pulled up beside Tremelin, and he has the inside line. Tremelin makes a little mistake, and Weworka capitalized, and he got around him.
Yeah. Yeah, a little swapping out there a little bit for Tremelin as he got a little bit crossed up coming around that Dragon's tail there, and Parker Weworka will take over the lead and now point here after 3 laps of racing complete. It's Weworka, Tremelin, Theodore is 3rd. Sammy Rowe, look at that, up to a number 4 spot. He's actually, Wesley Wolf is up to 3rd. Wow, I didn't even see that coming. Yeah, Theodore's dropped off to the number 5 spot. Where did Wolf come from? Where did I guess they came together. He and Sammy Rowe hooked up together, and there they go. And I got to say, look at this already all over the 940. Is that him? No.
No, that's Rowe pressuring Wolf for the
number
3 spot.
Number 3 spot. So I'm good. Look at this already, and they are close to the number 2 spot and the number 1 spot as far as that goes. I mean, we could see a 4 or 5-way shootout for the first place position unless Parker's able to wick it up and check out. And same thing there for Trimble in second. He needs to find it as well.
I know Wesley. He's always got some wicked speed, so he'll definitely be putting on a charge, and it'll be interesting to see what he can get up there.
Well, one thing that Wesley attributes is his endurance to his speed, because as the moto goes on, he gets faster and faster. Wesley is a top GNCC, now XC2 Pro-Am rider out there in that division of racing as well. So his endurance level is certainly probably fitness-wise on the bike is a little better, or probably about the best you're going to find out there. I know that Wesley doesn't have a lot of time to train in the off-season, unfortunately, but all of his bike fitness comes through GNCC racing, and he translates it into the racetrack here at the ATV Motocross.
Yeah, I know firsthand how tiring a GNCC is. I gave my hand at it last year, and it's definitely difficult for sure. I definitely got give major props to everybody that does both, the Shepherds and Wesley. So I know he's definitely going to be pushing for that front spot. We'll see if Trimble can hold him off. But Sammy Rowe's actually coming into the picture also.
Yeah, Sammy's going to be one to watch. It wouldn't surprise me if Sammy set up for a double pass right here and was able to take both Wolf and his teammate Dylan Trimble here at some point. We'll see what happens through the 10 Commandments. Here comes Wolf. Wolf's already by, but Trimble trying to fire back. So much for the double pass opportunity that Sammy was probably hoping to set up out there. Now it's a matter of trying to reel back in the 940 and mount that challenge on him. And you can see he's following Wolf around now, trying to use those lines that Wolf's got, and maybe that will position him to try to challenge his teammate Trimble for the now number 4 spot.
We see Wilworkas pulled a nice little gap when they were battling back there. We'll see if Wesley can close it up. And
wow, Rowe just gets around.
Yep, Rowe. Now Trimble is now back to the number 4 ride.
So wow, so that's how quick things can change. Dylan Trimble from second now down to the number 4 spot as both Wesley, Wolf, and Sammy Rowe get around. And we have a new face to this race, it looks like.
Yeah, the 38 is definitely going to be pushing hard to get up there, and we'll see if he can hang with Wesley and hopefully catch up to the Volca. But
yeah, Parker Weworka's got that little bit of breathing room. The comfort zone was 2.5 seconds. I don't think it's much more than that now.
and Wolf gets stuck up on the berm.
Wolf really just blew that berm completely out. He falls back a spot, and that'll open it back up, and I believe that'll put Sammy Rowe now into the number 2 spot. So Rowe is second. Weworka is your leader. The gap is still about 3 seconds. Not much gap opened up there, about a half a second over the second place right now. So Rowe is second, Wesley Wolf in third, Trimble is fourth, Kaczmarczyk now in the number 5 ride. But all eyes, I think, are right here in this second, third, and fourth place position battle.
Yeah, for sure. Wesley made a little mistake and allowed Rowe to get around him, so it'll be interesting to see if he can get back around Sammy.
Yeah, the question is, how quickly will he be able to recover? I think that Wesley is pretty good at recovering from those mistakes like that, but once you recover, then you've also got to try to bridge that gap again and mount a challenge now on a new rider that he hasn't been riding behind all motos, so he's not real sure where this rider's going.
We'll have to see what Wesley can pull out. I know Sam's definitely going to be pushing, so it'll be interesting.
Sam Rowe really having a phenomenal year, having to miss a few rounds in the both Pro-Am and AMA ATV Pro rounds racing this year, but still the times that we have seen him on the track, he has been a formidable opponent, and it's been one that has certainly been a lot of fun to watch from a spectator standpoint.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Sam definitely put in a lot of hard work when he was off, and he definitely came back out and showed that with a few top 10 pro finishes, and then obviously last weekend at Redbud he grabbed the Pro-Am win, so we'll see if he can hold off Wesley, and hopefully next moto, if you can't catch Parker, this one, challenge for the overall.
Still some time to go in this one. 5 laps down. Minute and 46.515 for Parker Weworka was actually turned on lap 3. He's been holding steady in the 146 range there for a couple of laps, but this time he drops into the 147.2 range. A little bit of breathing room opening up as he has amassed about a 3.5-second lead over Sammy Rowe, your second place ride. Wolf still in third, Trimble is fourth, Zach Kaczmarek in fifth, sixth is Hayden Mickelson, seventh Wes Lewis, Chris Bosnakis is eighth, ninth is Alex Theodore, and Cody Jansen rounds out your top 10. So 37 machine, looks like once his momentum was busted there, Brogan, took him a moment to snag hold and at least settle into that 9th place position.
Yeah, he definitely, he was running up front there and got past a few times. Not sure if maybe he's having some bike issues or not, but he's definitely falling back for sure.
6 laps down, working on lap number 7, and Sammy Rowe continues to try to reel in the number 9 of Parker Weworka, but Rowe finds it to be as a daunting and difficult task as anyone else that's trying to catch the number 9 machine. He has certainly found his flow out here in Moto number 1 for the Pro-Am class. Track really seems to be separating the riders quite a bit. You know, I noticed that last week with the two-wheelers. We'd see things start out, Brogan. The first lap or 2 laps of racing was just some of the most intense battles that you would probably ever see in your life. And then after about the 2.5 lap mark, it really started to spread out. And I think we've seen a lot of that taking place here this weekend, too.
Yeah, for sure. Line choice is huge, and definitely we've seen multiple lines open up on this track.
That's one thing that I was going to point out. There's so many line choices, and you're right, line choice is huge. And that is a big factor in that. And, you know, you might figure it out one lap and then just switch it up one place in one area on the track and lose so much time. I mean, it just blows me away. Really, not only that, but how much the track just continues to change throughout the course of this weekend, because you watch it and I see it, you know, you see the track unfold and develop. It looks like one thing, and then a little while later, it totally changes. One line all of a sudden is no longer fast, and another line opens up, and it becomes the fast line. So that's one thing to say about this day today, lots of constant changes.
Oh, yeah, for sure. This track's getting pretty rough. And, you know, some riders, they're good in the rough, and then other riders, you know, they're not too good. So line choice and depending on how good the rider is in rough track, you know, it really makes for good racing. You see some faces that normally may not be up there that are up there. I mean, you see Parker Weworka right now pulling a huge, actually Sammy Rowe's starting to reel him in now that I look at it. And
yeah, it was a little over 3 seconds. We see now a 2.8 second gap. Last time around, Weworka stayed steady at a 147.2, but a 146.7 that time around, and a 146.5 the lap before that for Sammy Rowe. Has shaved off a little bit of that gap, but still, Weworka does have what looks like a little bit of comfort. So if Sam does come up in there and get in that territory, maybe Parker's got a little bit more left there in the tank. He's got a little bit more time left on the racetrack to get it sorted out, that's for sure. So we take a look at that right now. I believe we may be seeing a 2-lap board right now for this first moto of Pro-Am racing. Now these guys will be back out again at race 31. There we will see the second moto, and we will crown our top 3 overall for this particular race. Look how close Sam Rowe is now. A second and a half is what they tested in at, checked in at, I should say, past the finish line this last time around, which shaved another second or so, or almost nearly a second, actually a little more than a second, 1.2 or so. Faster was Sammy Rowe that last time around than what we saw Parker Weworka, and it is showing the evidence right here coming out of Storyland as Parker Weworka is now, I think, starting to feel the heat. Now that looks like visually kind of a gap, but when you've been riding as comfortable as what Parker has all moto, that all of a sudden might start to play a little bit of mind games back there for the number 9.
Yeah, Sam has pulled in with only probably 2 or 3 quad links, and Parker definitely knows he's there now, so Sam's going to be pushing hard this last lap, and we'll see if Parker can hold him off or not.
So riders now making their way into the heart of this, over the head of the Dragon and in the back and down onto the big tail here at Loretta Lynn's. Sam Rowe going to the inside. We work on the outside of the Dragon tail, and I got to think that maybe Sam might have closed up a little bit. He's a bike length heading into that final turn. The gap before was 1.5 seconds. As we cross the stripe this time, a 1:47.012 for Parker Reworka, 1:46.2, about 0.8 of a second. So we're down now to 0.735. So it's 0.7 of a second that separates Sammy Rowe and Parker Reworka. And we have a white flag out on this final lap of racing. The hard left-hand turn now as these riders head into this Amsoil short shoot, the preview of the 10 Commandments. And look here comes Rowe on the inside. He threaded the needle and went right by Parker Reworka. I don't know that Parker expected that move to happen so quickly. Right back by him goes Parker Reworka, and whether or not he expected it, he was ready for the retaliation. Now back into the Storyland area, man, and Sammy Rowe right there. He's going way wide out here, trying to get that momentum as Parker Reworka trying to protect the inside. Some good momentum coming out of this back section, but Reworka's able to shut that momentum down very quickly by the 38 of Sammy Rowe. So he had him right there. He had him dialed in. But Parker Reworka rises to the occasion and fires right back, and now it's down to a matter of about 1/3 of a racetrack or less as we go through this big sandy sweeper. Ooh, man, Rowe got on the outside, nearly got punted, I think, there by Parker Reworka whenever they came into that turn. So he's trying everything he can to get around. Look at the inside, outside, outside, inside. Rowe is going all over this racetrack trying to get around the number 9 machine, but man, everywhere he goes, there goes Parker Reworka. Reworka on the inside of the Dragon's tail, and that may have been the finishing touch right there for Sammy Rowe. But he does have one last-ditch effort, but it's going to be Parker Reworka holding on to this one down to the checkers. You can't say that Parker don't deserve that one because, man, he had to work to keep that.
Oh, yeah, for sure, passing Sam back. But Sam will go back to the trailer and think he'll watch lines, and he'll be ready next moto. I'm sure Parker will be ready as well.
I can assure you that that sounded like Porky Pig there for a second. I can assure you that Sammy Rowe is going to be working on those starts. That was probably one of the critical things. Had Sammy gotten off up front with Parker and Dylan, I think it may have been a little bit different look to this race. Dylan Trimble, remember, got off to a great start out there. And speaking of which, I got so tied up in this, I kind of lost track of what was going on. Look at this.
Wow.
10 seconds back to third place is where Wesley Wolf finished up in the number 3 spot. Another 6 seconds back to Dylan Trimble. In 4th, 5th place, Jack Kaczmarek. We see Hayden Mickelson in 6th, Wes Lewis 7th, 8th, Cody Jansen, Chris Bosnakis 9th, and Kayla McGinty rounding out the top 10. And again, I think this has a lot to do with the racetrack, and it shows a lot of different things as far as the handling of the bike, maybe the level mentally and physically of the rider. But this track is so rough. I mean, these guys are so tight in the early beginning. Saw it in the 2 wheels last week. The last lap or two, man, really separates these guys, and we see those big gaps start to develop. Coming down with another gate drop. This is race 17 coming onto the racetrack now. This will be the open. That's not open B. This is race 16. I'm sorry, 70 shifter. That was 15 on the track a moment ago. Mason Jackson taking the Moto 1 win in this one. This is he's the champion in this class, if I'm not mistaken. If Ian's dad was telling me properly there. And Adam Ulrich second in Moto number 1, third in Moto number 1 went to Jeremiah Newton, 4th to Dayton Hunt on the 7X, and rounding out the top 5 then was Maximus Rumsey. And with the call of this race, Mr. Brogan Geyer.
All right, out front we have Mason Jackson. He's we're going through the 10 commands now, getting starting to put a little bit of a gap on 2nd place. So we'll see what he can do going back through Storyland. Jackson still out front with Adam Ulrich in second and Ian Juka in third as they come up over the Dragon's back for the first time. We'll see who's running where when they come back through for the first time. Coming around for the first time, it's Jackson out front with about a 2-second gap over Ulrich in second, Juka in third, Dayton Hunt in fourth, Maximus Ramsey fifth, Justice McDaniel in sixth, Hunter Reynolds seventh, eighth is Jeremiah Newton. As Jackson goes in the Ten Commandments, starts to pull a pretty big gap on second place. It's still Jackson out front as I go through Storyland. Ulrich in second, Juka in third, as the leaders first and second start to pull a pretty good gap on the rest of the field. Back and fourth is Dayton Hunt still. Fifth is Maximus Ramsey as they come up to the back sand section.
All right, with the 70 shifter class here, we have Mason Jackson out front with a 2.3 second lead. He was your Moto 1 winner. Looks like he's putting on another charge, but it looks like, I believe that's Adam Aldrich, keeping him honest. That could be Ian Juka. I'm waiting to see if I can see a number here. We can get a number on the second place rider. Yes, that is Adam Ulrich running in second. And third, we have Ian Juka. A little bit off the pace of Adam Ulrich, but still putting in a charge. Looks like these riders are starting to separate out a little bit. 17-second gap back to fourth place. Man, these top three guys are really on the gas. We have a 2-second gap, or 3-second gap between first and second, 2-second gap between second and third, but 17 seconds, almost 18, back to fourth place. So that really tells you how these top three competitors are really laying it down today. Your Moto 1 winner, again, was Mason Jackson, who looks like he's out there doing it again. And I believe he is a 2-time already national champion this year. And I'm not sure his points in this class, but could be going for a third. In second, we had Adam Ulrich in the first moto, and it looks like he's doing that again. And Ian Juka had 11th the first moto, so he must have had a mechanical difficulty, but he's up running third now. The first moto was Jeremiah Newton.
Well, while you're looking for the points, I'm looking for lunch, man. I'm starving to death up here right now.
I feel ya.
So 70 shifter class out on the racetrack right now, the 6 to 11 riders. Making it happen out there, 207.662 for Jackson that time around. And this might be the other championship that we might be looking at for him right now because, as we said, we know that he already had 2 championships. It's class number 36 is what you're looking for there.
They're all out of order.
They're all out of order.
Too many people's touched it.
You'll have that. Like you say, Juka having problems there in that first moto. He's up to the number 3 spot here and looking like he's actually starting to reel in maybe for the number 2 position, a challenge there on Adam Ulrich. And now that won't change a whole lot as far as for Juka for the overall or even for Ulrich, I think, at that point. But as we all know, man, it's a ride for pride every time that gate drops for these kids and for any competitor out there on the track, I think.
Yeah, we're not going to make a call on who the champion is of the shifter class because this is the same scenario that we looked at in that other, I believe it was 90 shifter class.
Yeah.
And Ian Juka had a 20 or 30-point lead. This one he has a 23, and Mason Jackson is in second with 200 points. So we're not going to make a call on this. I guess we'll find out on if Mason Jackson makes it to the podium. We can ask him.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll know when they get up there who won that one, huh?
Yeah, I have a good feeling, and that could be his third national champion, and that's a good resume to put together for your Youth Rider of the Year right there.
Wow, Ian Juka getting a little out of shape coming out of the 10 Commandments, but he's switching up lines, I think, is what he did. He made a last-ditch effort to cross completely across the 10 Commandments, and it may not have been a mistake. I think he might have meant to do that.
Yeah, these kids get wild on these little bikes. They can kind of put them some places that you can't put the big ones because they're a lot shorter wheelbase and throw it around a little bit more.
So that's what he did coming out of that 10 Commandments, just trying to sling it around to get into a different position. He sees that he's closing up on the second place ride of Ulrich, but he just can't find the line that is going to propel him to the number 2 spot.
Looks like Juka closing up the gap on Ulrich here and trying to put in a battle. Looked like Mason Jackson getting away from him. Oh, Juka on the outside, side by side with him. He's got the inside line. Let's see if he can do it.
And did you see Ian Juka? He slingshotted around that turn on the outside. I don't think he let up going in or coming out on that one.
Yep, looks like he got him for second. Looks like they're come. This is for the checkered flag too, so this is the last lap. He takes the outside. Ulrich takes the inside. Ulrich pulls in on him. They come over to the last 2 humps going in the final turn. Juka's going to take the outside. Ulrich is going to try to sneak the inside. They come together. He goes over the berm.
Wow, Juka just trying to ride his line. I don't know if he saw or felt Ulrich coming or not, but Ulrich over the berm. He keeps rolling and will finish up in the number 3 spot. Again, I don't know what that's going to do as far as Ulrich's overall is concerned. I don't think it's going to affect it any whatsoever. So that'll bring actually might help out Juka a little bit as it brings him up to 7th overall. But Mason Jackson, the number 5 machine, goes 1-1 for the overall win in the 70 shifter class. Adam Ulrich a 2-3 for overall second. And we see that Maximus Rumsey, who went 3-4, will get the overall third. We head down to the podium with Brogan Geyer, be meeting and greeting our 70 shifter champ. And we go down to the Open B class on the racetrack right now, where we'll be watching for Logan Stanfield. We saw Logan as a part of that 969 Motorsports team there a few moments ago, talking about his experience there with Travis Moore. Logan out of Peru, Indiana on that number 55 machine. He is going to be looking out for riders like the 44 of Tyler Powers out of Newport, Tennessee. 3rd place ride in Moto number 1, which was Grayson Eller, the 171. Again, having a tough 17 is what race we're on right now. Grayson Eller out of Salisbury, North Carolina. Again, looking to get a decent start out of him this time. We haven't seen great starts so far. We'll see if this one's any better for the 171. I actually think he might have actually got out of the gate that time. Is that him in 4th right now?
I believe it is, yes. 4th or 5th.
Wow, so maybe a decent start for the first time in a while for the 171 of Grayson Eller in this Open B class.
Yeah, Logan Stanfield came out of there like a rocket. Let's see if Tyler Powers can put that new Wienen Yamaha he bought. Wienen Motorsports Yamaha he bought this weekend up towards the front.
Man, we saw a great battle out of these two yesterday, if you remember correctly. As far as the win went, Stanfield was able to get him, but, man, he had to really power past that 44 machine in order to make it happen.
Yeah, he's having great luck with that Wienen Motorsports Yamaha coming out of the gate. He must have same style as Chad coming out of the gate with that torquey Yamaha motor. So must be working for him too, because it's been working for Chad.
Yeah, it's got to give you a whole boatload of confidence to know that you're on the 4-time champion's bike and quite possibly a 5-time ATV motocross champ there. To be able to ride one of his bikes, that's got to give you a little extra confidence, I think.
Yeah, for sure. As they're coming back in the sand sweeper, Logan Stanfield must have found another gear because he checked out quick.
All right, guys, down here on the podium with the 70 shifter champion, Mason Jackson. 2nd time today down here on the podium. Mason, tell us a little bit about that moto.
Well, the first moto in that, after the one I won in the last 70, I figured out that whole shot too. I got that whole shot. Rode one, and then this one. I didn't get the whole shot. Adam was in front of me. Then the second anthill, he took the inside, and I'm to the anthill. I took outside, got in front of him, and rode to the win.
So it sounds like there's a lot of lines open up on this track and make for good passing. What was your favorite part of the track?
I still don't really know.
All right, well, who do you like to thank again for getting you up here twice this weekend?
My mom, my dad, my sister, Fierce Power Sports, Elka Suspension, Fly Racing, Max's Tires, Jackson Concrete, Spec Bolt, everyone for watching me and cheering me on, and that's about it.
All right, guys, that's Mason Jackson, a two-time Loretta Lynn's Dirt Days champion.
All righty, thanks a lot, Brogan. Congratulations to you, Mason, on your second championship there. Good to have you top of the box yet again here at Loretta Lynn's. And, of course, we head out onto the racetrack where we are watching this Open B class unfold. Logan Stanfield, Tyler Powers, Daniel Bennett, Grayson Eller up the fourth, Tyler Trent rounding out the top five there at the end of lap number 1. The end of lap number 2 may see a little bit different scenario shaping up as we've seen some positions changing and jockeying around going on there. And I think that Grayson Eller's moved up to right behind Trent now for the number 2 spot. They're battling. He gets around Daniel Bennett. That was Bennett that they just threaded the needle through. Grayson Eller up the third, Tyler Trent back there also. But here comes Eller as he's trying to go on the inside of Trent. Oh, we talked about it yesterday. The Weenan Motorsports machine. It's an identical one, basically an identical one to the 88 of Joel Hetrick. And Hetrick's machine just took the pass on Weenan's machine there, if you will. So Grayson Eller takes over the number 2 spot, and this is the kind of riding we expected to see out of Grayson if he could ever get up front, and there is where he's at. It's those start have been killing him all summer, all summer long and all season long, and this right here might be the incentive that he looks for to figure out what those how to get those starts dialed in and become more of a factor in 2017. Tyler Powers in third, Daniel Bennett in fourth, Tyler Trent now in the number 5 spot as Shane McMillan in 6th place. Morgan Payne is 7th. Sean Woodhead in 8th. 9th is Daniel Davis, and rounding out the top 10 will be Brandon Crone. Some Grayson Eller making it happen out there and getting into that number 2 spot. The big question is, will he have what it takes to reel in that 4.9 second gap between himself and Stanfield? We are running probably short on time here on lap number 3, so he's got a little more than a lap in order to make up a lot of real estate out there. But you can see right now he has got his head down, charging, looking, well, he did look back there for just a second. I'm sure he was just wondering if Tyler Trent was back there very close or not. He sees that he's not. Now he can start focusing on the task at hand, which lies ahead of him with the number 55 on the number plate. Oh, is it the front tire? Look at that front left tire. I thought there it looked like it might be off the bead, and that's exactly what it is. That's why he was looking back, I think, kind of wondering if these guys were going to get around. But you got to hand it to Grayson being able to hold on for as long as he did, because that tire looked like it was off the rim for several turns before Tyler Trent was able to get back around him. So Tyler Powers, I'm sorry. Trent's back in now the number 4 spot, as I think that puts Eller way back now. So rolling into the final lap here. So Stanfield, Powers, Bennett, Trent, Woodhead is 5th, Kenny Payne, Morgan Payne is 6th, 7th Daniel Davis, 8th Martin Graminga, 9th is Brandon Crone, and 10th place Jesse Boyles. What a heartbreaker there for Eller. I saw that tire and I wasn't for sure what was going on, but that explained a lot real quick. And that's going to leave him with a lot of questions in his mind, I believe, as far as the offseason is concerned. Now, I think that those guys are planning on heading up to the Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort for the amateur support program that'll be running with the AMA Pro ATV National Finale there. That'll be taking place on Friday, September 9th at the Edge of Summer Motocross. That's where we saw Grayson Eller introduced to the B class last year up from the youth ranks, and there's where we recognized that Grayson was going to be a true threat here on the big bikes. Again, the only thing he's lacking is the starts, and now air in the tire, I guess. But Stanfield's not lacking much. This rider right here, we saw that piece and talking with Travis Moore a few moments ago. If you saw that pink beard, the reason for the pink beard is not because Travis is necessarily weird. It's because he made a bet with this kid right here and actually the rest of the team and said, if any of you can capture the national championship before we go to Loretta Lynn's, I'll dye my beard pink. Well, that's what he did, and that's Logan Stanfield is the reason that it happened, because he won a championship in his class. And Travis Moore, a man of his word, to say the least. Looking right now, I'm not sure, but it might have been this class we're looking at right now. I think that Luke was right. There's been a lot of hands in this paper, so these are not in any particular order at this time, but congratulations to Stanfield. He'll take the 1-1 for the win. That'll go for the overall. Tyler Powers will take second today with a 2-2. Third will go to Tyler Trent as he finishes 4-4. Overall, Sean Woodhead is fourth with a 7-5, and fifth place is Owen Davis, the number 3 machine. Or Daniel Davis, I'm sorry, Daniel Davis, the number 3 machine, rounding out the top 5 there in the Open B class. And as far as the Open B class is concerned, I believe Noah Mickelson, the champion in that one. Stanfield would be second, and Grayson Eller would be third in points as far as the overall title is concerned there. And Logan Stanfield will be heading to the podium to talk to Luke Shepard, or as some know him, Luke Manchak. And a 450C making their way onto the starting line right now. Ryan Smith going to be the one to beat in this one, as he not only your national champion, but he took the Moto 1 win in his division. And we'll head down to the podium where we got our next winner, Logan Stanfield.
Man, Rodney, I'm pretty upset you mixed me up with Luke. I'm not like him.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Luke stepped out of here. That's right. He went to get a sandwich. I was thinking he. All right, down to Brogan Geyer on the podium.
All right, I got the Open B champion, Logan Stanfield, down here on the podium. Tell us a little bit about how your motors went this weekend.
First moto it was pretty good. I didn't get the whole shot. I got third, made some passes, and just rode my race. Second moto, I pulled the whole shot and just put my head down and had fun.
I know Travis Moore's a pretty big part of your program, and tell us a little bit how you got ready for down here at Loretta's in the heat.
Travis' house is only like 45 minutes, so that helps a lot. It got pretty hot, and we rode bikes, worked out in the heat, and that just helped a lot.
I know you got a lot of people to thank for getting up here, so who'd you like to thank?
My mom and dad, they do the world for me. Phil, Jace, Big Al, Travis, they work on my bikes. They switched the motor out yesterday. Team 969, Ashley, Chelsea, Walsh, Rhino Power, Napa, Fly, ATV Riders, Maxis, 60, Matrix, Works, Amped, Atlas, Motor Rex, Tire Balls, Power Med, Goldspeed, Fourworks, Elka, Scott Kane, PR2, and that's it.
All right, that's Logan Stanfield, your Loretta Lynn's Dirt Days Open B champion.
All right, thanks a lot, Brogan Geyer. Sorry, didn't mean to call you Luke, but man, I was watching right there. I believe that was Ryan Smittle who was out to the lead and back there in Storyland. Man, well, he have a story to tell. He literally just fell off that quad, it looked like, right there, and relinquished the #1 spot, and he opened up the door, and we got, look at this battle that's coming through right now. That's the 317 machine of Zach Collar. That's the 11 of Devin Kendrick, in a three-way battle over the Dragon right now, as we see these riders now switching up lines and trying to find the fast one through. Who's it going to be? And Collar, no, it's going to be the 11 of Devin Kendrick out of Earlysville, Iowa, on that Jansen Motorsports Cycle Solution Breezewood Proving Grounds machine, taking to the lead and pointing this one as we look back to the number 2 spot now. That is your 317 of Zach Collar. We see Logan Trimble in the 126. He is running now in the number 3 spot. Trimble finished second in his division race out there yesterday, so he's in a pretty good position to take an overall win if things work in his favor. But right now he's got to get up and around Zach Collar and Devin Kendrick in order to make that happen. Austin Decatu, the number 39 in 4th. Then we see Mason Hunt, the 08 in 5th. Looks like Clint Nicola is back there in the number 6 spot. Ty Burchett in 7th. Harlan Jones 8th. Johnny Adams in 9th, and 10th place is Rick Korn. What we got going on out here looks like battle for second place now as things really heating up there between Collar and Tremelin. Let's check back. Look, there's all kinds of battling going on right now. And let's see. Looks like we might have solidified that second place position. This is a battle right now with Tremelin being pressured by, is that still the 317? Is that Collar, I believe? No? The Koto now, I think, is what we, I cannot see those numbers. Get a little bit blurry on my monitor here for some reason, but so Kendrick Collar, according to 450C standings after 1, Kendrick Collar, Tremelin, Decatu, and Hunt, and we may be looking at some changes here as we see into the sweeper. Oh, yeah, we are looking at some changes. That is the battle for second. That is the 317, feeling the pressure from Tremelin again, Zach Collar. And that is the 39 of Decatu back there in the 4th place position. So he was challenging. We'll head down in a moment, I believe. Sound like I might have somebody ready on the podium again. Do we got more of that going on down there?
Oh, no, we just got a little excitement down here with
okay.
the 969 crew, you know.
Oh, yeah, they're really celebrating down there right there. All right, so while they continue their celebration down there, wow, look at this. Tremelin through the short chutes now. I think he may have gotten around Collar for that number 2 spot, but can he hang on to it? That's the big question right now. Making a pass is sometimes easier than keeping it. And Tremelin is finding that out the hard way. Zach Collar, though, is going to – no, he's not going to give up. It's not going to be relinquished easily anyway. They go into Storyland nearly side by side, only about a bike length separating. But I think Tremelin has the advantage right now, Luke. So that's going to put him into the number 2 spot, and that would be good enough for second overall. And that allows Kendrick to gain a little bit of breathing room out there. And as we roll through lap number 3, Tremelin still has a bit of a chance right now to close that gap up and challenge for the lead position, and that would, if he could beat Kendrick, put him in a position to take the Dirt Days win here at Loretta's.
Yeah, it looked like Logan was getting held up a little bit there by Zach and finally got by him, and I think he might have well, he's still got 1 lap to go. He could run down Kendrick and battle for the overall here, but if not, he's going to have to settle for a second overall, which in this class, I think those two are the two that are battling for the championship. So hopefully you can catch them so we can see a pretty good battle.
Yeah, for sure. We'll try to see how those points are looking. Again, our points are a little bit deceiving with no drops and everything thrown in, but we can at least get a fairly good observation of what's going on there. And I keep getting close, but then I turn the page and it's something else.
Yeah, Tremelin is reeling in Kendrick fast. He's right on him.
All right, the way I'm seeing it right now, Kendrick is your 3rd place position. Logan Tremelin is 2nd. The championship belongs to Ryan Smittle from best that I can tell there. So Tremelin then followed by Kendrick 2nd and 3rd. So this could be a battle for the overall 2nd place position between these two. And if not, it is certainly a battle for the overall here at Dirt Days. And that, my friends, are the bragging rights. And like you stated earlier, Luke, winning that last race of the year is a pretty big race to win. If you're going to win and only win one, I guess that would be the one to win. But I know these guys have each won more than one, so you want to leave here with the explanation point and the best taste in your mouth.
Yeah, and you kind of have the bragging rights when you're coming into B class next year.
Exactly. And here we go. Man, look at that. That track, those option lines are even getting quite a bit chewed up out there, becoming somewhat of a challenge and a technical issue. So Logan Tremelin, 126, is going to settle up for second, but he does have, look at this, Luke, we coming into the Dragons back area of this racetrack, over the Rocky Mountain now, that little switchback heading toward the Dragon's Nose, and a few bike links separating. One little mistake, one major push by Tremelin, like this right here. Let you see the sky that he got out of that, but again, I think Kendrick is going to still need to make that little bit of a mistake in order to loft the 126 into position. See what happens here. No mistakes by Kendrick, and that means he is going to hold on to it, and Devin Kendrick will be your 2016 ATV Dirt Days Nationals champion, and also a top 3 overall here in the 450C National Championship itself. 450C class. What a great ride there. Congratulations to Devin Kendrick as he makes his way over to see Brogan Geyer.
Yeah, great ride there by Kendrick.
Race 18 in the history books. Race 19, 90 automatic senior, 12 to 15, 90 automatic junior, 8 to 11. Set to roll here in a moment. By the way, your overall in the race of the 450C class was Kendrick, Tremelin, Collar, Ryan Smittle up to 6th place after that get off there on the first lap of racing. Actually, it was the second lap of racing, I believe, or so, because he turned in a lap of a 151.5, the fastest lap of the moto, to finish up a respectable 4th place finish here today. Mason Hunt rounded out your top 5, and Devin Kendrick, all big, massive, about 7 feet tall of him, and I think a 1.5 feet of that 7 feet that he is might be hair, but all of it has made its way onto the podium right there as we say congratulations to our next Dirt Days champion, once again, Mr. Devin Kendrick. Man, and those medallions are getting tougher and tougher to slip over his head. That's some big hair right there.
All right, we're down on the podium with the 450C Loretta Lynn's Dirt Days champion, Devin Kendrick. Devin, tell us a little bit about how your motos went today.
They were all right. Track was a little rough. I was in second or third. Ryan took a pretty nasty spill. Hope he's all right wherever he is. And I just led the rest of the race.
With the rough track and all the different lines, was finding a passing line easy, or was it a little difficult out there today?
It was pretty nice because the way it was rough, multiple lines seemed to be set up, and whoever could take the inside or the outside fastest had the next position.
All right, well, I know you got a lot of people to thank for getting you up here today. Who would you like to thank for all your sponsors?
First off, I'd like to thank Jansen Motorsports. I couldn't have had any part of this year without them. Next, I'd like to thank Walsh Racecraft, Max's Tires, Henson Clutch Components, Uni Filters, Fast Flex Handlebars, Hanks Thomas Performance, Sunoco Race Fuels, Max's Tires, again, I don't know if I said them or not, Motocross Vests, FTR, Breezewood Proving Grounds, Bell Helmets, Atlas Neck Braces, Engine Ice, and DP Brakes, and everybody else I forgot.
Devin Kendrick, your Lowlands Dirt Days 450C champion.
Well, there you go. It is Devin Kendrick with the win, and here we go on to the racetrack right now. The 90 Automatic Junior, the 90 Automatic Senior. The Senior, I believe that is the 488 of Dane Molander, the Maxxis Dragon Goggles, DDP Racing back machine, took the Moto 1 win. Second went to the 109 of Josh Collins. Third in Moto 1, Patrick Gordon. That's old Patrick Flash Gordon, the number 9 out of Mount Pleasant, Tennessee. And Bryce Duvall, the 77 from Raywick, Kentucky, finished 4th. Molander, as we said out front, in the senior class, 90 Automatic Junior, the 8 to 11, the number 1 of Bryson Slagle, who I believe is the champion of this class, took the Moto 1 win. He's out of Gordonsville, Tennessee. We've got second place in that junior class going to the 123 of Connor Brewer, third to the 77 slash of Colton Smittle, fourth to Hunter Reynolds, the 27, and fifth was Shaylee Larson, the 23. Right now, as we wrap up these first laps, Molander, Josh Collins, Patrick Flash Gordon, and Bryce Duvall, 1, 2, 3, and 4, that 90 Automatic Senior 12 to 15-year-old class making their way by. Now checking in with the second division, the 90 automatic junior 8 to 11, Bryson Slagle, the national champion out there with the number 1, leading here at the end of lap 1 in this 8 to 11 division. Then we see Connor Brewer, the 123, Colton Smittle, the 77 slash, and third there is Shaylee Larson. Landon Cassidy is fifth aboard the 15 slash. Hunter Reynolds in sixth aboard the 27. Overalls right now, Dane Molander looking at a 1-1. Bryson Slagle looking at a 1-1. But again, remember, we've got one lap down. Still working on the final 3 laps, and that's when we know, when the checker flag comes out, who the winners are going to be. 90 automatic junior on the track with the seniors. 50 open 5 to 8 coming up after this. This is that 50 open 5 to 8 class actually required a qualifier yesterday. We had to narrow it down to the top 20 in each one of these divisions. Actually, we had 2 50 classes that were on the verge of qualifying. One of them actually had a couple of riders drop out, which brought it down to 20, so it kind of evened things out. But this 50 open class, man, that was impressive to see these kind of numbers out here this week.
Was this that class that we were watching that those 2 kids won by like a minute apiece or like 50 seconds apiece in their respective divisions?
I think it might have been, actually. If that's the case, when we see the 66 and the 999 of Dalton Turpin and Landon Korn go together, this is going to be pretty intense, I think.
Yeah, that would be very, very, very exciting to watch.
So Dane Molander around for 2 laps complete now, as he has amassed at least a 15. Now I'm going to call it probably closer to 30-second lead over the second place ride of Josh Collins. Let's see here. Still waiting. Still waiting. Still waiting.
We do a lot of that up here. We wait.
Sometimes you have to. At 2:32 lap time, it's actually a 32-second difference there between first and second place. Patrick Gordon running in the number 3 spot, and fourth place, the 77 of Bryce Duvall. the burning barn, if you will. It's catching on fire. It is starting to heat up out there a little bit, and some of these back a little bit further. I think really the third place position in the senior class is up. Junior class leader Bryson Slagle, I believe, is closing in on the tail end of the pack of the senior class, likely. Connor Brewer, the 133, running 21 seconds back in second. Colton Smittle is third. Fourth place is Shaylee Larson, and fifth place Landon Cassidy. So the number 1 has caught the, I think, the back of the pack there of Bryce Duvall and Patrick Gordon in the senior division. So here we go. 32 seconds at the end of lap number 2 for Dane Molander over the rest of the field there. Race number 20. I got 2 missing here. What we got going on here? Alrighty, Brogan Guy are going to be stepping out. Sounds like that they got to hit the road and head back to Peru, Indiana. And looks like Luke going to be heading down to take care of the podiums from here on out the rest of the day. But look at the number 1 there, Bryson Slagle. Really has, I think, put down some great lap times, but amassing what we see now is to be closer to a 22-second lead and approaching the 30-second mark over second place in this class right now. Already Dane Molander has hit the 30-second mark. He's 32 seconds ahead of the field, so I think we got some ringers out here in the 90 automatic class. These guys moving up, I'm sure they're going to find their bits of competition in the future, though, but make no mistake, Dane Molander will be a force to be reckoned with in 2017, as will Bryson Slagle. I believe we are looking at a Pro-Am LCQ that would be slated to go about right now, but don't think we need an LCQ for the Pro-Am, if memory serves me correct. And that means that we would roll right into our next race, which would be the 50 Open 5 to 8-year-olds. Dane Molander rolling through right now as he is not pushing any whatsoever. Talk about wheels on the ground. Very respectful to our yellow flags out there and the caution flags. By the way, Bryson Slagle has checked in, and he has hit the 30-second mark as anticipated. Connor Brewer in second. Colton Smittle third. Landon Cassidy fourth. Hunter Reynolds in fifth. Shaylee Larson in sixth. It's Caleb Smith in seventh. Kanan Fulton rounding out eighth place. If it finishes like this, Molander will take the win in the senior division, with Josh Collins in second, Gordon and Duvall third and fourth. Slagle would win the junior division with Brewer in second, Smittle in the number 3 spot, Hunter Reynolds in fourth, and Logan Cassidy rounding out the top 5. Concessions are open, folks. Luke just came up here and ate a very tasty looking chicken basket with french fries and onion rings and all kinds of cool things in it. And Dane Molander just popped off the Dirt Days 2016 ATV win here, and that has got to be a great feeling for him to be able to close out the season like this. And we'll be looking for Bryson Slagle to do the same, as we'll also, I believe, looking at 50 open class racing, and soon to come. And Dee's heading on down to the podium area, I believe, right now. Sorry, I'm not going to lie. I'm trying to eat a french fry or two in between right now. So, taking a lunch. Welcome, everybody. Apologize to you there at RacerTV.com, but trying to bring you all the action that we can here on a Sunday. This is our first time ever doing something like this, and though it may be a little bit on the shaky side right now as far as the camera work goes, we're seeing it is certainly a historic moment for Racer TV and for the ATV motocross racers.
All right, Rodney, I got one more in before we head back. But down here at the 90 Automatic Senior Dirt Days champion Dane Molander, tell us a little bit about how your motos went today.
Well, the track was rough. I just got the whole shot and tried to stay out front, tried not to break the bike or anything, and just tried to keep it all together.
What was your favorite part about the Loretta's track this weekend?
Probably the big giant tabletop in the back corner by the sand straightaway, because I just like to launch that and then just hammer back on the gas through the straightaway.
All right, well, I know you got a lot of people that help you get up here today. What sponsors would you like to thank for today?
I'd like to thank my family for all the support and sacrifices that they made. Precision Racing for building me a fast motor, Dragon Goggles for all the good goggles for in the daylight and the nighttime, Amped Apparel for keeping me looking good off the track, Watching Racing for my suspension, Maxxis Tires for keeping me up front with the tires, Matt Bose from G-Force for getting my bike tuned this weekend, Fly Gear for keeping me looking good on the track, Engine Ice for giving me antifreeze, Race Day Picks for taking the nice picks, and I am ATV Motocross.
All right, that's Dane Molander, your 90 Automatic Senior Dirt Days champion.
All righty, congratulations to that winner. I think we have another one coming up here in just a second, if I'm not mistaken. 50 open on the track right now. We'll try to catch up with that for just a second. Looking at, again, Moto 1 winner Dalton Turpin, the 67. Second went to Talon Trimble, the 88 slash. Third went to Brody Sorensen. Actually, we did have division races in this. Landon Korn, the 999, took a division race win. Lad Weehunt took second in his division. And looks like thirds to Brody and Bryson Juice on the 100 slash. Right now, let's check in again here at the podium. I think we've got our second podium interview coming up there, if I'm not mistaken. If not, whenever you're ready, just jump right on in. We'll try to get these guys sorted out front here in the 50 open class. Look at this, nose to tail. The top three are literally slicing and dicing back and forth, and I think they're swapping back and forth in positions right now also. So I seen Turpin there, the 66. He was back in the number 2 spot there. I don't know if that was trying to get those numbers again. They get a little fuzzy on me. That is the number 7. That's who I thought it may be. Lad Wehunt actually took a second place in Moto 1. So opening up here with a lead in Moto 2, he is positioning himself for an overall win, it looks like, in the 5 to 8-year-old class.
All right, Rodney, we got one more down here, the 90 automatic junior champion, Bryson Slagle. Dirt Days. Well, tell us a little about how your motors went this weekend.
Well, yesterday I got the whole shot and led the whole moto, and then today just tried to go out and do the same thing, and ended up here.
So I see the number 1 on your bike. Did you win the overall championship this year?
Yes.
All right, that's always cool. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here and for the championship this year?
I've got to thank the Lord for keeping me safe. My mom and dad, I couldn't have done anything without them. G-Force, Frankenstein MX, MotoWaz, Motocross Fest, Liat, Power Mad, Wrath, Frankenstein MX, and everyone else that I forgot. Thank you.
That's Bryson Slagle, your 2016 Dirt Days and 90 Automatic Junior National Champion.
All right, good job, and great job today. Want to say thanks to our helper out there today. Brogan Geyer doing a great job, even though I called him Luke Shepard a few minutes ago. But Brogan doing a great job out there, and glad to have him as a part of the Racer TV crew here this weekend. Thank you very much. As we head down to the racetrack right now and watch this unfold, it is still Lad Wehunt out front in this one. We still see that Dalton Turpin is trying to position himself to take the number 1 spot. And he is right there within striking distance. That first and second place are starting to stretch things out. All right, back with the action on the track. And action it is, my friends, as Wehunt and Turpin going nose to tail in and out of some of these turns, but Wehunt starting to stretch it out a little bit through that rough area of the racetrack that we call the sweeper turn. I don't know how much sweeping it is. It's just a nice, big, long, gradual landmine field, I think, right now at this point. So Turpin right there, still within striking distance of Wehunt. Trying to check back to that number 3 spot again. I don't know if that was Lincoln Tummel or, excuse me, Brody Sorensen or not, the 98. Oh, we got a pass going on right now, and there it is. That is the 999 of Landon Korn back in 3rd, by the way, so we got that sorted out. And we got a new leader sorted out as well, as the 50 open class check. Oh, and he passes him right back. Lad Wehunt is back in the number 1 spot. There is the 66 of Turpin right back, finding himself where he was a lap ago after doing all that work and getting around. So I think the intensity of this 50 open class just picked up. Sometimes I say I think the 70s are the fastest bikes. Whenever you start looking at scaling those things up, fastest bikes on the track, but I'm beginning to wonder if this 50 open class isn't starting to find the speeds as well. Right now, watching this one continue to unfold. Oh, Turpin a little bit out of shape going into the 10 Commandments, so that's going to slow his pressure down just a little bit. Looking back behind him right now, there's 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Again, as we were saying, Landon Korn in 3rd. I believe that's Trimble. That is the 88 slash of Talon Trimble in 4th. And Clay Kimmy rounds out the top 5. Brody Sorensen in 6th place. Heating back up yet again as Dalton Turpin has found the rear grab bar, again, of Lad Wehunt. And they make their way out of Storyland. Wehunt again able. Ooh, and we got one in the banners right now. Look at that. flying the CST banner all the way around the racetrack right there. Steve Walker, find out who that is. Get him a new set of tires. Wow, and he continues to run with the banners wrapped around him. We continue to run with this this battle up front right now, man. Lad Wehunt is really rising to the occasion right now. Second on the Hetrick Wehunt off-road backed machine that he's riding on out there. And Dalton Turpin took a win in his division race, and he's right there, but Wehunt is not relinquishing any whatsoever. And look at Korn right there. He's right there in the number 3 spot, too, so he could become a part of this battle on the 999 real soon if things play in his favor. And not far behind him is still Talon Trimble, the 88 Slash. We saw the pass taking place here a lap ago. Wehunt made it back, and now he's shutting the door on the 66 of Turpin, so he's not going to be able to make the pass this time. Third lap around, white flag out, and who would have thought for an intensity like this in a 50cc class? It's funny because nowadays, you know, it used to be, honestly, when these 50 classes came out, that was the time that you started looking for maybe a time to stretch your legs, rub your eyes, because it was going to be an okay race, but you didn't see things like what you're seeing out here right now. These are the things that bring this ATV Motocross National Championship to the level that it is, and it starts right here in these 55 to 8-year-old classes. A majority of the riders, they average out, I think, about 8 years old, 7 years old. And look, we got second and third gaining, especially second. Turpin is still right there, and nope, not gonna. Well, will he? Lad Wehunt. Oh man, just threaded right back in front of Dalton Turpin to maintain the number 1 spot. Landon Korn is chomping at the bit back there right now. Here comes Korn. Oh, mercy. Turpin a little out of shape, and that's going to open the door up now and change the face of this one, at least for a moment. We've got a new second-place ride. We're in some lap traffic. Landon Korn takes over second. Now Turpin has got a big change in front of him, and here comes the 88 Slash now up Talon Trimble as he's trying to put the pressure on for the third place right now. But Korn is now pressuring Lad Wehunt. This is the first time we've seen him there. Oh, Korn getting out of his line there on that big sweeper turn. That's going to open the door up for Wehunt to stretch it out, and here comes the challenge again from Dalton Turpin, I believe, from that now third-place position. Wow, get down around the fences, folks. This might be a barn burner right there at the fence and at the checkers. Oh, they touch wheels over the Dragon's back, now into the over the back itself and onto the tail. Wehunt still with the lead, and look at that, man. Landon Korn switching up from one side of the racetrack to the other, and he nearly touched, I believe, with the 66 of Turpin, and that was probably the big break that Lad Wehunt was looking for, because that gave him that little bit of breathing room, that little bit of oomph time to take to the checker flag and the Moto2 win to Lad Wehunt and the Dirt Days ATV National Championship win here at Loretta Lynn's. Now, as far as the championship, I don't know where that puts him in the overall for that, but who needs to worry about a championship when you just had a ride like that under the pressure that you had? Lad Wehunt rising to the occasion to take the win, the open 5 to 850 class. Landon Korn will finish up second. That will be second overall. Looks like Talon Trimble actually getting around Dalton Turpin for third. He will finish third overall. Dalton Turpin will go 1-4 for fourth overall. And Clay Kimmy goes, I believe it is 5-5 for the fifth place overall. What an amazing race for our 50 open 5 to 8-year-old class. And the CST banners are still wrapped around this little guy. Who is that? We need to get a name on him. He's got to be the next guy carrying the flag for the CST tires. That is the 88 ride of Lincoln Tummel, I believe is who that is. 88 of Lincoln Tummel. We got another 88. We got an 88 Slash. And that's, well, we got a 08. Whichever one's in front. Is that a 088 maybe? I think it's just an 88, but man, carrying the CST flag that entire race. I love it. 50 open 5-8, and senior 40 plus, women 30 plus are on the gate ready to go out next. We got a little water going down, but we're going to head down to the podium here in just a moment to congratulate Lad Wehunt. I imagine that kid's probably breathing kind of hard right now. Here we go with the senior 40 plus class. Gate down on this one. Is that Daniel Ducatu taking the early lead in this one? CD Music took the Moto 1 win there yesterday, but I'm believing this might be the number 1 Ducatu taking the lead. The whole shot anyway. Can't still tell the number on that bike, but it certainly is a Honda-mounted ride, if nothing else. And I don't believe that is the number 1. So there's the number 1 Ducatu. He was back in third, so sorry about that. Is that CD Music? I believe now into the number 1 spot. He took the Moto 1 win, so we're getting sorted out pretty quick out here, I think, for this senior 40-plus BC class. CD Music leading. Daniel Ducatu now in the number 2 spot. We see the women's 30-plus class are off and rolling, heading through the SSI Decals Whole Shot Forest right now. And the battle for the overall win here at Dirt Days in the senior 40-plus classes right here before our very eyes on RacerTV.com.
All right, Rodney, I'm down here with Lad Wehunt, your last moto winner and overall Loretta Lynn's champion. How does it feel to win at Loretta Lynn's, buddy?
Good.
Good? That's all you're going to give me for excitement is good? I know you're way more excited than good.
Yeah. I don't know what to say, though.
Oh, you're speechless, huh? So tell me how you did it. How'd you get up here?
Well, I rolled my butt off and challenge off with 66 and 999, right? I think so. Here.
All right, so are you staying in this class next year? Are you moving up, or what's up with that?
I'm moving up.
What are you moving up to? Is 70 class, maybe?
Yeah, some class.
All right, sounds good. So who do you want to thank for helping you get up here and winning at Loretta Lynn's?
Joel Hattrick, my mom and dad, and my uncle. And I think that's it.
What about your mom and dad?
And my mom and dad.
Yeah, I have a feeling they're probably a big help in your program, huh?
Yeah.
All right, give it up.
Nah, I think it's his uncle, Luke. I think his uncle's the driving force in that program, right?
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just playing.
Oh. Hey, you never know. You never know.
Well, Joel Hattrick, mom and dad, and his uncle. That's who he attributes all this to. And I'll tell you what, with a mentor like Joel Hattrick, I think that would make about any kid out there fast. Hey, right now, it is CD Music, Daniel Ducatu, Daniel Dominizuski, the 316 back in third, Randy Hurst in fourth, Jason Jackson rounding out the top 5. Rick Korn, the 23, he's 6th place. 7th place is James Perry, old JPMX himself, and at 7th against Stephen Falks, the 73, and 8th. 9th is Patrick Pate, the 19 slash, and rounding out the top 10, Dustin Drozd on board the number 30 on this Yamaha as the women 30-plus class. It is Emily Young leading Michelle Grant and Michelle Stillo in the number 3 spot. There's CD Music, and there is the number 1, Daniel Ducatu, in the number 2 spot as they wage war and wrap up lap number 2 here in the senior 40-plus BC class. Coming up, Schoolboy Senior. Also race 25, the 90 Open Senior, and race 26, the 450 BC, and the Bet 30-plus class. So race 23 already here. We're rolling through these. I believe we've got, 34 races or so to go through today. 37 is what it's saying. But I believe that a couple of those numbers were skipped, or at least 1 or 2. So, yeah, it's not too bad of a race day today, it doesn't look like. We're well past the halfway point. We're into the home stretch, and we got some great battles coming up. We still got more Pro-Am Moto number 2 racing coming up. Got more 90 shifter class race coming up. We got schoolboy class racing coming up, and a couple of schoolboy classes, as a matter of fact. And these old boys right here in the senior 40-plus class. So we got the schoolboy and the old boys right here. CD Music. He and I are the same age, and this man is so impressive to see what he's able to do on a four-wheeler. He and actually Daniel, all these guys in the senior 40-plus class, very impressive what they're able to do. And what I think is cool is that CD's got a regular, 9-to-5 job. He works hard as he can, and of course he's got a son that's in the AMA Pro ATV ranks, and he still finds time to be out here on the racetrack enjoying the racing as much as his son. Yeah, heck, they could all pack up, leave, and go home today, but not. They're sticking around and celebrating Brett's Pro-Am Championship, and not only that, but this possible big win here today at Dirt Days. I'm not sure where CD is in the point standings. I think he might have came up a couple of rounds short, but man, in the races that he's been here and been performing well in, he has been exceptional. Schoolboy Senior 14-17 coming up. That'll feature riders like Peyton Zimmerman and Troy Hill. Dylan McClellan and Brandon O'Neill as well will be out there in that one. And Lance Walker along with Jake Lincoln. Final lap of racing right here before our very eyes for this senior 40-plus BC class. Women 30-plus also with us. Young, Grant, and Stillo still 1, 2, and 3. Looks like Young would take the overall win. If it finishes this way, CD Music should take the overall win in the senior 40-plus BC class. Well, just because we are saying CD Music should have this one wrapped up, we have one rider out there that might have something to say about that. And from the looks of things, it looks like he is trying to speak up right now. He's got his hand up. And we'll see if we're going to be able to call on him to make that pass. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Mr. Cotta. Mr. Cotta. Here we go. Inside for CD Music and outside for Ducato. And it is going to be the 5-3-9 into the last turn first. And barring any problems, CD Music will be your senior 40-plus class Dirt Days champion. Daniel Ducato, your senior 40-plus BC national champion. Well, the big question is, which one's the greatest bragging rights right now? National championship or Dirt Days ride? Well, right now I'm sure that CD's thinking he's got some pretty good bragging rights because he beat the national champion at Dirt Days. Randy Hurst will finish up in the number 3 spot, looks like, as we have ourselves another almost evil individual out there, Jason Jackson out of Granite City, Illinois. On the 665, rounding out the top 5, Daniel Domanazuski. See that big number 1 down there on the starting line again. That is Troy Hill, I believe. And we'll be waiting for the gate to drop on that one, but we'll be heading down to the podium with CD Music here in just a moment. And also Emily Young should be making her way into the Victory Lane Celebration Region 2. The crunch. Sounded like an old Doritos commercial. I took a bite of my chicken up here and it crunch. All right, gate down on this one here as we go into our schoolboys. Look at this, Troy Hill grabbing another lead out there.
All right, Rodney, we have CD Music down here in the 40-plus BC class. He is your Loretta Lynn's overall champion this weekend. I don't think I've ever seen an older guy this pumped. This guy is super excited to be down here. He said he finally put motos together. He finally got to run his own motor after not having to give it to his son to finish a race weekend or finish a practice weekend. So he's happy to be up here after winning Red Bud and now winning Loretta's. How's it feel, CD?
Oh, it feels good. It's good to be out here, and I mean Loretta's. I mean I've never won here before, and it's really nice. I mean I'm glad to be up here for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure you are, and I'm sure training with your son and all your guys' whole team and the Ellis team and all of them helping you out. I'm sure that's a big help in having you pick up your speed and run up front. And I'm sure you wish you could have got that earlier in the year so you could have this championship. But I'm sure you'll take the last 2 wins that you got too.
Absolutely, it feels good. And like you mentioned Ellis too, he really stepped up because we still ride his quads that he built for us. So. I mean, he was a big help, you know, and I wish he could be here, but, you know, hard times have come, and he's not been able to do it. But yeah, he really stepped up for us.
Well, that's good. That's good. Who else would you like to thank for being up here, CD?
Oh, definitely Costa Racing. I mean, he really stepped up for us this year, especially with Brett, and he's a good guy, no doubt about it. And he's with Brett, you know, getting a Pro-Am championship. That's pretty sweet too. And you know, I'd like to thank Matt Blommel. Shocks are unsurpassed. They're great. I mean, he's the best. And Empire Industries, Extreme Tech Motors, they run great, hold up really well, get you to the finish line. And Motorsport, they really helped Brett out a lot with the discounts. Power Mad, the program for helping Brett. Maxxis Tires for sure. I mean, they really got me off the start today and got me in the first corner up the front, so that's what I needed. And Ty Lube, great all, works really good for us. Myra Coating, great powder coat, holds up really good. I mean, no problems at all. Johnny Hale, he's stepping up for us too. He's really coming forward for us. And CP pistons and jet trim seat covers, precision stabilizers. So yeah, we couldn't do it without these guys.
All right, there you have it. Your 40-plus BC champion, CD Music.
All right, and congratulations to CD. And turning our attention out here, watching this battle on the racetrack, the number 1, once again, Troy Hill grabbing the early lead in this one, has not looked back. He grabbed the whole shot. And Peyton Zimmerman back there in the number 2 spot. This looks like a deja vu from one of our classes earlier. Brandon O'Neill is 3rd. 4th is Lance Walker. Eli Lingle rounds out your top 5 in the schoolboy senior 14 to 17-year-old class. That's after lap 1 complete. Here we roll through lap 2 and near the completion of this one as we head toward the Dragon there. Over the Dragon's head, onto the back, and now onto the big Dragon tails. We sweep around Troy Hill. Peyton Zimmerman 1 and 2. It's Peyton Zimmerman. He's trying to find that line, and he has been chasing Troy Hill a lot this season, and he wants to be the one leading him here pretty soon. The 504, Brandon O'Neill in that number 3 position. O'Neill about to feel some pressure, though, being applied from that 4th place ride, who's inching his way up ever so slightly. And we're talking about the 734 of Eli Lingle. Eli is a-coming, my friends. Actually, that's Lance Walker, and Eli Lingle's a-coming on his back wheels right there. And Donovan Cox in the number 5 spot. So Brandon O'Neill is 2nd, Lance Walker in 3rd, and there's Eli coming in 4th. I'm not kidding about that. Keep an eye on him. Donovan Cox in 5th. Neve Shaw, your girls champion, the 53 in 6th place. Jacob Lincoln, the 95 in 7th. 8th is Jacob Hughes. He's riding the number 11 machine. 79 of Dylan McClellan, who we saw go up the side of the finish line jump there yesterday and throw away maybe even the win in this class. I can't remember if it was this class or not, but Larry Kendrick rounds out the top 10 aboard the 17. You know, I seen Dylan last night, and he said, "Did you happen to see what I did over the finish?" I said, "Yeah, I'd seen what you did over the finish line. Rode right over the side of the jump, threw away the win." He's like, "Yep." So Peyton Zimmerman still trying to track down Troy Hill, but we're watching right there as see whether or not the 504, Brandon O'Neill, who is also not only a great ATV racer, but he is a snowcross national champion. He won a national championship. Last year in the off-season of ATV Motocross, Arctic Cat actually called him up and asked him if he wanted to go race for Arctic Cat in the snowcross series. Brandon thought, well, I don't have any time to ride, and and do the training I want to do for ATV, so let's give it a try. So Brandon goes up, wins the National Snowcross Championship, and comes out here on fire at the early part of the season. And talking with Brandon, it sounds like he's going to be racing snowcross again in 2017, so we wish him luck. If you want to find out more about that, log on to quad-radio.com. We had an interview with him on there last week, and you'll be able to listen to it right there on demand for yourself.
All right, Rodney, I got another podium champion down here, Emily Young in the 30-plus class. She went 1-1 this weekend. So, Emily, is this your first time running this class? I don't think I remember you running it anytime earlier in the year. You might have, but I don't think I saw it.
Yeah, I run it most of the year. I was a little disappointed the other two girls that have been running the class weren't here this year at Loretta's.
Oh, yeah, Michelle Jenkins, right? Yeah.
Line. Okay. I don't know her name.
Okay, and yeah, so this is your first win of the year.
Yeah, I've been struggling all year. You know, I've been on dirt bikes the last couple years, and I decided at Daytona I would run a couple nationals, so kind of threw a program together. But I'm happy to end the season with a win. So.
That's right. There's no better feeling than winning at Loretta's and going into the winter, trying to rebuild your program and having that on the resume. So who would you like to thank for putting you up here, and what other words would you like to say?
I would like to thank Ty Lube. They've really helped me out this year. FTR, Fox Shocks, BTO Sports, OGO, FMF, ODI, Works Connection, 100%, Henson Clutches, Steve Miller for helping me out at a couple of the races, and the man upstairs for keeping me safe all season. So.
Yeah, you can't ask for a better support program than that. Let's hear it for your 30-plus champion at Loretta's, Emily Young.
All righty, right now, wrapping this one up, Troy Hill is going to take the win over Peyton Zimmerman. If you were watching that one, folks, what a great one. Brandon O'Neill finishing up in third place, Lance Walker in fourth, Eli Lingle rounding out the top five. You look at the overall top five, you're looking at Zimmerman, O'Neill, Lance Walker, Eli Lingle, and Dylan McClellan to round out the fifth place position. That's going to wrap up this schoolboy senior 14 to 17 class. We're going to take a quick break here on RacerTV.com, and we'll be back with more amateur ATV motocross.
Prox Racing Parts is your hard parts source. Prox has you covered from your engine and drivetrain to your chassis. All parts are manufactured to the highest quality standards to meet or exceed the OEM standards. Prox releases new product lines throughout the year, so you won't want to go anywhere else. Find the nearest Prox dealer or distributor near you by going to pro-x.com.
Here at Rocky Mountain ATVMC, our goal has always been to get you the best price and provide quality service. Now, we're giving you one more reason to shop with Rocky Mountain. We call it Quick Cash. It's simple to get. Just place an order with a qualifying Quick Cash item and get cash to spend on your next order. Try it out today. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Getting out in front on the racetrack or on the trail requires every performance edge you can get. AMSOIL Synthetic Dirt Bike Oil is formulated to maximize horsepower. Its synthetic base oils reduce energy loss to friction, meaning your engine works less to deliver more power to the ground, helping you get out front and stay out. AMSOIL Synthetic Dirt Bike Oil. Out front performance.
And welcome back to RacerTV.com and Loretta Lynn's Dude Ranch for this final round of amateur racing of the Prox Racing Parts ATV Motocross National Championship Series. It's round 10 for them. It was round 11 yesterday for the pro program. They'll be back at it one more round at Soaring Eagles Edge of Summer Motocross event coming up September 9th. But this is it for the amateurs, and this ATV Dirt Days National Championship round is certainly one of the most prestigious, and Troy Hill grabs another win.
Yeah, I'm down here with Troy Hill on the podium, and this is the second win of the day, but this one's in the schoolboy senior class. So how, Troy, how did this one compare to the other one that you won today?
This one's a little harder fought. You know, me and Peyton had a good battle that one, and yesterday was division, so we both went 1-1. So this is whoever won this moto, won the overall, and Loretta's means a lot to win, so I made sure I won it this weekend.
And you have the championship in this one too, correct?
Oh yeah, I won both. I actually locked both of them up at Unadilla, so we've just been going out having fun.
Oh man, you could be up there for the Rider of the Year award, huh? 2 championships in some of the fastest prestigious classes in the nation. All right. Who would you like to thank for being for getting you up here?
I can't thank my brother and Jeremiah enough. My mom, my dad, the whole family, all my nephews and my niece. They're a huge part of my program. I can't thank Ronnie for all the help he does for us. Thomas Brown, everything he does. Chad and Joel, they all help me so much, and it's cool to have help from those top pros. I want to work hard and be there one day and hopefully beat them. That'd be great. No, I can't thank Walsh enough. This is the best bike out there. You can tell on the track how good those PP shocks are working. Max's tires hooking up, and Dassel motor pulling everywhere. Ian from SSI Decals always keeping the bike looking great. And RBM axles, Lone Star, Shoei, Scott, Fly, everybody keeping me look good. I just can't thank all of them enough. Baldwin for the trackside help, Renthal bars, best bars out there. Jamie, tuning the box, helping us every weekend, and making sure she's spot on and perfect. And I can't thank him enough, and everybody that's part of my program. I can't thank y'all enough.
Well, I'm sure. Hold on, he said. Hold on.
Also, a huge thanks to everybody at Walsh. Bryce and Parker under the tent. Everybody need to call Parker Speedy, because if you watch him on the track, he's Speedy. That's his nickname. It's not Stretch. It's Speedy. Okay. Bryce always helping us out under the tent. He's always a good help, and just everybody that helps us, I can't thank y'all enough.
Are you done? Yep. Okay. All right. I think if you keep up that pace that you've been going, you'll be a pro in no time. Give it up for your Loretta Lynn's a national champion in the schoolboy senior class, Troy Hill.
That's it. Give it up. Give your eyes up and let them watch what's going on out here on the track right now. Zach Decker, Cale Deal, Corey Bose, Lane Baird. That's your top 4 in the running order of the United Open Senior, but it's looking like we got a heck of a battle going on right now for that number. Is that the number 3 spot? Baird, Kobe Van Fossen, and Corey Edwards doing some pretty hard battling back there right now. Zach Decker's got a monumental lead of 15 seconds after only 2 laps of racing already. Deal's got about a 6.5 second lead, but Lane Baird making his return back to ATV Motocross National Championship Racing and welcoming him back for sure aboard that number 25 Slash today. Finding some pressures there from, looks like Kobe Van Fossen.
I have Troy Hill down here wanting to say one more thing on the podium.
All right.
I can't thank the whole Shaw family enough. They're a huge help. They let me come and train at their place before this round and helped a lot. They're always a good help under the tent, and we make a good team. I can't thank them enough for everything. Craig, Vanessa, Neve, everybody, Chloe, Finley, everybody. Can't thank y'all enough.
That's Troy Hill.
All righty. Good support network down there for sure for Troy Hill. And again, going to be looking forward to seeing Neve Shaw at the GNCC. Going to miss her here for sure. Look at that, man. Old Zach Decker just skied out that head of the Dragon over there and downside it, nearly flat landed it on that 23 machine. He was really getting some big air out there as he rolls around this time to take the white flag. At the end of lap 2, he had a 14.8 second lead over this rider right here, Cale Deal, who actually made a step up out of these 90 Open Senior class. I think we've seen him in the Youth All-Star there yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, and that's big news for the double aughts. Lane Baird is still the number 3 ride out there. The 25 Slash. Last check he had and still does have his shadow, and Kobe Van Fossen. Actually, he may be Kobe Van Fossen's shadow. Let's check this out now as they come through. This is actually, Van Fossen up to the number 3 spot. Edwards has taken over 4th. Lane Baird back in the number 5 spot now. So a big turnaround and change there as the 14 of Grant Landis checks in on the number 6 spot with looks like Corey Boast in 7th, Heath Hanna 8th, and Tyler Miller in the 9th place position. If we see him finish like this, we're on a white flag lap right now. So final lap out, we would see Zach Decker take the overall win. Cale Deal would take 2nd with a 2-2. Kobe Van Fossen looking at a 4-3 for 3rd overall. Corey Edwards a 5.4 for 4th overall, and Corey Boast a 3.7 for 5th overall. I have to venture to say, though, I don't think that the battle between Van Fossen, the number 60, and the 101 for the 3rd place position is quite over yet. We'll pick up that battle right now, as I believe they're over in they're over in Storyland right now, just heading in, and to the back reaches of Storyland is where the big battle here on this final lap is waging. There is your leader if you're watching RacerTV.com. Zach Decker making his way into the heart of this racetrack as he gets the big jumps there in the big sky in the heart of the track, heading to the CST Beach and around the Dragon's Tail right now. But I'm watching back there as well that here they come through the big sweeper. We've lost one, I believe, so it's now a battle between two. Lane Baird has dropped back a little bit in that number 5 spot. There's Cale Deal making his way through the sweeper now. And over the head of the Dragon there goes the battle for the 3rd place position. I believe it still belongs to Van Fossen. So waiting right now for, and the checkers have flown, so Cale Deal checks in, and now Kobe Van Fossen, and there he is, Corey Edwards, the 101 and 4th. That is the way they will finish overall here today. And in 5th place will be Lane Baird, but Baird will go 6.5, as Corey Edwards will be looking at a 5.4 for 4th overall. So that's where we're seeing that change come into play here. And I believe Corey Boast also, he goes 3.9 today, so I don't know what happened to Corey. So Corey actually sees his position drop to 6th overall, but Zach Decker takes the win and the overall here for ATV Dirt Days at Loretta Lynn's in this 90 senior 12 to 15-year-old class. We'll move to our next class. This is race 25. That was Schoolboy Senior Wrap It Up. Actually, 90 Open Senior Wrap It Up. This is 450 BC Limited, race 26. And the Vet 30 Plus, I believe that's the Vet 30 Plus taking off, and that's James Bank, the 77, grabbing the early lead in this one, the rider out of Canada. Again, we talk a lot about his accolades because he is a top 450A rider as well as a Vet 30 Plus class rider, and he is a true force to be reckoned with, taking a Moto 1 win yesterday. He is in hopes of being able to do the same here today in Moto number 2 and take home the Dirt Days ATV National Championship.
I'm down here with Zach Decker on the podium, your 90 Open Shifter national or Loretta Lynn's champion. He came up here just by himself. His dad took his bike back to get cooled down and I'm guessing get ready for another moto. So how'd you feel out there, man? You said you were 3rd in points. You must have had to beat some fast guys to win this weekend.
Yeah, most of them didn't race this weekend because they already had 2nd and 1st locked up. But other than that, Cale Deal's really fast, so following with him for a little bit.
Well, that's good. Hey, it doesn't matter who you're racing. When you're up on the box, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
So who would you like to thank for getting you up here and helping you with your program all year?
I'd like to thank my grandparents, my mom and dad, PR2, Watching Racing, 969, Travis Moore, my sister, my brother, Joel Hetrick, and that's it.
All right, let's hear it for Zach Decker, your Loretta Lynn's champion this weekend.
All right, picking the action back up down here on the racetrack itself, and we're watching back out there in the far reaches of the racetrack. Chase Cunningham into the number 2 spot. We got Jared Korn, who is running 3rd aboard the 999. Gray Parker is 4th aboard the 42. Rocky Hoople in 5th. Greg Meeks is 6th. Sebastian Foche, the 74 Slash, in 7th. Jason Korn is 8th. Federico Palacios and Fernando Atencio running 9th and 10th as
these guys continue to jockey for position and try to get it all sorted out. James Bank, again, still your leader. He had only a 1.7 second lead over Chase Cunningham last time around, but looks like that gap might have opened up just a smidgen, though, as they make their way through here now. Got yellow flags back there on the back section of the racetrack. Hopefully everything's going to be all right coming through that sweeper. Actually, it is a rider stalled out on the track is what it is. Bank gets by okay, you see there. So James Bank gets through. We just seen our leader going through there. And there's the rider in the yellow flags that we see trying to warn the other riders coming up that the inside line is blocked out there. By the way, the 450 BC Limited class is off and rolling. Chance Nicola, the 334, is leading that one. Devin Kendrick, the champion of this class, is running second. Mason Hunt in the number 3 spot. And at the end of 2, James Banks now has about a 2-second lead over Chase Cunningham, who has opened things up to nearly 5.5 seconds over third place Jared Korn, Gray Parker in fourth, Hoople still fifth. And we'll be keeping an eye on the rest of the field. But right now, the tight battles between Jared Korn and Gray Parker for that third spot, the 999 and the 42. And I'm not real sure, but that may be what we're watching right here. Work their way through the pack on RacerTV.com. Want to thank everybody for being on hand with us here at RacerTV.com. Reminding you that, again, this is a first here on Racer TV, bringing you the live action of all the championship motos of amateur ATV racers. And we're glad that you folks have tuned in or checked out at least the archived version of this race to find out what's going on here at Loretta Lynn's.
Two laps down now for Nicola, the leader of the BC Limited class. He has now about an 8.5 second lead over Devin Kendrick. Mason Hunt in third. Wesley Yunker rounds out the 4. After 2, it is Bank again out front of Cunningham, only 2 seconds, and trying to find these leaders on the racetrack right now. We might see things really begin to heat up between first and second. There's that battle with Gray Parker and Jared Korn. I believe that is for the third place position we see heading toward the finish line right now. And not really far ahead of them is Chase Cunningham in the number 2 spot. However, James Bank is about 8.5 seconds ahead of that. A 1:52 lap time that time around for James Bank. A 1:58 for Chase Cunningham. Now, Chase Cunningham actually turned to 1:52.730 the lap before, so he was just a fraction off the fast time that Bank had turned on lap 2, and then on lap 3, he comes out and backs it up with another 1:52 and even faster than his previous 1:52 lap time. So that's where we see the 8.6 second gap that has opened up. We now see 3 seconds between Cunningham and Korn, but again, it's Korn and Parker that we are witnessing here on RacerTV.com right now, heading back into the short shoots. Or no, this is the far reaches of back there in Storyland, and Parker still can't make the pass on Korn, but he's right there all over the rear wheels. Greg Meeks, in 5th. Rocky Hoople drops to the number 6 spot. Sebastian Foche. Federico Palacios is 8th. Jason Korn in 9th, and Fernando Atencio rounds out your top 10. So it looks like Sebastian and Federico are moving up through the pack a little bit right now. And still working on that third place position is, well, looks like Gray Parker might have got. That's Jared Korn now. back behind the 42, I think, if I'm reading this right. And not far behind them, I believe, then, is the 66 of Greg Meeks as we roll through the checker flag. Bank will take the win. Cunningham will take second. The gap, 10.9 seconds and a 153.8. So Bank stayed pretty consistently fast throughout this moto. And Cunningham is able to capitalize in his position for second. Gray Parker in third. Fourth, Jared Korn. Greg Meeks in fifth. Now, if we look at the overall, it will be Bank, Cunningham, Parker, Meeks, and Hoople. But as far as the 450 BC limited class is concerned, we'll be seeing Nicola, Kendrick, Hunt, and Yunker, your top four in that one. But folks are getting wound up to head over to see the Canadian James Bank taking the win here in the VAT 30-plus class.
Yeah, I'm down here with James Bank now, man. One heck of a ride here in this 30-plus class. How are you doing in the championship in this class?
I actually locked up the championship. I think it was last round, so it's good. We got the championship.
So champion and Loretta Lynn's champion. That must be a good feeling.
Yeah, it's a great feeling. You know, this is a place where everybody comes to watch, so it's the place to win if you're going to win, I guess.
Yeah, and you also run some A classes, correct?
Yeah, I run the 450A class. I used to race 5 years ago, and I had some speed back then, so I thought I'd run that class and this class, and the 450A class has me pushing so hard, so it makes this class a little easier for me.
Well, that's good. That's good. So who would you like to or what's your plans for next year?
They're kind of up in the air, I guess. The Fifth Line Racing team asked me to come race this year, so I couldn't pass it up. It was a great opportunity, and I can't thank them enough, so I guess we'll see.
All right, so who would you like to thank for bringing you up here on the podium in your national championship?
First of all, I'd like to thank my girlfriend. She's behind me 100%, and I couldn't do it without her. Then I couldn't thank the whole Fifth Line Racing team, Sandy, Adam, David, enough for giving me this opportunity. It's been amazing. You know, when you get away from racing, you don't realize and you don't appreciate it as much as you do when you come back. So I'd like to thank Baldwin and the whole team there, getting me awesome starts, Max's Tires, Fox, HPC Design, 100%, Canvas, Atlas, just everybody, in case I forgot anybody. Thank you.
All right, there where you have it, your national champion and Loretta Lynn champion, James Bank.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be visited here in just a moment by Chance Nicola, I believe, in the 450 BC limited class, though right now we turn our attention to the racing action on the racetrack, and another barn burner, I think, about to set ablaze here. It's the schoolboy junior class. Of course, Brandon Hogue, your national champion. We saw him make the step up onto the 450s yesterday after doing so well in this schoolboy class, and man, he certainly picked up right where he left off the small bikes into the big bikes. So you got to tip your hat to that rider right there, the number one of Brandon Hogue out of Kennard, Nebraska. The number 4 of Robbie Elliott in second. He finished second yesterday. Third place went to the 99 Slash of Gage Beebe, the most perfect hair in motocross right there. I wish you could see him take his helmet off. I promise you it will look the same as it did when he put his helmet on. He has got, got that stuff laid in tight there, no doubt. It's got a mind of its own, and it's in its right mind, as a matter of fact. Great kid, won a couple of great prizes at the youth contingency program last night, as all these kids did, actually. Everybody that participated this weekend. There's a program that goes on. All the sponsors and a lot of people get together, and they donate prizes and money and things, and some folks get together. Moto Nana, as we've known for so many years, Frida Roselle handing off the torch or the baton for the youth contingency program last night to the Furches family. But I want to say thanks to them and all the hard work that all those folks have put in for these kids, that they got all those great prizes there last night. And today they come out and they do what they do best. They go racing. Gage again in third. Then we got Nick Malone in the number 4 position. Sawyer Kostelic rounds out the top 5 here in schoolboy junior class racing.
All right, Rodney, I'm down here with Chance Nicola. your limited or BC limited Loretta Lynn's champion, man. Tell me how you got it done this weekend.
Well, first moto, I pulled whole shot and then kind of cased the 10 Commandments. They watered it. I pulled whole shot this time, and they didn't water the 10 Commandments, and I did them all. And then I looked back, and I had a big lead, and I just kept doing it and just put my head down and rode my own race.
That's what it takes, man. How are you sitting in the points in this class?
Second. Devin Kendrick has the overall.
Oh, okay, so he already wrapped it up then, huh? All right. Well, I guess this is the last round, so everyone's wrapping it up. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here on the podium this weekend?
Pro Motorsports, DASA, Yamaha, DP Brakes, Bell, Fox, SSI, LSR, Hot Cams, Maxxis, GYTR, Precision, my family, my friends that helped me out. That's about it.
All right, there you have it. Chance Nicola, your BC Limited Loretta Lynn's champion.
Nicola. Couldn't let it slip by, Chance. Got the schoolboy on the track right now. We got Brandon Hogue, the beast, if you will, making his way around here on lap number 3, heading through the 10 Commandments, poetry in motion. The kid has really elevated his riding abilities here in 2016, and man, he was fast, but wow, did we realize and expect to see this kind of thing unfold for this young man right here? What an amazing accomplishments this year, amazing feats, winning this national championship, making that step up in classes and able to really grab the bull by the horns and be a huge part of what's going on already in the 450. So good job, Brandon, and keep up that good work. Can't wait to see what the future holds for this young rider. All the way out of Nebraska. Wow, man, he's riding it rough through there. It's getting rough for everybody, I think, through that section of the racetrack. Beautiful, though. The racetrack has just been a most splendid and excellent race course. We've been blessed with great weather. I know looking at the possibility of showers all weekend long, and so far we've been able to skirt those. Seeing the patchy blue sky back there with those big white fluffy clouds, making for a perfect ending to what I would consider a perfect championship season. And Brandon Hogue will be taking the white flag this time around, signifying his final lap ever in schoolboy junior championship racing. He moves right from the schoolboy junior class to the big bikes, and already becoming a force and a threat out there. $50 CVT and $50 single speed coming up after this. 90 shifter, 12 to 15, race 29, and production A, race number 30, just around the corner. So Brandon Hogue is trying to make it happen. Let's see back behind him. There are no tightly contested races in the schoolboy class. 12 seconds back to second, 12 more seconds back to third, 10 seconds more back to fourth, and another 10, now 15 seconds back to the number 5 position. Again, I made mention of it. We saw this a lot last week during the two wheels, and I think it has a lot to do with the track itself as it separates the riders as the race wears on, and conditioning is a huge part of that. Not only that, but making sure you got the proper bike set up. And I think this weekend is one of those weekends, if you missed by just a little bit, you noticed monumentally. Speaking of monumentally, this kid right here, Brandon Hogue, whom is now making his way into the hearts of the racetrack and around the Dragon's Tail now. One more turn to go, and it will be history for Brandon Hogue. Not only the national championship title, but his final ride here in the schoolboy class. A very, very bittersweet feeling, I'm sure, for Brandon Hogue, as he has enjoyed the successes of his career there, but at the same time he's looking forward to the many things that lie ahead and that lie ahead to challenge him. His next challenge will be speaking with Luke Shepard there on the podium as we look to the riders to challenge the track next of the 50 CVT 5 to 8 and the 50 single speed. It is Ladd Wehunt coming into this one with a win. Clay Kimmy also with a win. So a couple of division race winners there. Second place is to Vince Marinucci, as well as Dalton Turpin, the 46. Third place positions to Cash Harsh, the number 08. And also a third place position to Cameron Wallace. And again, down on the podium, ready to celebrate, is our next champion, Brandon Hogue, with Luke Shepard.
Yeah, I'm down here with Brandon Hogue, your 2016 schoolboy junior champion. As I'm pulling stuff out of his hair for him so he can get all pretty up here for the podium. I have a feeling you're not this isn't your first time up here, huh?
Nah, I've actually been up here every round, I think.
Yeah, that's good.
Once I got rained out, I didn't, but.
So you wrapped this one up way before this weekend, right?
Yeah, I wrapped it up at Millville.
Oh, okay, cool. And I saw you were riding a 450 in that other class. You were finished second?
Yeah, I'm super pumped on it. I wasn't expecting that, but just try to go out there next moto. It's coming up soon, so try to catch my breath a little bit and do the best I can.
Yeah, for sure. Well, a heck of a ride this season, man. Congratulations. Who would you like to thank on getting up here?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, Jansen Motorsports for everything they do. CB Motorsports, they do a lot for me. Hinson, Forworks, ODI, Maxxis, Elka, SSI Decals, Forworks Carbon, Wrath, just everybody that helps me out. I couldn't do it without them.
All right, well, congratulations, man. Your 2016 Schoolboy Junior Champion and Loretta Lynn's champion, Brandon Hogue.
All righty, congratulations to you, Brandon, on a job well done, and congratulations on your successes moving up to the big bike. Brandon Hogue taking the win as we go to the 50 CVT 5 to 8 and the 50 single speed riders. The 5 to 8 looking for Ladd Wehunt, the number 7, and the 728 of Clay Kimmy to be forces to be reckoned with, along with the number 2 of Vincent Marinucci, and also the other second place ride of Dalton Turpin. Dalton Turpin, I believe, has got the lead in this one, though, as we wrap up lap number 1 now. Our riders making their way down toward the finish line. We'll sort them out for you for sure, but looks like Turpin is your leader. Second place is Clay Kimmy. Ladd Wehunt in the number 3 spot. So watching the battle right now on RacerTV.com for second place position. Clay Kimmy with Ladd Wehunt, your third place ride. And we see the big zoom out and just exactly how tightly knit these top 3 are as they roll down the short chutes and into the 10 Commandments. Well, as we watch this race unfold right now, this is starting to get a little bit tight back there as we're watching here on Racer TV. Dalton Turpin, Clay Kimmy, Ladd Wehunt were your top 3. We were looking at the battle between the the second and third place positions, but as time has worn on here in this lap, it looks like Turpin is now feeling the pressure there from the 728 of Clay Kimmy for the number 1 spot. So Clay Kimmy really stepping up today, along with Dalton Turpin in this particular moto. If you look at the overall results, a 2-1 for Dalton Turpin will be an overall win. Clay Kimmy, who got a division race win yesterday, is looking at a 1-2 and second overall, but we're only on lap number 2 right now, so plenty of things can happen, and there is some room for change for things to take place out there in this 50 class. Here they come, folks. It ain't over yet. Clay Kimmy is right there within striking distance as we wrap up lap number 2 now of this 50 CC. It's the 50 CVT 5 to 8-year-old class. Getting by lap traffic. Okay, there goes Turpin, and I keep wanting to say Rastrelli, but Clay Kimmy. He's got that 728 on his machine. Not a lot of those. Well, there is starting to be more now that Jeffrey is becoming such the popular pro rider. So after 2, Turpin, Kimmy, Ladd Wehunt is still 3rd. Natalie Jackson, the sister of Mason Jackson, running in the 4th spot. Bryson Juice rounds out to 5th spot. Cameron Wallace is 6th. Brody Svensson is, looks like he is 7th place. Harley Kelly in 8th. Cash Harsh is 9th. And Lincoln Tummel. I love that. Lincoln Tummel rounds out your top 10. Clay Kimmy still trying to play chase there, back there from the number 2 spot. They've opened up quite a bit of a lead now, probably about 8 seconds. They were at 5.2 seconds ahead of Ladd Wehunt there a few moments ago. Ladd turning about a 5-second slower lap on lap number 2 as opposed to the rest of the, well, the front 2 anyway. We check it in with our winner down on the podium of the 50 CVT class, the 5 to 8-year-olds, Dalton Turpin going 2-1. Find out how his race weekend went, and we will continue as well to keep moving here in a race program. That's race 28 on the racetrack right now, according to the race schedule that I got. And 90 shifter 12 to 15. Race 29 is coming up. Well, looks like Dalton Turpin escaped some harm there as he got in a little bit with one of those lapped riders, so he's able to get by. But wow, what a close call there that we saw taking place, and still maintains the number 1 spot and a lead of only 1.8 seconds over Clay Kimmy when they came through at the end of lap 3. And you look back there visually, you can see Clay Kimmy is well within striking distance as they roll through the 10 commandments now. They're only about a commandment and a half to separate these two. That half a commandment, do not, yeah, you fill in the blank, I guess. It's only half a commandment. But right now, Turpin, Kimmy, Wehunt, Wallace, Jackson, that is your top 5. And we wait again, as we said, with bated breath and patiently to find out how this is going to unfold. 90 CVT or 50 CVT 5 to 8. Big class this weekend, having to narrow it down to the top 20 qualifiers. Again, I don't ever remember, unless it was several years ago, having to qualify for these youth classes, or at least these particular 50cc classes, the micro classes, I guess. So hopefully that's a sign of the good things to come in the future. And again, folks, if you want to get involved with ATV Motocross, you happen to be just scanning through your computer and finding this, check out atvmotocross.com with all the details and everything. And don't forget, coming up September 8th will be the banquet, the National Championship Awards banquet. October, I said September, I meant October 8th. Thank you very much, Chelsea, for paying attention. October 8th. Now, September 8th, we'll be getting ready for the big race on Friday, September 9th, at the Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort for the championship finale of the AMA Pro ATV Racers. That's September 9th. And again, October 8th will be the awards banquet. And Chelsea, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that again is at Kalahari Bay up near, up in the northern Sandusky, Ohio. Yes, it is. We went there last fall. A lot of fun. Looking forward to going back there again this year. So all of our top 10 will be recognized in all of our classes here in 2016. Again, October the 8th. September 9th will be the Edge of Summer Motocross at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort up in Mount Pleasant, Michigan. And that is going to be the second time ATVs have ever been there. And it will be the first time for the AMA Pro ATV portion of it, with the championship wrapping up there. Dalton Turpin wrapping up a win, and looks like the overall win here at Dirt Day. So Dalton Turpin, Clay Kimmy, and Ladd Wehunt 1, 2, and 3. And let's head down to the podium where Luke is standing by with another happy winner. Or will be anyway here in just a moment.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on him. He's not even up here yet. Still waiting on Dalton.
Still waiting on Dalton. All right, well, we will move right along in the program here. We got the 50cc single speed, and we got Landon Korn to watch out for on the 999. Talon Trimble, the 88 slash, was second. Third place, the 12 slash of Jake Miller. Fourth place was Ty Conway. He's the 088. Kobe Cunningham, the 088 slash out of Henderson, Tennessee, was fifth. Sixth, Colby Tucker, the 231. Seventh, J.C. Webb, the 121. In the eighth place position, Alyssa Yarbrough out of Brighton, Tennessee. Ninth place, Mason Hopkins, the 315. And 10th place, Heidi Werner, the 807. That was the way they finished up in Moto 1 of the 50 single speed. We'll be keeping an eye on them closely to find out how they're going to finish up here in Moto 2. Four laps down. 4 laps down. Now, actually, we're 1 lap, working on the first lap. We're done with the 50 CVT 5 to 8-year-olds. And again, Dalton Turpin, the champion there, waiting on him to make his way to the podium as we watch Landon Korn, I believe, the 999, the 999s out of Benton, Illinois. Moto 1 winner, lead the way here in Moto 2. 90 shifter 12 to 15 coming up. Also looks like Production A, and following Production A, we're going to have another barn burner as our Pro-Am Moto number 2 will be taking to the racetrack.
All right, Rodney, I'm down here with Dalton Turpin. So, buddy, how'd you get it done this weekend? How'd you get up here?
Well, we were late to the gate, and I was on the far side, and I just got up in the front and kept on getting up there, and it was hard.
It was hard. So did you pull the whole shot, or did you have to pass a bunch of people?
I had to pass.
Do you like doing that more, or do you like just pulling the whole shot and getting first?
I like pulling the whole shot and getting first.
I bet you do. So what's your plans for next year? We're going to race the same bike, or are we going up to a bigger one? What's your plans?
I'm going to race the same bike and a 70.
Oh, okay, same bike and a 70. So you're going to stay in this one and bump up a little bit, huh? And go with the faster guys a little bit, huh? The bigger guys. So who would you like to thank for getting up here and winning at Loretta's?
Well, I'd like to thank the Wehuns. I'd like to thank Matt from G-Force. And I'd like to thank Action Nobel, GoPro, and Johnny Hale, and Winfield Motors, and Polytech Trenching, and PK Companies, and I think that's it.
All right, let's give it up for him. You're Loretta Lynn's champion this weekend.
So another champion crowned and one more in the works right now as we check onto this racetrack right now. The single speed 5 to 8-year-old riders waging war, if you will, out here. And again, as we were looking at the single speed leader, Landon Korn, the 999, I believe he still holds on to this one after a Moto 1 win as we approach the heart of Loretta Lynn's course over the Dragon now. Who would have ever known there was a mystical dragon that lay in wait here at Loretta Lynn's? It's been there for a long time. I guess it just took it a while to hatch. Corn coming around for another lap complete now on board the 999. Looking for Talon Trimble, the 88 Slash, to be his biggest competitor right now as we wrap up another lap. That's what we're looking at, and that is second place right behind him. I believe that is Talon Trimble. Ooh, and whomever second place is, he's certainly trying to find his way around right now, as he had actually gotten up a little closer, I think, than what he is right now. So keep an eye on this battle this lap. We might see a couple of surprises shake loose. Corn is really slinging dirt out there right now, trying to keep that momentum up and stay ahead of the second place ride. That is Talon Trimble. Jake Miller, by the way, 12 Slash is a few seconds back, call it 18 seconds back in the number 3 spot. So these guys have amassed a rather monumental lead in 2 laps of racing. Fourth place is Jaden Powell, and Colby Cunningham rounds out 5th place. All the way in the far back reaches of Storyland, and now headed this way is that battle for the lead. Again, this is race 28, race 29, 90 shifter, 12 to 15-year-olds coming up next. Production A and Pro-Am will follow the Production A with race 31. Will anyone be able to stop Parker Weeworka when the gate drops in Moto 2? You're going to want to stick around to find out. That's been one of the Moto 1 was an exciting battle. I can only imagine what Moto 2 is going to bring us, because I know how bad that Parker would like to capture another win in this class at the end of the season to go out on a high note. Working on lap number 3 right now. And just saw down at the Moto Tees event souvenir trailer that they've got the bargain pit open. So if you want to stop in and check out some of the past event tees, they've got some of those down there, as well as a full selection of this race's souvenirs for you to check out right at Moto Tees, the official event souvenir supplier of ATVMX. Well, Corn not so much under pressure. Funny how things change. 1.7 seconds is what's separating now, and it almost looks like that might be starting to open up even more. So every time it looks like Corn might start to stretch it out a little bit, it looks like that second place position is able to answer and keep within, wouldn't necessarily call it striking distance, but keeping within distance and keeping that rider somewhat in check up there in the number 1 spot. So coming around, we've got 3 laps complete. This is the final lap of racing that we're watching our leader on right now. Trimble scored at 1.3 seconds behind, but again, I have to venture to think that that gap is opening up a little bit more than that. And I would say that Trimble pushed as hard as he can and finally figured out, well, this number 2 spot today is going to be good. But something tells me that given the opportunity, we could see that second place rider, Talon Trimble, put the pressure on and try to make that pass. But he's got to hope to be able to shave off a few seconds there. And with lap traffic out there in the midst of them, it's going to make it even tougher. Not so tough for your leader, though, and now winner of the 50 single speed class, Landon Korn. Landon will see Talon Trimble and Jake Miller in second and third. Obviously a very happy little young guy as he double fist pumps the sky here at Loretta Lynn's, making his way off the racetrack. Race 29 on the line right now. We'll be heading down to the podium here in a moment. Let's check in with the 90 shifter 12 to 15. Zach Decker taking a Moto 1 win. Trevor Thatcher, the 404, was second. Third place, Jake Zapolsky, the 95. Fourth place, Kobe Van Foss in the number 60. And fifth place was Cale Deal, the double zeros, out of Lakeland, Florida. See that 90 shifter class is readying themselves down there. Thought I seen a big old cowboy hat down there for a minute. Waiting right now for the official word from the track crew that all systems are go for our next battle to ensue. And you can see right there the RacerTV.com and RacerX water truck making sure that there's plenty of moisture in this soil. Hey folks, don't forget, if you're finished up with your transponders, make sure you get those returned back to eScore. Up on the hill here from the finish line, I believe, is where they're located. But the eScore trailer is there. If you're finished with your motos, finished for the year, you certainly want to take any rented transponders back so your credit card don't get charged the extras. RacerTV.com, all racing all the time. If you haven't checked out all the great events that we have seen in this year alone, we encourage you to do so, and I'll maybe go back and check some of the archives on that. Gonna be heading down to the podium here in a minute with Landon Korn in the win.
Yeah, Rodney, I'm down here with Landon Korn in the 50 single speed class, and come off the track, and he's happy. And man, he has a bunch of fans out here. This is the most we've had down here, even out of everybody. I think we have more people than we had the pro class down here today, or yesterday. So, hey, buddy, tell me how you did it. How'd you get up here on the podium and get the overall? How'd yesterday and today go?
It's pretty tough today. I got third on the whole shot. It took a while for me to pass 88 Slash. And I don't know.
I don't think I've ever seen a smile so big right now. If your smile could talk, I think it would say what you're trying to say to us. So what's your plan for next year? You're going to stay on this? We're going to go up to a bigger bike? What's the deal?
I'm going to go on to a bigger bike. I wish I could stay on that, but I got to move on.
Hey, once you get up to a bigger bike, that's one step closer to the pro class, right? You can't race that in the pro class.
No.
All right, so tell me who helped you get up here and who you want to thank for supporting your program and helping you win.
A big thanks to JC Racing Engines for getting me up here, helping me win. DWT, SSI decals, pep shocks, Four Works, my favorite uncle, Heath Racing, Mom and Dad, my whole family. That's it.
All right, let's give it up for him. You're Loretta Lynn's champion this weekend. Good job, buddy.
Things works best when you turn the right one on. Hey, by the way, here with the 90 shifter 12 to 15-year-old class, and Zach Decker taking a Moto 1 win. And if I'm not mistaken, this might be one of those championship battles we're seeing between he and the 404 of Trevor Thatcher. Thatcher laying down some amazing motos, not only this weekend, but throughout the course of 2016 so far. We have seen he and a few other riders in some highly contested battles that have been exciting to watch all year long. And this 90 shifter 12 to 15-year-old class, and he and the 23 of Zach Decker haven't been much different as of late. Thatcher's in second right now. Jake Zapolsky, the 95, is third. Corey Boston, fourth aboard the 801. Cale Deal, the double zeros, rounds out the top five. Then it's the number 60 of Kobe Van Fossen. He is sixth. Seventh is the 19 Corey Osborne. 14 of Grant Landis in eighth. Braden Shimon, the 02, in ninth. And rounding out the top 10, Aiden Wakehoff. And this battle right here continues. Well, it's starting to stretch out quite a bit now, I think, for the 23. At least some comfort zone. That's about as much comfort as you're going to find over Trevor Thatcher, though. And Thatcher is not going to allow it to remain comfortable, would be my bet and my guess, as we round the final turn for the second time in the completion of lap 2. 1 second separated these two riders last time around. As Thatcher checks in now, he's 1.2 seconds. So really losing less than 0.2 of a second, or about 0.2 of a second. You look at lap times, 156.3 and 156.6. Jake Zapolsky checks in with a 2:01. He is third place, and with a 5-second lead over Cale Deal, who's just under the 2-minute mark right now, to 159.9. Kobe Van Fossen up to fifth now as he made a couple of changes. Braden Shimon is sixth, Corey Boston seventh, Grant Landis in eighth, and Osborne and Aiden Wakehoff. Nope, it looks like it's going to be Dane Molander, the 488, in the number 10 spot behind Corey Osborne in ninth. Dane Molander, we've seen some pretty exceptional rides out of in some of his classes. This is one of his bigger classes, a step up for him, so to speak. So he's actually looking at a 14th place finish from Moto 1. Don't know what happened to the 488. Lane Baird also out in this one today as a 25 slash machine is finding himself in 14th place. So Zach Decker, Trevor Thatcher coming around to the heart of this race course now over the Camelback or Dragonback now into the Dragon Tail. Three laps nearly in the history books. Zach Decker is not breathing easy as we head into the final lap of racing, as I think that white flag might be the turbo switch for the 404 of Trevor Thatcher. Wow, look at that. Thatcher has not let off. Remember I said he pushed the gas, the throttle on that thing, and didn't let off on that last lap of the last moto we saw him in? Well, I think we're looking at pretty much the same case scenario as Thatcher is trying to position himself. He pulls up side by side as he takes the extreme inside. Now, momentum is going to be gained by Decker on the outside, but I'll tell you what, with a half a lap or so left to go, Zach Decker knows the 404 is back there, and wow, it looks like he might have just hit the turbo switch himself, because what happened to the 404? He put that much real estate in behind him that quick. I guess Thatcher made him a little nervous coming through the 10 Commandments. And commandment number 11 for the 23 machine is, thou shalt not scare me and try to pass me in the 10 Commandments. One final time around that big rough sweeper. You can see he's using, Decker trying to use the extreme outside where some of the smoother racetrack is located. Thatcher just testing every line on this last lap to try and hope for something that's going to put him into position to try and make the pass to take the win. Zach Decker in the big tail part of the racetrack. The sweeper here, the CST Beach, a hard left-hand turn and a drive toward the finish line now. And this one is going to be in the history books as the 23 of Zach Decker. Fist pumps and then panic revs the ATV with thumbs up to all. You can hear the crowd out there. I don't know if you can hear them over the RacerTV.com webcast or not, but they are making some noise for the 23. Can't take anything away from the 404 of Trevor Thatcher, who's had an absolutely phenomenal 2016 and only, I'm sure, going to pick up where he left off in 2017. So that's 90 shifter class. The overall win will go to Zach Decker with a 1-1. Trevor Thatcher 2-2 for second. Jake Topolsky 3-3 for third. But again, with the 1-1, Zach Decker is your Dirt Days 90 shifter 12-15 champion. So production A class is what we'll be seeing coming out next. Production A class, see David Selecki, the Fifth Line Racing Bulba Motorsports Walsh Racecraft backed ride. Selecki, I believe, also from Canada, doing quite well as of lately. He and Alan Myers will go head-to-head in this one. Myers finishing second on the Travis Moore 969 Motorsports Walsh Elka back machine.
All right, Rodney, I'm down here with Zach Decker. And not only was he the Loretta Lynn champion, but that race right there was for the national championship, and he did what he had to do. And you're looking at a national champion right now.
Yeah, it feels really good. There's a lot of fast guys out there, and yeah, it is a lot of fast guys out there, and they did pretty good today. The track was really good, and put the work in and. Good championship.
You look pretty excited, man. This is your second one for the day, coming up here and winning. Is Loretta's your favorite track, or are you just feeling it this weekend, or what?
It's one of my favorite tracks. It's a nice track, nice layout. It got pretty rough today, but it's all right.
You obviously did what you needed to do, and you're not a national championship for nothing. So who would you like to thank for getting up here and helping you all season?
I would like to thank, first of all, I'd like to thank my grandparents, my mom and dad, Watching Racing, 969 team, and Travis Moore, PR2, everyone else who supported me and helped me, especially Ian Juka.
All right, give it up for him. Not only your Loretta Lynn's champion, but your national champion.
All right, congratulations on another win and championship being decided here today at Loretta Lynn's. And right now we got ourselves another exciting battle up front. And look at this. It is a shootout indeed here in this A class, race 30, production A. And sorting it for you out front right here, right off the bat, that is going to be Bubba Hicks and Alan Myers running 1 and 2. Peyton Lingle, the 733, is third. David Selecki in 4. Zach Gill back in the number 5 spot. Tyler Mack is 6th on the 33. 7th is Michael Perkins. 8th is Drake Coling. 9th, Sam Steckley. And rounding out the top 10, McCain Richards. Look at this. Right now, though, Dalton Hicks under all kinds of pressure from Alan Myers and Selecki. So both these riders back there within striking distance. And these two battling with each other for second, all the while trying to slow down the 33 of Bubba Hicks to take over that number 1 spot. I believe this is Myers we got now sneaking up there. on board the 24s. He's keeping that momentum hot on the outside. And it will not be enough, at least for the moment. But, the 33 of Hicks, a little bit of a mistake there coming out of Storyland, and that offers the 24 of Alan Myers the opportunity to slip on by and take over the lead, and at this point position himself for the Dirt Days National Championship win. But still a race to go before we'll know for sure whether or not that's the case. Hicks is now feeling the pressure from Peyton Lingle, the 733, and I believe that David Selecki is also right. Yep, Selecki not far behind on board the 26 in fourth, and there is Zach Gill, the 927 in fifth. Look how tight the top the top six riders are. That's first through sixth that we're looking at right now, wrapping up lap number 2. If that doesn't tell you how competitive this A class is just by looking at this at the end of lap number 2, I don't know what it's going to take for you to realize what kind of competition we have in these A classes, and especially this production A class today. This is the battle for the number 2 spot as Hicks is under pressure from Peyton Lingle. Alan Myers making the pass and starting to try to stretch things out, so now it's left the battle for second spot. Oh, mercy. I thought that if Lingle could have slid that in the way that he was hoping to, he might have been able to make that pass, but not able to make that stick. He kind of makes a mistake, and Bubba Hicks gets back on the throttle and maintains the position down through and out of the 10 Commandments as we roll through Storyland right now. It is still bumper to bumper. It's like a freight train coming out of there right now. So second through sixth is what we're looking at as Myers stretches it out a little bit. But look at the top, those second through sixth place riders. They are basically nose to tail still. And Alan Myers is the only one that has broken away from this pack of riders for the moment. Looks like contesting now starting to heat up for the third place position. Selecki back there working his way up, it looks like. We'll know more here at the end of lap 3. Look at this. I believe Selecki might have made a move or two out there. We'll reassess it here in just a moment. That is David Selecki. Ooh, yeah, just made another pass out there. He's up to, I think, fourth place now. Let's double check this. Myers is by. Dalton Hicks is by. Peyton Lingle is by in the number 3 spot. Zach Gill in fourth, and David Selecki is fifth as he just got around Drake Coling, the Tyler Mack, the 33 slash, and then right behind them in seventh is Drake Coling. Back out to the battle for second, though, as we don't want to take our attention off this one. Here comes Selecki now. Selecki going to try to make the pass from fourth into the number 3 position, but gets the door shut on him as they make another right-hand turn and head toward the 10 Commandments. Nose to tail now. Third through fourth. Second starting to spread out a little bit. So third, fourth, and fifth are really tight right now. Selecki, I believe, is your third place ride as he has gotten around maybe Lingle. Let's double check this as they get somewhat closer here. Peyton Lingle was running in the third spot with Zach Gill in fourth, Selecki in fifth. Tyler Mack in seventh, Drake Coling eighth, Michael Perkins ninth, McCain Richards, actually that was Stam Steckley rounding out 10th, McCain Richards was ninth. All righty, 3 laps down, this is lap 4. We'll see a white flag on this Production A class for a 5-lap race. Alan Myers, though, your leader in this one, a 1:49.2 for that rider as he has a 3-second lead now over Dalton Hicks. Myers looking to take the win today with a 2-1 second place finish in Moto 1, and if he hangs on to it, a first here in Moto 2. Uh-oh, second place off the track. Something happening to Dalton Hicks out there, as looks like that Zach Gill has forced the envelope and pressed the issue there quite a bit here. And Gill making the pass around Selecki and are actually moving up around, I guess, Peyton Lingle, and Selecki also getting around. So Zach Gill was your third place ride. Now, I believe, moved into second after the miscues of Dalton Hicks. Final lap of racing right here, and Alan Myers is headed home to the checkers. Mercy, a lot of side-by-side battling continues out here on the track. Myers coming over the dragon there onto the tail. And a hard left-hand turn will then set him up for the drive to the finish. And finish he does. I think that very well could have been maybe the sealing of the deal for the championship. I don't know. We'll check with him when it comes down to the podium to talk with Luke Shepard here in just a couple moments. But that was race 30, and race 31 on my schedule is the Pro-Am class. Riders like Parker We Work are taking the win. Sammy Rowe, the number 38, in second. Third place was Wesley Wolf, the 741. Dylan Tremelin, 940 in fourth. Fifth place, Zachary Kaczmarczyk. He's on the 41. Sixth place then to Hayden Mickelson, the 135. Seventh spot, Wes Lewis out of Aquippa, PA. Eighth place would be Cody Jansen out of Kekana, Wisconsin. Ninth spot, Christopher Bosnauskas out of Paris, Tennessee, actually out of Australia. He's riding the 46. Wes Lewis out of Aquippa, PA's SSR ride. Root River Racing's Hayden Mickelson, 135. Out of Minnesota, Jacob Bradway, the 207 out of Stowe, Mass. 209, Brett Music out of Vernonville, West Virginia. 741, Wesley Wolf from Myersville, Maryland. 777, Dylan DeRay out of Ironwood, Michigan. And 940, Dylan Tremelin. He's out of New Cumberland, Pennsylvania.
All right, I'm down here on the podium with Alan Myers, and he just told me that that race was for the championship in Production A. He comes out and wins in Loretta's and wins the national championship. How's it feel, man?
It feels awesome. You know, I worked real hard for this. I'm just pumped to be up here.
Yeah, I really like seeing you 969 boys up here. I follow Travis on Instagram, and I follow your guys' team on Instagram, and it's you guys work your butt off, man. You put a lot of dedication into this, and your whole team does. And as you can see out here, everybody's super pumped you guys won. And, I mean, there's even tears flying out here. So that just shows the dedication that not only you but your team puts in. And what do you have to say? Like, I know you're in the moment, and you can't put it into words. But, like, if you could put it into words, how does it feel?
Man, it feels awesome. I just can't thank everyone enough, the whole team, everybody. We got 3 national championships this year, so pretty pumped for Team 969, and I just can't thank anybody enough. It's awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome. So who would you like to thank for getting you up here?
First, I'd like to thank my mom and dad, Travis Moore and Ashley, Team 969, Maxis, Walsh, Napa, Myers Racing, Philly Suzuki, Fly Racing, Elka, 60, Goldspeed, Spider Graphics, Matrix, Wrist Racing, Atlas, Amped, ATVRiders.com, Scott Goggles, Factory 43, Motor X, and 4Works.
There you have it, with a huge crowd down here in the Production A class, your Loretta Lynn's champion and national champion. He has one more thing to say here, Rodney.
I'd also like to thank the Stanfields for being such a big part of this year, and I just can't thank them enough either.
And we'd like to thank the Stanfields, he said. There you have it, Alan Myers.
El Slowpoke Rodrigo Alan Myers, your national champion. How does somebody rides at a snail's pace like that win a national title? I just don't get it. Kid did a great job. Congratulations to Alan and the entire 969 Motorsports team. That is their second consecutive year for national championships, and for Alan in particular. So good job, buddy. Really proud of what we see you working to achieve there, and we are about to be proud of some more folks because we're about to see, I think, the best race of the weekend coming up right here. Parker Weworka took a Moto 1 win aboard the number 9. We see him leading, or was leading, the sighting lap right there. Second place going to Sammy Rowe, who is now out on point in the sight lap. Third place Moto 1 went to Wesley Wolf, who rode from the back of the pack to get to where he was. Dylan Tremelin, who got the whole shot, the 940. Finished up in the number 4 spot. Zachary Kaczmarczyk, the 41, rounded out the top 5. 6 through 10 now in the Pro-Am class. In 6th place, the 135 of Hayden Mickelson. 7th spot was that of the 79 of Wes Lewis. 8th place then was the 25 of Cody Jansen. 9th place, we look down and see Chris Bosnakis as 46 machine. And rounding out the top 10, Kayla McGinty. So that's race 31 and the top 10 from that first moto of racing. And we are witnessing a sighting lap for these riders in this Pro-Am class. Now, they didn't get a sight lap this morning, but they'd had practice just a little bit before that, so it wasn't so much for them. But it's been a while since they've been out there. A lot of changes on the track since earlier this morning, so rules allow the Pro-Am class to take a sighting lap to check the conditions of the course and see what they're faced with there on that first lap of racing. Folks, again, don't forget big things coming up this fall. We've got the awards banquet coming up in Sandusky, Ohio, coming up on October the 8th. And before that, we have September 9th, or 8th, I'm sorry. That is a Saturday night, Kalahari Bay. All right, let me get this straight again. All right, the September 9th is not Kalahari Bay. It is actually at the Edge of Summer Motocross, and I apologize about that because I got a couple of things going through my mind. That is the series finale for the AMA Pro ATV Motocross there, and we'll be heading up to the Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort on the 8th. The Kalahari Bay is in October, so September 9th is the final race. October 8th is the banquet. So September 9th, final round for ATV Pros. October 8th, the banquet. I'll get that straight, I promise you. But looking for big things out of that. And also September 16th through the 18th, the Pro Challenge down in Decatur, Texas at Oak Hill, hosted by the TQRA. Right now, though, we see gate going down in Moto 2. Oh, mercy sakes alive. One Honda rider really taking a tumble out there, but everyone else threw okay. We see Wes Lewis on the inside there. He had a second-place jump off the line, but drops back to third. We got a Root River Racers, I think, in that first and second-place position. And out front, that one is I think that's Dylan Tremelin, followed by Sammy Rowe now. And there is, look at this, Parker Weworka already threading needles back there from about 4th or 5th place as he's trying to jockey for position through those 10 commandments right now. So we got the Root River boys out front, and we got Wes Lewis in the number 3 spot on that SSR machine. Here's the start. A little bit, just get caught up on that right rear wheel, and that set that Honda Pilot tumbling right there. Again, didn't quite get the number on that one, but I think he's going to get up and be okay from it, so that's the important thing on that. But always one of the nerve-wracking parts of the race is that start for sure, and then the nail-biting begins when you get in this scenario and situation that we're looking at right now. Well, we're looking at Tremelin, Rowe, Mickelson. Well, actually, Mickelson, not sure where. That might be Mickelson, one of those front runners as well. But there's Sammy Rowe moving out front now. I think he just made that pass into the number 1 spot. as Tremelin drops off to the number 2 spot. Wes Lewis is in third. Fourth place is still Parker Weworka, and behind him now Wesley Wolf, the 741. Hayden Mickelson is 6th. Alex Theodore is 7th. Caleb McGinty 8th, and 9th is Jacob Bradway. These riders are still very tightly knit together, and look at this battling that's going on right now. I see Weworka trying to get around Lewis for third. They're side by side coming down the short chute now there. Clear to the outside. We'll go Weworka, I believe. And he's taken over that number 3 spot, it looks like. So he's got his sights set on Tremelin as he follows him into the Storyland area of this racetrack now. Wes Lewis is not giving up and relinquishing that third-place position so easily. So Parker Weworka is going to have to continue to fight for that as he had to solidify that spot there and take over the line. But Lewis, look at Lewis go. Lewis is one side of the racetrack to the other. You go there, buddy, I'm going over here. So Weworka is going to have to make that quad a wide one, but right now he is up to the number 3 spot. And he's working on Dylan Tremelin for the number 2 position. Lewis is still back and forth. There is the 741 of Wesley Wolf. Right with them is the number 135 of Hayden Mickelson. And Weworka is working. Look at this. See if he's got the line. Nope. Tremelin still got it as they head toward the finish line in the completion of lap number 2. But Weworka is in position. Look how closely knit these front runners are right now. Sammy Rowe has got the big break. Right now, Sammy's looking at a 2 and a 1 for the overall win here today. Tremelin is looking at a 4 and a 2 for overall third. So Weworka's 1-3. Even where he's at would be scoring enough for second overall. But I can promise you that Weworka's not going to be satisfied with a third in Moto 2 and a second place overall. He will not even be satisfied with a second in Moto 2 and a second overall. He is looking for a 1-1 scenario to unfold for him, but he has to get through the 940. And teammate of Sammy Rowe, that of, again, the machine of Dylan Tremelin. Parker Weworka, every time that I think he's going to show Dylan a wheel, Dylan just picks up the pace and says, I'm not having it, buddy. We're not going to have it. Wes Lewis still back and forth, and Wolf cannot get around Lewis right now. There goes Parker Weworka by for the number 2 ride. So now it could be a battle for the win, the overall coming up between the front 2 runners. If Weworka can reel in Sammy Rowe, Rowe is able to amass about 2 seconds, or 2.5, as we saw it open up a little more than what it was at the end of lap 2. Whoa, Parker Weworka, man, oh man, oh man. We're working way off the track, having to go the long way around. He drops back to 5th place position from 2nd spot. Weworka drops all the way back, and I don't know if we can get a replay on that, see what exactly happened, but just a little miscue and a mistake, and that turns the face of this race around quite a bit as Sammy Rowe checks in a lot more uncontested, about 3.2 seconds out front now, and he's got the lead over Tremelin now. Lewis is 3rd, Hayden Mickelson up to 4th, Parker Weworka in 5th, Wolf is 6th. Keep an eye out right now on the Racer TV monitor. We're going to watch what happened right here to Parker Weworka as he comes around this turn. He just simply goes wide and goes up over that berm. There was no one around him, and don't know whether maybe he hit something in that line or what, but there he goes off the side of the berm, and that is about the most helpless feeling in the world, I'm sure, for that rider. Gets back on the gas, gets back out in a 5th place position, but now he's gone back to work. And working on 4th. Actually, I think he's up to 4th and now working on 3rd, and not far ahead of him is 2nd of Tremelin again. So we may see him back in that number 2 spot pretty quick. But what that did was give Sammy Rowe quite a bit of breathing room for that 1st place position and what could be a big win here in the Pro-Am class at Loretta Lynn's in this Dirt Days event. So here we go over the big sweeper turn. You can see these machines and these riders are working every bit of this racetrack, and they are utilizing every component that machine has bolted on it right now to try to make this racetrack as smooth as possible. This is certainly a man's track out here this week again. They said that a lot last week, and I'm not taking anything away from the ladies, but what I mean is it's a tough track is what we're trying to say. And it's one that not only do you have the competition to contend with, but you've got your challenges of the racetrack out there also. Wes Lewis is really feeling the pressure right now from Parker Weworka. Hayden Mickelson has gotten around him, and that's actually given, Hayden Mickelson a little bit of breathing room up there, I think, too, as he actually turned a little bit faster lap time, almost 2 seconds faster than Wes Lewis that time, so he got around and a little bit of gap. And this is the battle between the teammates of Dylan Trimble and Hayden Mickelson. We're finally seeing Hayden Mickelson shine here in this Pro-Am class late in the season, and is he shining brightly ever here in this final moto of 2016 for Pro-Am racing. And he is putting the pressure on Dylan Trimble right now. Mickelson, another rider that we had the opportunity to interview and talk with on Quad Radio. You can check out on quad-radio.com, and even Sammy Rowe earlier in the season. So if you want to get to know these guys any better, that's a good place to go. But right now, if you want to watch them race, stick right here, because this is where we get to see the best personalities unfold. And it's right here on the racetrack. Mickelson trying to go to the inside. Or is that now Lewis back? Now that is Mickelson. Yeah, that is still Mickelson. So the battle for second, regardless, is on. And where's Parker Weworka at? Let's see what's going on. He's gotten around, I think. And we see, let's see here. I may have been calling that wrong. No, that is Lewis back in the 5th place position. That is the 741 and 6. So that is Mickelson and Trimble still battling. Double check the result board up here. Make sure I'm looking at these numbers right. It is Mickelson. So Trimble and Mickelson, Weworka 4th, Wes Lewis 5th. It is Wes Wolf in 6th. Past the mechanics area they go. I have to say this is the most intensity I've seen the 135 riding with in quite some time. And does he seal the deal right here? Look at this. The inside he goes now. Man, talk about deserving that second place right now. Dylan Trimble does. Because, look how close Weworka is. He may be sneaking around Mickelson there, and that may be the exact thing that Dylan Trimble is needing to hold on and maintain that second place position. So now Hayden Mickelson has gone from attack mode to try to defend himself from Parker Weworka. How quick things can change in a lapse time here at Loretta Lynn's. Now, if it stays the way it is right now, Rowe will have the win. Weworka will be second. Dylan Trimble will be third overall. And even if Weworka, I believe, passes Trimble in there for second, it's not going to change that overall for these guys. I believe it will remain the same. It's just right now at this point, a ride for pride for Weworka and all these guys as far as that goes. And somehow or another, Hayden Mickelson has fended off the advancements and reeled in the 940 one more time as we go through lap number 6. At this point, it becomes a war of endurance. We will see here now who has exerted the most energy and who has the most on tap for these closing moments of racing here in this Pro-Am division. Every time that I think that it looks like Mickelson may be about to just relinquish the position, he fires right back on the 940 of Trimble, and he can't let up much, because as soon as he does, then Parker Weworka will be there to knock on the door. Hayden Mickelson looking at 5th place overall with a 6.3 right now, so this 3rd place position finish today is going to be huge for his program rolling into the coming months and, of course, the off season heading into 2017. What a great way to finish out Loretta Lynn's and the intensity of the battle that you see going on right now. Sammy Rowe, though, 5.5 seconds last time around ahead of the rest of the field. He has gone bye-bye as he rounds the turn over the Rocky Mountain. And here it comes, Mickelson. Mickelson is trying to get around Trimble. Mercy sakes alive. This is a battle between the Root River Racing teammates, and Mickelson, I think, just threaded that needle and made that pass. Trimble ends up going a little wide, and I think leaving the door completely wide open, but I have to wonder if Trimble is going to come right back on and try to challenge again for second place there. Parker Weworka in the fourth place position is just biding his time. I think he's waiting to see what Tremellin's going to do at the moment, and then he's going to key off of him. Should be getting close to the end on this one. And if I can see right, I think they might have the 2-lap board out there. If it's not, it'll be coming out soon. But back at this battle for now, third place, Dylan Trimble. Man, that's one thing you can say about Dylan Trimble. Everybody picks on DT, man. He gets out front, and then everybody wants to take it away from him. And we've seen it happen time and time again. I have a feeling, though, this offseason, folks are going to be wanting to take something from him whenever we head into 2017, but I think he's going to be tougher to take things from in the upcoming season. He's learned a lot this year. A lot of riders learning a lot, and a few of these riders we're looking at right now we may be expecting to see in the AMA Pro ATV ranks next season. I've heard that Wesley Wolf is looking at taking a step up, and a few others as well, but that one in particular. Sammy Rowe is already there, rookie this year, one of the top rookies as a matter of fact. And there's even been rumors that maybe Dylan Trimble or Hayden Mickelson might try their hand at it, but those have not been confirmed as of yet. We'll know whenever we head into our first round of racing next season, that's for sure, which will be, I believe, the Daytona ATV Supercross at the Daytona International Speedway. 2-lap board is out. And Sammy Rowe leading Hayden Mickelson, Dylan Trimble under all kinds of pressure as he is fending off the advancements of Parker Weworka. Weworka's 1-4 is still looking strong enough for the number 2 spot overall. And a 2-1 for Sammy Rowe puts him in the driver's seat for the Dirt Days Championship win. Mercy sakes alive. Somebody's going to have to really pat Dylan Trimble on the back after this weekend. He has been under so much pressure. So many riders just putting all that pressure on him, and he's risen to the occasion so many times. Can he remain there in that number 3 position through these final closing moments of this Pro-Am Championship battle for 2016 and the Dirt Days win? Man, Weworka is just working this track. He's all over the place, coming by the waterworks now. And I want you to take a look at this track. Every bit of the racetrack has been used, I think, this weekend. You know, oftentimes you go places and there's a main line. This racetrack does not have a main line because it has so many lines around it. Here we come to the white flag. Sammy Rowe making that last-ditch press up through the finish line region. Hayden Mickelson, and there it is, the 3rd and 4th place rides of Dylan Trimble and Parker Weworka. Actually, Tremellin's not real far behind Hayden Mickelson right now. If you look at that gap, it's only about 1.5 seconds up to the 2nd place ride. About 7 seconds between 1st and 2nd place positions. So, yeah, any of those you wondering about Alex Theodoro, he is 10th place ride, and he has found himself off the side of the track with a mechanical issue. By the way, Hayden Mickelson has posted the fastest lap of this moto. He did it on lap number 7, which was a couple of laps ago, with a 1:47.9, just under the 1:48 mark. Man, those lap times are getting tough to get down there, so you know this track has got to be demanding right now. Podium celebrations about to take place down in the heart of Sponsor Village, across from 7S Cycle Supply, up from Moto T. So, folks, I'm telling you, head down there and cheer these Pro-Am riders all on for their accolades here this weekend. Man, their accomplishments have just been phenomenal. And the racing, look at that big old fist pump for Sammy Rowe. He knows he's got this one. This is what he's been working for. This is what he's been looking for. This is the stride that he's been trying to find all season long. One that we haven't seen necessarily this strong, I don't think, since 2015. But finally, Sammy finds it. And Sammy and everybody else knows that he is still the force and the threat to be reckoned with, as he always has been. Hayden Mickelson coming around for second place now. And that battle for third between Trimble and Parker Weeworka will end up with Trimble in third, Weeworka in fourth. Looks like Wesley Wolf may get the 5th place position. As far as the overall is concerned, Sam Rowe will take the win. Parker Weeworka will be second. Dylan Trimble will be third overall. Fourth overall will be Hayden Mickelson, as we want to salute him and the amazing efforts he put out there in this second moto and all day today, as a matter of fact. So way to go, Hayden, and he's going to get 4th place overall, as Wesley Wolf will be looking at a 5th place overall. Taking their top 3 overall to the podium. We'll be going down to talk to them here in just a few moments. On deck, ready to roll as far as racing is concerned. I thought it was 450B class coming up. Let's double check it, though. Yeah, I believe it's a 450B class. So we got 450B. That's going to be another good one, because you got Brandon Hogue, who made the step up. He finished second yesterday, made the step up from the youth ranks. We saw him there a little bit ago. Cody Ford's in this one, and he and Ford actually battled pretty hard yesterday. It took a lot for Ford to get around him and beat him, but he did. Brandon Cesaroni took third in Moto 1, and fourth went to Grayson Eller, the 171. Ty Powers, the 44, rounded out the top 5. I don't know if Eller's going to be back out for this 450B moto or not. But we can see that right now, I believe that's Dylan Tremellin's machine they have placed on the box right now for the overall win. Got any Dylan Tremellin friends down there at the podium? Got 1 or 2, I think. Parker Weeworka will be your 2nd place overall, and Sam Rowe. That's, again, all unofficial. We're waiting for the official results to be turned in right now. And as soon as Harv Whipple and Kevin Bailey get together on this one, it looks like they have pretty much made this decision, and it is official now, I think, as Sammy Rowe makes his way to the center of the box. And rolling up next should be our 2nd place overall of Parker Weeworka. And we'll be, like I say, heading down there in just a few moments. But I got to hand it to our Pro-Am class once again for giving us some great racing. Thank you guys, all of the Pro-Am participants throughout 2016, for another stellar year and stellar performances that you afforded us all year long. With each drop of the gate in this Pro-Am class, it seems to always be one of the most intense of all. And it's because of riders just like what we see right here on the podium right now. In 3rd place overall, aboard the 940, Dylan Tremellin. 2nd place overall, Parker Weeworka, the number 9. And your Loretta Lynn's Dirt Days ATV Pro-Am champion, Sammy Rowe. Let's head down to the podium with Luke and the folks as we celebrate our top 3.
Thanks, Rodney. Yeah, we're down here with 3rd place, Dylan Tremellin. who just wants to walk around on the podium, have a good time, handshake. Man, you and Hayden had an awesome battle out there. How did you? What did you know where you at? Did you know that you still had the podium position if you let him go by, or what was going through your mind out there?
Yeah, he finished 2 spots behind me in the last moto, so I knew I just had to stay right behind him and hold Parker off. And I got really lucky that he got stuck on a berm early in the moto and just kind of held my own. I pulled all 3 hole shots today, so that was pretty cool. The Rage motor and the Hoosier tires was hooking up great. And I mean, it's just an awesome day. I was hoping to get second, but I mean, anywhere on the box is fine with me.
Yeah, all that hard work that you do, you and your brother do. I believe I just heard your dad say you or your brother has not finished off the podium once this year. Either one of you have finished on the podium once, at least in every race this year, right?
Yeah, every round, at least the top 3 in one of the classes that we run, so that's pretty cool. This is the first year racing the full series after his incident and everything last year, and he came out, I believe, second in both his classes, right behind first. So, I mean, he rode awesome this year. Obviously, he's bummed, but I got, I believe, 3rd overall in Pro Sport and I think 4th overall in this class. So, I mean, I'm happy with that. I would have liked to get top 3, but top 5 is good with me.
Well, that's awesome. Everyone, I'm sure, is proud of you. What are your plans for next year?
I believe we're going to move up to the Pro class. So, see what we can do and get a lot of training in this winter and focus on that. Rich Gillette's backing us 100% again next year, so I'm more than thankful for him and everything he does. And it's an awesome experience. Without Rich, I wouldn't be here for the last 3 years or so and to continue on. So he's just a blessing for us and our whole family. I'd like to thank the whole Root River Racing team, all the mechanics, Rage ATV for building awesome motors, Hoosier Tires, DWT, 4Works, Digital Dave, Ken Hill for snapping pictures all year, Thorson Graphics, Yoshimura, Works Connection, 100% Goggles, Fly Racing, Power Med, Rod's Ride on Power Sorts, Silverson Oil, PT Welding, the Moto Wash Shocks for just soaking up all the bumps as well as they could, Trimble's Honda, Racing for Cancer. Me and Sammy both donated some money towards fighting for cancer, so that's pretty cool. My boy's Adam from Amped Apparel. I've been sponsored by him since pretty much he started and always repping his clothes and just trying to keep them up front. Fiber Wrap, C&L Powder Coating, Ernie from FTR Power Sports, Pepsi Racing, of course, Brianna for everything she does for me and my dad and my little brother. And we put a lot of work into this year, and we're going to put in twice as much for next year and see what we can do next year.
All right, let's give it up for 3rd place in the Pro-Am class, Dylan Trimble. I'm going to go down here and talk to 2nd place of the Walsh rider, Parker Wawerka. Parker, you're getting wild out there, man. I heard you're off the track, on the track, between the track. What was going on out there?
Yeah, you're right. It was definitely a rough track out there, and I made a couple mistakes. A little slick, and it just pushed the front end over a couple of berms, and I had to keep catching back and then fall back and make a mistake. And it was just it was a tough track, kind of rougher than normal that here at Loretta's, and definitely a great race though. And same with the first moto too. Lots of crazy stuff going on. These guys are definitely going for it, and I'm glad I'm up there and finished with a 2nd here today.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. That's a heck of a ride. So Dylan's going pro. What are you doing?
Oh, well, in that case, I don't. No, I'm just gonna wait it out a little bit and try and maybe talk to a few people and maybe step up next year. And I feel like if I do make that step, I want to be ready and put a good show on for these guys in the pro class, not just let them run away with it.
Right, weigh your options. Come in 100% ready. All right, who would you like to thank for getting you up here on the box today?
Geez, everybody at the track, starting off with the Walsh crew back at home in Florida. Everything they do for me, Mike, Bryce, Bard, Squirrel Man, Nate, Paula, Zach, everybody there. I can't thank them enough. All the guys at the track, the Hill family, Jimmy, Troy, James, all the other little kids. You guys are great. Faye. And my parents for coming for these last few rounds. It's really kind of, I like to see them come out here, and I never really used to like them to come because I'd always want to do so good for them, but now I really feel like I'm making him proud and making it worthwhile for him to come out here. And geez, who else? All my friends at the track, the Davis family, and just all the other great families out there supporting me and saying good job. All my sponsors on the quad, Walsh Racecraft, Fox Shocks, Maxxis Tires, Goldspeed Wheels, DCR Cams, CP, Hinson, SSI, Wienen Motorsports for really stepping it up, and can't thank Chad enough for all the preseason help he gave me and riding with him, and he's just been a great mentor to me. And everybody else, geez, Moose Racing, keeping me looking good out there, Alpine Star Boots, Coster Racing for the helmets, and the paint jobs looking sick. And of course, the Hard One Nation got me some custom hats for the weekend. And geez, if I'm forgetting anybody, I'm sorry, but thanks everybody for a great year.
All right, let's give it up for second place. Parker Waworka. Make my way over here to the middle of the box. Factory, Sam Rowe! Man, Sam, I've known you for a long time, and I think after you won Red Bud was probably one of the highlights of your racing career. How does today compare to Red Bud?
Well, you know, it's kind of similar. I didn't get the 1-1, but first moto I came out 8th and made my way up to 2nd. I really had to put my head down, and I really pushed myself in that first moto. I was pretty spent after it, but, you know, it got me in the position to come out in the second moto, and I got a way better start, thank God, right behind my teammate. And, you know, we just put my head down. I was behind him for a couple laps, and I made the move, and I put in, you know, probably 4 or 5 sprint laps, and then kind of just put her on cruise control, and, you know, just did my own thing out there. I'm so amped. That's 2 in a row. Haven't done that, you know, ever in this class. So, you know, I'm hoping to just keep the momentum rolling into, you know, these last couple races we got here at Soaring Eagle and the Pro Challenge, and you know, a couple locals by the house. So I'm stoked. I'm so pumped right now.
Well, I'm sure you are. 2 in a row in the Pro-Am Class, especially with the talent field that's this deep, is very impressive. I would ask you what you're doing next year, but I already know you're probably running the Pro Class again. So who would you like to thank for getting you up here on the box? And you are dripping water everywhere.
Oh, okay. But I'd like to thank, of course, my mom and dad and my little sister and just my whole family for always supporting me. Rich Gillette, without him, obviously, I wouldn't be here. He's the man. Motowash Shocks, you know, Doug and Josh and Jim from Motowash, you know, they never stopped helping me get my bike set up, and that thing was working great out there. Rage ATV, killer motors, getting great starts with the combination of those Hoosier tires. JB Racing, FTR Graphics, Wrath Racing, Streamline Brakes, Silverson Oil Company, Pepsi, Fly Racing. Shout out to them. They got me this sick 2017 gear. DP Brakes. Just the whole team, again, Root River. Can't thank them guys enough. Racing for Cancer, I believe I just donated $500 to fighting the cause. And Race Day Picks, Digital Dave, he's always out there catching shots. La Crescent Wine and Spirit, PT Welding, Fourworks Carbon, Amped Apparel, always keeping me fresh. Can't thank Adam from Amped enough. Power Mad, Trimble's Honda, Thorson Graphics, the Rastrelli family, the Vossman family, just, you know, there's so many people around the pits that support me, and, you know, they stand behind me, and that just makes me that much more hungry to come out here and get these wins.
All right, let's give it up for your top 3. Pro-Am, number 1, Sam Rowe. 2nd, Parker Waworka, rounding out your top 3 with Dylan Tremelin.
Well, there you go, and the Champagne celebration about to get underway. I want to say congratulations, Hayden Mickelson. See him down there in the bottom left-hand corner of the shot there. A spectacular ride by the 135 there. And as we always like to say, to the victor goes the spoils, and the spoils in ATV motocross, the sweet, sweet dump out of champagne. Wasn't much of us. Somebody get him another bottle of champagne. Let him try that again. That was kind of a weak champagne celebration. All righty, we're back at it right now. And aren't we ever? 450B racing action on the track. Riders to watch out for in this one include Cody Ford, the 52, the brand new arrival to the class, the 8 of Brandon Hogue, as well as many others. Brandon Cesaroni, the 243, is one to keep an eye on. Also, Grayson Eller, the 171. I don't think Grayson's out here, though. But right now, up front, as we get her all sorted out, we have got quads everywhere. I like that. Is that Brandon Smitley? Quite possibly out there. The number 423 qualified SSR ride, I think, maybe taking the early lead in this one. He's certainly a great starter. Saw him struggle a little bit in Moto 1 start, I think, yesterday. But, man, he has gotten it dialed in here today in this second Moto for 450B class racing action. Well, back there in the number 2 spot, that rider actually in the early lead of this one, but finds himself off the track and then having to regain some ground out there, and is able to do so as we now have our new leader back out on the racetrack. And again, they continue to jockey. There is Smitley's now in second. That's Cesaroni, I think, moving into the now number 2 spot. I'm not sure if that's Mikulski or not. Could be in the number 1 position. Let's get these riders through this first lap for sure to make sure. Actually, that might be. No, that is a number 8. Is that Brandon Hogue? Let's double check this as they come up into the. No, that's not Hogue. I can't really tell the number on that machine. Let's see what it is. It is Hogue. It is Brandon Hogue. Brandon Cesaroni in second, and Brandon Smitley in third. I guess in order to run the front of the pack here in the first lap, your name must be Brandon in Moto 2. Ty Hudson in fourth. Tyler Powers in the number 5 spot. Then we got Justin Miller. There's Zach Mikulski in 7th. Cody Ford all the way back in 8th. Cole Borowiak is 9th. And Morgan Payne rounding out the top 10. Again, your winner was Cody Ford in Moto 1. He is all the way back in the 8th place position right now. And second place was Brandon Hogue, who is your leader at the moment. And if you remember, Brandon Hogue had the early lead yesterday, and he and Ford battled it out for quite some time before Ford was actually able to make the pass. Now Hogue is up front without that Ford contention, but he does have Brandon Cesaroni right there. And Cesaroni is certainly a handful when it comes to this 450B class. Checking back a little further back in this pack right now, we continue to watch. We see Tyler Powers there on the 44 machine. Powers having some good runs earlier in the day. He finished 5th in this Moto number 1 yesterday for the 450B class. But there is Hogue, and look at the gap that is already starting to amass over the rest of the field, over 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That's where the battle is really starting to shape up and tighten up. Cesaroni, Smitley, Hudson, Powers. And I expect this to be changing quite a bit, as I think that maybe Smitley may have dropped back to about a 5th place position now. There's Ford. Look at Ford. Ford's up into a top 5 ride now, I think. Let's double check this as they come through. There's Hogue, Cesaroni, Brandon Smitley, 1, 2, and 3. I guess I got off pace there. Smitley still 3rd. There's Ty Powers, Ty Hudson, and Zach Mikulski's up to 7th now, but he's right there in striking distance. So we're going to keep an eye on Moto 1 winner, the 52, the foreman, if you will, Cody Ford, trying to boss these boys around the racetrack. And there he does it. He takes that 6th place position like a boss. Let's see what happens now as he goes for the number 5 ride. Ooh, looks like he's got some contention now out of Mikulski for the number 6 position. Now Ford's going to try to go for a double pass. If I can't get one of you, we'll go for 2. It's side by side, Mikulski and he drag racing out of the 10 Commandments. Oh, and Ford, oh man, elects to try to go outside. He's pinned under his bike now. Instead of going to that inside roller at the last moment, he elected to go to the outside. He hit that the right side of his wheels. Well, it just kind of flipped him over right there. So Ford is now out of this one, and Hogue is basically on easy street. Here's what happens. Ford electing, instead of going to the right, he's going to take it all the way to the outside, but he's too far to the inside to be able to hang on to the machine, and it just kind of just rolls him right over. Wow, tough break for Cody Ford, because that was not where he was wanting to be, and that's not how he wanted to end his Loretta Lynn's Dirt Days race here at Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. Back up front, we go to the battle for first place. We'll see if we can't catch back up with Cody here in a minute, see exactly where he is. But there is Hogue, and there is Cesaroni. Now, looking at this, Cesaroni going 3-2 right now. So if something was to happen and Hogue was to drop back to the number 2 spot, say Cesaroni gets around, that would put a 2-2 situation for Brandon Hogue, and then Cesaroni would be looking at a 3-1. They would tie. So therefore, the best finish in the second moto would break that tie, and Cesaroni is looking at an overall. So basically, this battle we're watching is for the overall Dirt Days title, the championship here at Loretta Lynn's this weekend. It's not for the national championship, but it is for this illustrious run at Loretta Lynn's that so many people look to take home with them at the end of the season. And both Brandon Hogue and I know Cesaroni want to do it. Hogue's got one from the 90, the schoolboy junior class. Can you believe it? Schoolboy junior, and he steps up from the junior division into the B ranks and is a major force to be contended with. And that's a lot like what Cody Ford did last year. Now, he was a youth all-star rider and schoolboy senior rider, but still same scenario. Stepped up from the youth ranks right into the B class to be the formidable opponents that these guys have been looking for. Hogue, Cesaroni, Smitley, still 1, 2, and 3. Powers in 4th, Mikulski in 5th, Hudson is 6th, Broviak in 7th, Miller in 8th, 9th is Kenneth Payne, and Daniel Davis rounds out the top 10. Cody Ford is not checked in for his 3rd lap complete yet, so not sure if he's recirculating the racetrack or not. Here comes Cesaroni trying to make the pass for the win. He's on the outside. Oh, look at that. He left himself wide open. Going to the outside, side by side like that, and Brandon Hogue takes the win. Let's watch that last lap, last turn pass right there, and just see how that all unfolded, guys. Bring that up on the replay if you can, because he's dropped back to 4th place. Now his 2nd and 3rd just went by, so Smitley and Powers are by, and looks like now back to 5th and 6th place. What a heartbreaker there for Brandon Cesaroni, who was going for it, man. Talk about going for the gusto, but he put himself right in the worst place he could be put into. Got himself hung out on the outside of that turn. Yeah, you got to give him credit. He went for it, and he tried, and he let it all hang loose, and that's just the way the old cookie crumbles sometimes. Brandon Cesaroni, my friend, we know we got great things to see out of you in the future. Seen him coming on strong. We also know we got great things coming out of Brandon Hogue. Don't know if we're going to get that replay, but here's the next race, the race 33, the Open C class off and rolling. Devin Kendrick one to watch out for in this one, along with Josh Hawley, the number 7, and that's who's got the early lead out here in the start of Moto number 2 of the Open C class. Kendrick back in the number 2 spot as we see this. Second places in those division races went to the 109 of Gage Scaletti, and also a second place position to Chance Nicola. Thirds went to Mason Hunt and Byerly Harris. Right now, as we said, it is Hawley up front. It is Kendrick in the number 2 spot, and it is Brandon Hogue at the podium.
Yeah, I'm down here with Brandon Hogue, your 450B winner. This is his first 450 race, man. How's it feel to go out there and win?
So sick, dude. I've never been this pumped in my life.
Yeah, that's awesome. Like Hayden Mickelson said down here, you open up a lot of eyes coming off of a 300 and getting onto a 450 and going out there and winning. That's pretty cool, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Who would you like to thank for getting you out here and helping you all year and making the dreams come true?
This race wouldn't have been possible without Corrosion Specialties. I mean, the bike rips. I ripped both hole shots. But a special thanks to Jansen Motorsports they got me here, and I've been riding with Cody, training, and just putting in the work. That's all I want to do. And my mom and dad, couldn't thank them enough. SSI decals, Elka suspension, Max's tires. Sorry, I'm just so winded. Foreworks Carbon, Thor, just everybody that helps me out. I really, you don't know how much this means to me.
That's awesome. That's your 450B champion right there, Brandon Hogue.
Wow, way to go, Brandon. Thanks for the show, brother. And Devin Kendrick out front now. If you saw on the replay, if you're watching on RacerTV.com, early leader out there, Josh Hawley, all by himself in Storyland. Got one of the slick parts on the track and actually went down and opened up the window of opportunity for Kendrick. So Kendrick took over, and Nicola was second, Mason Hunt in third, Caleb Gray in fourth, Byerly Harris in fifth, Jordan Trimble is sixth, Tyler Miller in seventh, Gage Scaletti eighth, Garrett Wynn is ninth, in 10th place, Austin Reese. Your early leader, let's see, how far back did he go? I don't think that he's checked in for a lap complete, has he? Yes, he was 17th place at the end of that first lap of racing. So back up front we roll to the battles that are unfolding before our eyes right now. I believe we may be looking at that 44 machine again. No, that's not the 44. Who is this? Maybe that's the battle for the 5th place position of Jordan Trimble and Byerly Harris there. I think that's what we're looking at. Byerly on the number 5 Yamaha. The number 18 of Jordan Trimble was 6th the last time around, so that's process of elimination that we're looking at that right now. And that's probably the most tightly contested battle on the racetrack right now. And Caleb Gray, the number 8 machine, was 4th, so he was feeling some pressure here in the Open C class on this lap 2 heading into this lap. So as we wrap up lap 2, we'll be able to sort this out a little bit more. We got race 33 on the track. Race 34 seniors 40-plus class is on the gate in staging. Race 35, the 90 shifter, 70 automatic 6 to 11, and super mini 12 to 15 will be our final race of the day. It's hard to believe that we're coming close to the conclusion of this one. Wow. Seeing some video from some racing up in southeastern Ohio. They've got themselves some major rains going on up there right now, it looks like. And we have got ourselves some major sunshine and lots of puffy white clouds and some blue skies as a backdrop here at Loretta Lynn's. Couldn't ask for a better end to a greater season than what we're looking at right now. Picturesque, to say the least, here at the Dude Ranch. And great racing action continuing to unfold. Look at this. Devin Kendrick, a 155.1 last time around. Is that a 2 or 7 second lead he had? Not sure, but this is where the battle remains to be right now. For that number, that might be, yeah, that's for 4th place. That's Mason Hunt now. That's for 3rd place, actually, where this battle has taken itself to. So it's moved up from a 5th and 6th place to 4th and 5th, and now to a 4th and 3rd place position battle between Mason Hunt and Jordan Trimble, the number 18. Byerly Harris back in 5th. Caleb Gray is 6th. Ben Berger in 7th. We see Gage Scaletti in 8th. Tyler Miller and Austin Reese rounding out the top 10 there. Three laps down now for Devin Kendrick as we see him going over the Tunnel of Love, heading back toward the SSI decals. Whole Shot Forest. He has got about a 3 or 4 second lead, actually 3 second lead over Chance Nicola. Nicola on the 334. Mason Hunt, the 08, is 6 seconds back with Jordan Trimble now 1.6 seconds back. So it looks like Trimble may have relinquished some of that battle he was pushing on. And there's the leader, Devin Kendrick, and I don't know that he's going to win the championship in this class, but he is your 450 BC Limited National Champion. And Devin is certainly, man, watching this kid grow up literally through the youth ranks, he was just a small, normal, average kid just a few years ago, but, well, 2 years ago. And then all of a sudden he had a growth spurt. And then he just kept growing and growing and growing, and now here he is, a monster out there. Well, not really a monster, monster size, but, man, the heart of gold out of this kid. Devin Kendrick out of Earlysville, Virginia. I believe he's got a major future as far as ATV motocross is concerned. Chance Nicola, another one that's got a bright future in this realm of racing, back in the number 2 spot. Then it's Mason Hunt, Jordan Trimble, and Byerly Harris still. This is after 3 complete. We're working on the final lap of racing right now, so sort of the victory lap for Kendrick right here. Imagine the folks back home in Virginia watching right now saying, man, didn't realize that Devin was quite the animal that he is on the racetrack out there, and he as fast as he is. This kid is like lightning out there. This will be his 2nd win of the day, and the 2nd time we see him on the podium to celebrate a Dirt Days National Championship win. Earlier today, the 450 BC Limited, and here in the Open C class. That is for the win in the class. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the overall now. I forgot to look and see where he finished. He actually had a horrible, no, he is first. He won, that's right, he did. I'm looking at this wrong again. Something popped around on my scoring monitor for just a moment, and I thought, wait a minute. Kendrick goes 1-1, so that is a win for him, and he'll go to the podium. Nicolo will go 2-2 for 2nd. Mason Hunt 3-3 for 3rd. A 1-5 for Mason Hunt scores him 4th overall. No, that's Josh Hawley. That's 3rd overall for Mason Hunt and 4th overall for Josh Hawley. Wow, forgot to even check in with him. He was leading in the early part of the class. He came back to a 5th place position finish. Way to go, Josh Hawley. Yes, sir. He gets 4th overall, but your winner, all eyes on the number 11 of Devin Kendrick as he makes his way to the podium. Race 33 in the history books. Race 34 starting their final chapter here at Dirt Days, and Daniel Ducatu is the man to watch out for in this one, the number 1 and your newly crowned senior 40-plus class champion. We'll check in with this senior 40-plus class in a moment. Right now, let's check in with Luke and also Devin down at the podium.
Yeah, I'm down here with Devin Kendrick. Man, you're up on the podium a lot, dude. You need to slow down or something. You're getting reckless out there.
Only seems to be like this race. Having some good luck this weekend, I guess you could say.
Hey, that's better to finish on a good note than a bad note. So how's your season been going, man? Like, what's up? You act like this is like your only good race. I think I've seen you up front on a lot more than just this one.
Yeah, I've been up front, but I haven't been able to pull overalls that much this year. And it's been an all right year, but compared to what I had last year and everything, it's not nowhere where I wanted to be.
Oh, that's all right. Hey, you're safe. Last race of the year, you won. It's done. Go home, regroup. What's your plans for next year? What do you got going on in the off season? You do anything cool? What's up?
Everything's still undecided. We're just gonna take next year as it comes. Probably race B class. And yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, get your program together. See what you got to do. Send out those resumes, and let's get a program together and come back and kill it in the B class. Who do you have to thank for getting you up here, man?
First, I gotta thank Jansen Motorsports. Cody, everybody who's helped me out to get here. I gotta thank Luna Clothing Brand, Wrath Racing, Engine Ice, Maxxis Tires, Walsh, A-Arms, FMF, Exhaust, Tension Clutches, Motocross Vest, Fly Racing, DP Brakes, Uni Air Filters, DW Guns and Accessories, Atlas Neck Braces, 100% Goggles, Breezewood Proving Grounds, Hank Thomas Performance, and Sunoco Race Fuels, and Fast Flex Handlebars, and anybody else I forgot.
All right, let's give it up for Devin Kendrick, your Loretta Lynn's champion.
That's right, for that Open C class. Congratulations to you, Devin Kendrick, and also mentioning Cody Jansen there. I believe that when we watched the Pro-Am race, that was Cody that went down off the start. I'm not sure how he's doing. I think he's okay. We've seen him getting up. but he did not finish the Pro-Am Moto. Back out here now on the racetrack, senior 40-plus class, one lap down. Daniel Ducato being pressured pretty much the entire way so far by Robert Salinas, who has been his biggest thorn in the side all season long. These guys have split podiums and wins, it seems like, on and off all year, but Daniel coming out on the top of it, looks like, as he carries that number 1 plate. Greg Meeks is right there behind these two in the number 3 spot, and you see all three of them in the shot right now at the same time, with Randy Hurst back in 4th, B.J. Sosa being 5th, Lane Coyle, one of our GNCC riders, in 6th place, Daniel Dominizuski in 7th, and Jason Jackson rounding out the field of 8. But right now, this battle for bragging rights at Loretta Lynn, Salinas all the way from Harlingen, Texas, making the big long trips up and trying to win a national championship. He was so close, but Ducato just got him, and that's just the way the old cookie crumbles. To the inside goes Salinas, to the outside Ducato, and nothing gained, nothing really lost, except unless that 3rd place ride of Greg Meeks is able to slide in there like he is on Salinas and bump him around a little bit and put him back to the number 3 spot. Something tells me that Greg Meeks better be watching what's going on, because if he wants to play like that with Robert Salinas has been to the sandbox before. He knows how this goes. He don't get aggressive. And I don't know if he's going to have time, because Meeks has just soared right by Daniel Ducato now. So there you have it. Ooh, Meeks showing the fast way around here on lap 3. So next time around they'll get a white flag. So we got about a lap and a half or so to go. But we got a new leader in Greg Meeks. So Ducato in 2nd, Salinas is 3rd, Randy Hurst 4th, B.J. Sosaby rounds out the top 5. Look at this kid go into checkout mode, folks. And we're talking about your senior 40-plus class ride of, again, Greg Meeks, the young 40 years old. He's one of the youngest riders in the class, actually. Dwayne Newton in 93 is also 40, and as is Kenneth Tucker. The next youngest guy in the class starts out at 43 years old. So these young whippersnappers coming out here and putting it to these old dudes. Salinas, by the way, who finished 3rd in Moto 1, is 45 years old. Your leader, or your champion, and the rider I think that is now 2nd place, Daniel Ducato, 48 years old. The oldest rider, though, is 49, and that's Randy Hurst aboard the number 50. Meeks keeping them honest. Meeks leading them around now. Ducato in 2nd, and Salinas, as we said, in 3rd. That gap opening up quite immensely over the 4th place position, it looks like. We'll see those guys now. Well, it's not as much of a lead or a big as gap as what I thought, as we are looking at 4th place. Randy Hurst coming by the announcer's tower and scoring loop about right now. And B.J. Sosaby should be coming right about now. Yep. Lane Coyle followed by Jackson and Dominizuski, but up front it's all eyes on Greg Meeks, the 66. The young gun in the senior 40-plus class. I wonder if he feels that, if he feels like he's the young guy, so he should have an advantage being younger. I'm telling you, I think he realizes, though, being younger isn't the advantage. It's trying to outride these guys, man, because these guys are phenomenal riders in this senior 40-plus class. Conditioning level at impeccable levels right now, especially for Ducato, who's on the program, and also Robert Salinas, a 738. Those guys are pictures of health right there and physical conditioning. And it plays a big hand in what they do out here in their ATV racing as well. Race 34 on the racetrack, race fans, and race 35, 90 shifter on the gate, 70 automatic 6 to 11 in staging, and Super Mini, you are in staging. So we are just about 3 races away from calling this a race day, folks. And look at this. It ain't over. It's racing still because the gate is down on, or will be down. Yeah, it is down on another battle. We've got the 70 automatic 6-11 off and rolling. While they're rolling, Greg Meeks is rolling around to take checkers here in the senior 40-plus class. And we see that number 5, Kason Page, out of Unionville, Tennessee, I believe. Wait a minute, let me make sure I didn't. That's 90 shifter. I'm sorry, Mason Jackson. I was going to say, that looks an awful lot like Mason Jackson. That's Mason Jackson. I turned 2 pages. This is the 90 shifter 8-11 class. And we see that Greg Meeks takes the win over Daniel Ducatu, Salinas in 3rd. 4th is Randy Hurst. 5th is B.J. Sosaby. The overall win will go to Greg Meeks with a 2-1 as he'll be going down and seeing Luke Shepard at the podium here in a moment. And we are watching this one unfold as Parker Rohrig trying to catch up to Mason Jackson right now, who finished 3rd in Moto 1. Jackson did. Rohrig took the Moto 1 win. 2nd in the first Moto went to the 12 of Maximus Rumsey. Battling continues, actually tightening up front here. We see the 15 machine right there of Justin Messina. Just to let you know, Justin Messina out of Kingwood, Texas, also making a long haul up from out of Texas. We've seen that Robert Salinas, the 738, out of Harlingen, and Justin Messina out of Kingwood, Texas.
All right, we got Greg Meeks down here. He's getting all the mud out of his teeth, his helmet off, and he getting ready to go. And so, Greg, 40-plus class. You got a 2nd yesterday. Got a 1st today. What did you have to do to step it up today to get the overall?
Just hang tough.
Hang tough. That's it.
That's pretty much it.
All right. So, how are you standing in the points in this class? Have you ran them all, or have you just done a select few here and there? Or?
Just here and there. I got to do the whole series this year.
Okay, all right. So who would you like to thank for getting you up here and putting you up on the box?
The good Lord above, friends and family, and myself, I guess.
Oh, yeah, your wallet, right? Right on. That's right. Well, congratulations, Greg Meeks, your 40-plus Loretta Lynn's champion.
Amen on that. His wallet and his workplace for supplying him some hours to be able to apply toward this right here. And this racing endeavor we call the ATV Nationals. Messina, Rohrig, Mason Jackson, Jaden Launderville, Ian Juka now in the number 5 spot. Chance Kimmy is 6th, Adam Ulrich 7th. Maximus Rumsey is 8th, Chase Roberts in 9th, and Lolo Peters, the 440, rounds out the top 10. Justin Messina, though, a 1.5 second lead, has pretty much close to doubled out there now, it looks like, over that 2nd place ride of Rohrig. Rohrig took a win in Moto 1. The leader now of Messina took a 2nd. So these guys are basically swapping positions. So Messina's looking at the overall win if he takes the win here in Moto 2. Working on lap number 2 right now, wrapping that up. Here comes your leader as we speak, and he is right here at crossing the finish line. Now heading over the Tunnel of Love. Rohrig checking in now, 3.1 seconds back. He is 2nd place. And then we see back in 3rd, 4th, and 5th, Mason Jackson, Jaden Launderville, Ian Chuka. Messina by himself out here. The 90 shifter 8-11 class. And the 70 automatic 6-11 coming up. Super Mini, you are in staging, and everybody else, you're free to go home after that, because that will be the last race of the day. And generally, in the past, so far this season, the Super Mini has been well worth sticking around for. Let's hope that they can carry that same momentum that we saw them with throughout the year. Being the last round, the last race. Got to wonder if they're going to be just going out to get it done, or whether they're going to be going out to make statements. A lot of statements being made this year and a lot of classes, and it has got us really excited for what the competition level is going to be like for 2017. For those of you back home wondering about 2017 and the upcoming schedule, make sure you keep an eye out on ATVMotocross.com in the coming months. The schedule will be a while before we announce the schedule, but it'll be coming out as soon as we can get it out to you. All the great things that next season have to offer you.
Hey, Rodney, how's that air conditioning up there?
Oh, I'm sure it's much better than the beating sun down on you right now. I'm sitting here actually watching and enjoying it quite a bit. Just watching, I'm getting into a spectator mode, to be honest with you, watching this 90 shifter class. Justin Messina out front, Rorig in second. Again, well, Messina will take that win with a 2-1, and Rorig will take second with a 1-2. Just a matter of getting around there. We're on our final lap right now, so we'll be heading back over to the podium in just a few moments for the 90 shifter 8-11 celebrations.
Little mess.
Yeah, 70 automatic 6-11 coming up after this, and then Super Mini. So we got 70 automatic 6-11 on the gate. Like we said, the Super Mini class that has been well worth sticking around and waiting to watch the final moto of the day. Hoping to see that be the case again here at Loretta Lynn's. Victory lap right now underway for the 15 of Justin Messina. Rorig looking for him in second, Jackson, Launderville, and Juka. Into the heart of this racetrack one final time for Justin Messina in 2016. Memories that I'm sure he will carry for a lifetime around the CST Tires Beach. And that hard left-hand turn toward the finish line as he will claim a Dirt Days championship here in this 90 shifter 8-11-year-old class. Man, what a feeling that has to be right now. And whether or not it's even began to sink in yet is a big question to be answered. But nonetheless, he's a winner here. And whether he realizes what he's accomplished yet or not is remained to be seen. But Parker Rorig accomplishing quite a bit this year as he will finish up second here today. On board that number 1, Mason Jackson in third, Jaden Launderville in fourth, fifth, Ian Juka. As far as the overall, it's Messina, Rorig, Jackson, Launderville, and Juka, just the way they finished there in the second moto. Hey, folks, don't forget, if you're finishing up with your motos, you need to take your transponders. If you're done racing, you need to bring your transponders back over to eScore. Return your transponders. Return your transponders. If you rented them. So Messina, Rorig, Jackson, that's the overall top three, and Messina heading to the podium right now with Luke, and Mr. Shepard will be more than happy to take him through the podium presentations, talking about the many great things that the season and this weekend have held for him and given him, and we'll send him on his way here in a moment and get ready to talk to another top competitor, which may be this rider out front, the number 1 of Bryson Slagle from Gordonsville, Tennessee. That makes sense. They grow them fast in Gordonsville. Second place in Moto 1 went to Lad Wehunt, the number 7. Third place to the 999 of Landon Korn. Fourth place to Colton Smittle. And fifth in Moto 1 to India Trimble. That is your 70 automatic 6-11, currently being led by Bryson Slagle as Justin Messina makes his way to victory lane.
Yeah, we're going to wait a minute on that, Rodney. He hasn't quite found it yet. Oh, he's pushing his bike right here.
Ah.
There we go.
Yeah, I see him there. Going up by the Moto Tees T-shirt trailer right there right now. Here comes Pops. He's going to finish pushing. Actually, Dad's going to try to get it started, I think. What did you do to it? Well, at least it was the last race of the season he blew it up.
Yeah, well, they're still trying to start it, so I think it's all right. Oh, first kick. It's ready to go.
Is he coming to the podium? Yeah, here he comes. All right, we're going to throw things down to you. One of the most comfortable podiums we've ever seen here at Loretta Lynn's, by the way, in the shade down there. Bryson Slagle continues to lead this one. We wrap up lap number 1, and we go to the podium to celebrate with our 90 shifter champion. Justin Messina heading down there right now. Well, they get it sorted out. Ladd Wehunt in second. Landon Korn is third out here in the 70 automatic 6-11. Colton Smittle is fourth. India Trimble is fifth. Gavin McClincy is your number 6 ride. Then we got Evan Osborne in seventh. Mason Moxley is eighth. Ninth is Kason Page, and Alex Roney rounds out your top 10.
We're down here with Justin Messina. Little mess, man. Pulling it off, getting it done. How's it feel, brother?
Feels awesome.
So your dad, I know, puts in a lot of work on your program to make sure the bike's running right, and D at Rage, and I know you came with them the whole race season, and you put in a lot of work, and finally paid off, man. Getting up here again.
Yep.
Yep, that's all you're giving me is yep. Give me some emotion here. I know you work hard for this. Your dad, this is what you and your dad talk about all the time, is racing. You work everything towards racing. You have more emotion than yep.
Yeah, I just thank them so much, Dee and Rich and everybody at River for helping me out and just made it possible to come up here.
All right, that is Little Messina. What's your what sponsors do you want to thank for getting up here in 90 shifter class today?
Well, I'd like to thank my dad, my stepmom, Dee, Rich, everybody at River, Team Fury Racing, Rob and Ian for letting me use this motor, Preferred Electrical Services, Moto Bling, Complete Auto and Truck, Wrath, FTR, Moto Was, Southern Tire Mart, Maxxis, Fly, and my grandpa for watching over me.
All right, there's your 90 shifter, Loretta Lynn's champion, Little Messina.
All righty. Little Messina. I like that. All right, Bryson Slagle leading after 2 now as Ladd Wehunt checks in after 2 laps of racing complete in the, I believe, still number 2 spot. Yes, he is, as he's still got Landon Korn hot all over the rear wheel. 16 seconds between first and second, but only about a second between second and third. Colton Smittle checking in the number 4 spot at the end of lap number 1, and at the end of lap number 2, we see that India Trimble has gotten around, so Trimble takes over 4th, and Smittle drops a few spots. Gavin McClincy is moved into the number 5 position, and I'm not sure if something might have happened to Smittle out there or not. I don't see him coming around right now, unless one of these be him, but not 100% sure. Look at this. Is this that battle for second right now? Ladd Wehunt, Landon Korn coming through the 10 commandments right now. And I'm telling you, the way those guys were going through there, it looked like about 30 commandments, the way they were bopping up and down. And I'm sure the length of that field feels like 30 commandments sometimes. Heading into Storyland right now, this heated matchup for the number 2 spot. Ladd Wehunt, Landon Korn. Bryson Slagle is gone, and it's a matter of second overall they battle for right now. And there you go. Landon Korn was able to make the pass. He made the pass, and now he's starting to check out over Ladd Wehunt. Now, doing the math here, let's see. Drop Wehunt, that's 5 for him and 5. So Landon Korn's looking at second place overall with that pass right there. So that was the battle for second overall behind Bryson Slagle. Slagle should have this one locked up, and barring no mechanical issues or miscalculations on his part out there. Hey, Luke, I believe that your microphone is dying, buddy. Switch your batteries out. '70 automatic, 6-11, 3 laps down for Slagle. A 2:20 a lap time. He slowed his lap time. His fastest was a 2:11, but he eases back to a 2:20 that time around, and the gap is only 11 seconds as Landon Korn turns a 2:14 that time. And Ladd Wehunt drops back the pace a little bit as he will check in with a 2:20 lap time and 5 seconds behind Landon Korn. India Trimble's who we wait for next. But as we look on the track, the number 1, Bryson Slagle. Look at that little machine, 70 automatic. They are going to take that one to the winner's circle and down to see our good buddy, Mr. Luke Shepard, for this big win here in out at Dirt Days. And, of course, we'll congratulate him as well for his championship here in the 70 automatic 6-11 class. Kids, they work hard to achieve this, and if they get the racing, get the championship early, they love to bring out those number 1 plates. So Bryson Slagle continues to lead this one, and with a fresh set of batteries, Luke makes his way back out to the finish line podium to find Dirt Days champions as well as national champions, just like this guy right here, the number 1, Bryson Slagle from Gordonsville, Tennessee. Second place will go to Landon Korn, the 999 as he checks in, and that will be for the overall that way. Ladd Wehunt will take 3rd overall. India Trimble, staying where she is, will finish 4th overall. And Gavin McClincy, if he stays where he's at, he'll finish where he's at. So it would be 1st through 5th on the track right now. It would be 1st through 5th overall. Coming up next, Super Mini. 12 to 15-year-old class riders getting ready to take off this starting line right now. Don't forget transponders, and race day picks. If you haven't stopped down to get your photos from this weekend, be sure and do so, because there's a good chance that Digital Dave, might have shot your kid this week. He shot a lot of kids. For photos, of course. It's not like he's some kind of lunatic out there. Yeah, he's getting, that's his new slogan, I shot your kid today. and your husband's next. Yeah. So that's a race day pick slogan. I like that. That's a good one for sure. And a good one for sure is Bryson Slagle. He really had a phenomenal season. We're going to wrap this one up again. Korn, Wehunt, Trimble, McKinsley in that top 5. Then we see Evan Osborne, Mason Moxley in 7th, Alex Roney in 8th, Kaysen Page in 9th, and Shane Newell to round out the top 10. And Luke Shepard heading down to celebrate with Bryson Slagle at Victory Lane.
Just a minute, Rodney. We're waiting on his parents and stuff to walk over here, so continue.
All righty. We'll continue to watch here on RacerTV.com and ATVMX Live, the start of this final drop of the gate. Folks, this is going to be a good one. This one pits the 404 Trevor Thatcher, the 488 Dane Molander, the 44, Bryce Ford, Aaron Salinas, also Jake Zapolsky, Zachary LaFell, and Corey Osborne all together. Look at this. Looked like Ford nearly grabbing the whole shot out there. He will grab the early lead as he and the 7 of Salinas tangling a little bit. And there's the 4:04 now of Trevor Thatcher moving into second as he muscles his way into the number 2 spot. And now Thatcher's got the drive as he lays chase to the 44, Bryce Ford. This is not the first time we've seen these two do battle. We are minus the 5:04, though, of Brandon O'Neill in this class, as early in the season, those 3 really had some of the most intense battles known to this series. And while we watch this intense battle unfold up front, we head down to the podium with Luke and also it looks like Bryson Slagle.
Yeah, I'm down here with Bryson Slagle, your 70 automatic Loretta Lynn's champion, and it looks like you're national champion as well, man. How's it feel to wrap up another one?
Oh, man, it feels absolutely great.
So do you have a lot of competition in this class, or or is your other class tougher?
To be honest with you, the same kid, Christopher Parrish, runs both of my classes, and unfortunately he wasn't here for us to battle it out one last time. But really, both classes are about the same.
So you have to put up with the fur. Okay. All right, so who would you like to thank for getting up here this weekend, buddy?
I've got to thank the Lord for keeping me safe, Matt Bost, G-Force, Maxis, SSI Decals, Frankenstein MX, TNT Market, DJ's Prime Shine, Glenn Innovations, DASA, Fly, Quinn Motorsports, Moto Trim, Dynamic Graphics, Amsoil, Henson, ODI, 6-4 Motorworks, DT1, Micah, DWT, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
All right, there you have it. Your 70 automatic Loretta Lynn's and national champion Bryson Slagle.
There you go, Luke. You're getting it, buddy. You're getting it, and so's this guy. Bryce Ford's getting it on is what he's getting out here in this Super Mini 12 to 15-year-old class as he has opened up and amassed a 4-second lead over Trevor Thatcher. I know these two have just been torrid enemies all season long on this racetrack out here, and I know that oftentimes we've seen vice versa scenarios where, well, we've seen Ford grab the lead, Thatcher track him down and pass him. We've seen Thatcher grab the lead and Ford track him down and pass him. It's any given day type of scenario for these riders. But I'm telling you right now, Bryce Ford is rolling on rails, and he just continues to open up the lead over the rest of the pack out there. For whatever reason, this final moto of 2016, he is going to leave an everlasting impression, I believe, in the minds and hearts of all ATV racing fans, as this kid is really picking it up. 4 seconds, I'm going to say, is doubled now to probably a lot more than that by now. But if you look at the big picture, I can see why maybe Trevor Thatcher isn't really pushing the envelope so much. Thatcher, running in the second place position, took the Moto 1 win, and that will give him the overall, as far as the day is concerned, with a 1-2 right now, because Bryce Ford actually finished 7th in Moto 1, so he's 7-1. Is only going to be good enough for a top 3 right now, a third-place position finish. So basically, like we said, Ford is just trying to put an explanation point onto this, as much of a cliche as that is, but that's what it's all about right now. He wants to leave with a lasting impression left upon his competition, and he wants to leave with a good taste in his mouth about what this Super Mini 12 to 15-year-old class brought him here in 2016. It may have not brought the championship, but it did bring him a lot of great battles and a lot of great skill advancements, because the types of battles that these kids were in, we just saw their skill levels just elevate time after time after time that they locked handlebars. But again, no need to push the envelope so much, as Trevor Thatcher will take the win in the overall, and that should secure the Super Mini National Championship title for the 404 of Trevor Thatcher as well. Bryce Ford will be second in the championship. Brandon O'Neill, who's not out there today, will have solidified the third place overall in the championship. But as far as the Dirt Days battle goes on, Bryce will get, well, looking at a second moto win if he can hang on to it for another lap and a half or so. But it's all about Trevor Thatcher right now. And I think that's exactly the way that Trevor is riding right now. And though he might have started to put some pressure on the early beginning, I would imagine that he got the board that says, you're right where you need to be. You got this. Congratulations. You're a champion of dirt days and a national championship. Just stay at a national champion. Just stay right where you're at. Don't worry about Bryce Ford. And Bryce is, well, he's not worrying too much either. He's just trying to put down what he can and salvage what he can out of this final day of racing. So white flag is out for the 44. Keeps looking back to see where Trevor Thatcher is, and again he doesn't see Thatcher under fire and under throttle right now because there's a 10-second gap back to second place. Jake Zapolsky is another 5 seconds back. Aaron Salinas is fourth place, and Corey Edwards, the 101, rounds out your top 5. But your moto win to this guy right here, your overall win will go to the 404 who runs in second. Kevin Bailey out and about, checking the race out here. Less than a lap to go now in this one, and Dirt Days 2016 have one final podium. And just want to say thanks to everybody for tuning in to RacerTV.com and remind you that we will be back on live in a few weeks as we will, I believe, September 10th, resume GNCC racing from Unadilla Valley Sports Center on Saturday, September 10th and Sunday, September 11th. Broadcast time set for about 1 o'clock Eastern time.
10 seconds.
It's coming. You sound pretty good at that. Might want to practice that up, Luke. You might get the call to come up over there also.
I don't know. I don't think I'm that professional yet. I can't handle that pressure.
Bryce Ford, he can handle the pressure in the second moto. He got off to the lead, and he just laid the hammer down and went to work, my friends. And there he is, taking the Moto 2 win. It will only be good enough for a third place overall, but it's still good enough to put that exclamation point on the end of the season here for sure. Bryce Ford takes the win in the Moto. Trevor Thatcher takes second, but he also takes the overall win. And looks like the Super Midi 12-15 National Championship title out there. So not only does he secure a class win, but a class title at the same time on the 404. Bryce Ford, phenomenal year. There's no doubt about it, but again, all eyes are on Trevor Thatcher, the 404 machine. As he's checked in, he's headed to the podium. Jake Zapolsky in third, Aaron Salinas fourth, and Corey Edwards in the number 5 spot. Well, that is it, folks, and that's pretty much going to wrap things up for Racer TV. I do want to say thanks to our executive producer, Kerry Russell, for allowing us the opportunity to broadcast today and all of our championship motos for the amateur racers. Also, thanks to Price Harden. So long and a farewell to Price as well. It's been a great working with you. Technical Director Dan Reinhardt, also Technical Engineer Jacob Beck. Both of you guys have done outstanding jobs this season and here at Loretta Lynn's this week. I want to say thanks to Thomas Brown, Luke Shepard, and also young man Brogan Geyer, who helped out earlier today with all the help and hosting. And, of course, it all would not have looked so great had it not been for our great camera operators like Josh Zaleski down here for like the last 2.5, 3 weeks in this heat. Jordan McFadden right there with him. Alec Gott, I want to thank him, and also Tyler Wynn making the trip up, those two, the last couple of days. So thank you guys for all the efforts that you put in. And we also want to send a shout-out to our good friends at Yamaha Generators as they power the RacerTV.com folks here and the ATV Racing Nation as well. As we'll head down to the podium for our final podium celebrations on RacerTV.com. So long.